Have you ever had the feeling that something or someone was waiting for you to finally remember who you are? Not in words, but in moments, in symbols, in dreams that lingered too long, or questions you couldn't explain away. What if that ache in your chest was never anxiety, but a summons? What if you weren't losing your mind, but recovering your memory? You've always felt different, haven't you? Not just unique, but out of sync with the noise of this world. You feel things more. You know things others don't. You walk into a room and your skin reacts before your mind catches up. Why do some people look at you as if they recognize something they can't name? Why do animals trust you? Why do old souls feel drawn to your silence? Because you were never here to blend in. That M carved faintly into your palm. Have you ever stared at it and wondered why it feels familiar? That hidden crescent moon nestled in the creases of your skin. Does it glow when no one's watching? These are not accidents. These are alignments, traces of an ancient lineage that did not die. It simply went quiet, waiting for the right souls to awaken. And now it's waking in you. Have you noticed how certain numbers seem to follow you? How the same symbols appear again and again when you're in transition? That isn't your imagination. It's communication, sacred geometry woven into time. And the one who speaks it best is Thoth, the divine scribe of lost wisdom, who recorded the truths even time couldn't bury. So why now? Why you? Because your spirit is finally at the threshold, and Thoth does not speak to the masses. He speaks to the ones who carry the seal, the hidden ones, the chosen, the marked. If your heart is pounding, if your mind is racing and yet utterly still, if something in your body just whispered, "This is it," then pause, ground yourself. Comment 777 below to mark your arrival. That number isn't just a ritual, it's resonance, a signal to the unseen realms that your awakening is active. You are not late, you are right on divine time. And to every beautiful soul who has extended light through super thanks, thank you. Truly, your support helps keep these transmissions flowing to those who need them most. You are the torchbearers, the frequency holders. You're not just donating, you're aligning. So breathe, listen, feel. What if this is the message your soul has been waiting lifetimes to hear? What if everything, the loneliness, the signs, the silence, has been leading up to this very moment? The veil is thinning, the sacred scroll is opening, and now the hidden message marked with M and the crescent moon is ready to be revealed. Let us begin. God's chosen ones, Thoth has a hidden message for you, marked with M and the crescent moon. You were never shattered, you were encrypted. Every ache you carried was not a wound, it was a message. Each moment you felt too different, too much, too misaligned with the world around you wasn't a misstep. It was a mark, a code, a celestial imprint waiting to be activated in the right season. Could it be that your very delay was the proof that you were being preserved, not forgotten? You have not been behind, you've been hidden, hidden like a sacred scroll sealed with wax, waiting for the one who carries the resonance to break it open. What if everything that felt like exile was actually incubation? The silence, the stillness, the moments when nothing seemed to move. They weren't punishment, they were protection, because what's precious must be concealed until it's ready to be revealed. And now the unveiling begins. This message, this sacred frequency, has traveled across time, from light beings who speak in flames, to ancient scribes whose hands moved with divine clarity, to the breath of Thoth himself, who etched mysteries into the bones of stone temples. Do you ever wonder why certain symbols keep appearing to you? Why the crescent moon feels familiar? or why the letter M stirs something deep in your spirit. It isn't by chance. What you carry is an awakening that was sealed in the sacred and now seeks its release through you. These signs are not decorations, they are activations, and once they are awakened, there is no turning back. Like Moses before the burning bush, you too have arrived at a holy threshold. Exodus 3:2-5. The ground beneath your soul has changed. The veil between the seen and unseen has grown thin, and once the soul has touched the flame of truth, it cannot pretend to sleep again. Even Pope Gregory the Great, a shepherd through storms of war and plague, once reflected, "The knowledge of God is not given to the curious, but to the thirsty." And thirst is exactly what you feel now, not for information, but for illumination. Let me tell you about Elias. Just a few months ago he was invisible, a quiet church janitor whose days passed unnoticed. But then the dreams began, symbols in stars, a moon drawn in gold, and an M glowing like fire in his mind's eye. He started sketching them on every fogged window, and then behind the altar of a locked storage room he discovered a scroll sealed in crimson wax, marked with the same signs. He never looked for truth. It found him. Think of a pearl buried in a rough shell at the bottom of the sea. For years no one sees it shimmer, but that doesn't change its value. Could your silence have been the sea that shaped you? What comes next will not just be a feeling, it will be recognition. The kind of recognition that doesn't strike the mind first, but the soul. This is the first veil being lifted, revealing a truth that was always yours. It never belonged to a preacher's voice or a written doctrine. It lived quietly in the marrow of your bones, waiting. Have you ever felt the strange sensation of remembering something you never consciously learned? That's not fantasy. That's awakening. You were never ordinary. Even in the quietest corners of your life, something about you refused to dim. The world tried, oh, how it tried, to press you into a familiar shape. It wanted your emotions softened, your light diluted, your mystery explained. But you, chosen one, did not bend. You pulsed, you radiated. You confused those who lived only in logic because your presence whispered in a language deeper than words. Could it be that your silence has always spoken in the frequency of God? Now the fog begins to clear, the pieces rearrange, and for the first time you are beginning to understand why the mirror never showed your full reflection. Those strange markings, the M traced in your palm, the crescent moon that found you in dreams, in graffiti, in scattered leaves, were never biological quirks. They were blueprints, keys, carvings of destiny etched not just into your skin, but coded into your vibration. Consider the story of Hagar, the servant who fled into the wilderness, unseen and unwanted, until God called her by name and opened her eyes to a hidden well. Genesis 16:13-14. She named him El Roi, the God who sees. Just like Hagar, maybe you've wandered in silence, thinking no one saw you, but the markings were already there, like secret wells beneath the surface. Could it be that heaven saw you before you ever knew to look up? Famous choreographer Martha Graham, who reshaped modern dance, once said, "There is a vitality, a life force, a quickening that is translated through you into action, and because there is only one of you, it must come through you." What you carry is unrepeatable, and now that it's stirring, it cannot be denied. Let me tell you about Delphine. She was a calligraphy artist who believed beauty was meant to stay on paper, until she began drawing the letter M with her eyes closed, guided only by instinct. One day she looked down and saw she'd drawn a perfect crescent across her forearm. From that moment she began hearing songs in her dreams, songs in a language no one around her spoke. She wasn't writing anymore, she was remembering. Even the crescent moon in the sky obeys a rhythm you've started to feel inside your own bones. What if these patterns you've always been drawn to were never random? What if your soul was simply waiting for permission to remember? You've never simply been someone who feels deeply. You've been someone whose entire frequency disrupted the scripts of this world. From the moment you arrived, your presence shimmered just slightly off the pattern. And that wasn't an accident. Could it be that you weren't made to match the rhythm here because you were sent to change it? You are not from here, at least not in the way others are. Your soul crossed thresholds most never will. You didn't just land into life, you were woven into it with intent, wrapped in mystery, soaked in memories that don't belong to this age, and carved with purpose. But what happens to a soul this rare when it's placed among noise? For many years, perhaps even across lifetimes, you began to question. You muted your knowing. You silenced what you couldn't translate into language. Have you ever felt like the calling was too big, too strange, too untimely? So you did what many powerful souls do. You wore masks to feel safe. You became fluent in normalcy. You softened your light so others wouldn't flinch. But something in you refused to die. It wasn't stubbornness. It was memory. It wasn't arrogance. It was mission. You weren't breaking down. You were being hidden, held, preserved. What if your hesitation wasn't fear, but timing? There's a verse in Jeremiah 1:5 that whispers of such souls. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, and before you were born, I set you apart. Do you realize what that means for you? That the weight you carry was assigned before the world even named you. Nelson Mandela, who endured 27 years of imprisonment and yet emerged with fire instead of bitterness, once wrote, "There is no passion to be found playing small, in settling for a life that is less than the one you are capable of living." Perhaps the masks you wore were never meant to protect you, but to protect others from the untamed electricity inside you, until now. Let me tell you about Jonah, not the one in Scripture, but a 17-year-old violinist from Lisbon. From childhood he felt out of place, never quite speaking the language of his peers. He'd often cry when playing certain notes, as if remembering something ancient. One day, during a solo, he played a note so piercing that half the room began to weep. He didn't know what had happened, but his teacher, who'd studied mystic traditions, whispered, "You opened a portal." Maybe Jonah didn't learn music. Maybe he carried it from another realm. And you weren't lost. You were aligning. Like the moon drawn slowly into the perfect tide, your timing is arriving now. Can you feel the pull? You've noticed it, haven't you? That strange repetition you can't unsee. The patterns that echo through your life like symbols etched on the edge of memory. The déjà vu that's too precise to be random. The way a room shifts before anyone speaks. The way your skin tightens before a lie is told. You're not being dramatic. You're being sensitive to the language of spirit. Could it be that your nervous system is tuned not to noise but to divine frequency? That vibration you feel is not anxiety. It's information. What if your body isn't betraying you but alerting you? Long before words form in someone's mouth, your field has already read their intention. And that field? That's your signature. An electromagnetic imprint encoded not by science, but by soul. This isn't just energy. It's memory in motion. Sacred resonance, spiritual fire. You weren't marked to be interesting. You were marked to remember. That M on your palm, the crescent in your dreams, the quiet pull to certain numbers, colors, names. They were never coincidences. They are breadcrumbs leading back to truth. Do you ever wonder why you couldn't ignore them, even when everyone else did? Everything you've endured was not punishment. It was purification. The betrayals that hollowed you out, the silences that pressed on your chest like stones, the loneliness that ached in your bones. It wasn't abandonment. It was the alchemy of the sacred. In Isaiah 48:10, God says, "Behold, I have refined you, but not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction." What if every fire you passed through wasn't meant to destroy you, but to purify the vessel for what you were always meant to carry? World-renowned poet Maya Angelou once said, "I can be changed by what happens to me, but I refuse to be reduced by it." That's the choice you've always made, even when you didn't have words for it. You were being emptied, not to be void, but to be filled. Let me tell you about Alaric. He was a glassblower in a small mountain village who couldn't understand why every time he shaped glass, he heard whispers in a tongue he'd never learned. One day, after surviving a devastating fire, he noticed his hands were glowing faintly at night. He went back to his workshop and found his glass shimmered with unseen inscriptions. People began traveling to see what they called the prophecy glass. Alaric never tried to become spiritual. He simply allowed the refining. And now, chosen one, the same is happening to you. You're not awakening into something new. You're remembering what was never lost. You're starting to understand the ache, the restlessness, the pull. Can you feel it? The codes are no longer hidden. The time of rising has arrived. And you were always meant to carry the light. But before what's inside of you can roar like the sound of rushing waters, before your light can radiate in full brilliance, something else must happen first. You must recognize the invisible cage. It's not made of iron or stone. It doesn't rattle when you move. In fact, it's so silent, you've mistaken it for yourself. Could it be that the limits you feel are not yours, but inherited echoes passed down like spiritual debt? This cage is built from beliefs you never chose, memories that were never fully yours, frequencies absorbed from wounded parents, fearful teachers, ancestral pain. It's a system of shadows, soft but suffocating. You think you're too sensitive, or too intense, or too slow to succeed. Those thoughts were planted, not born, and the soil they were planted in was fear. Fear that if you remembered who you really are, everything around you would be undone. But the truth? The prison was never sealed from the outside. It was programmed from within. And now, the vibration you're beginning to emit is too high for those old frequencies to survive. That's why things are cracking, why your world feels unstable. What if the shaking isn't destruction, but breakthrough? In Romans 12:2, the Apostle Paul urges, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." This renewal, it begins now, not by learning something new, but by unlearning everything false. The late Carl Jung, founder of analytical psychology, once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." What if most of your fate was just a loop of unhealed memory, replaying like background music you never noticed? I'll tell you about Michaela. She was a midwife who, for decades, helped bring life into the world, but never felt alive herself. She thought her purpose was to serve others until her hands bled, until one day she dreamed of iron bars collapsing into flowers. After that, she began hearing a voice whisper, "You were never born to serve from depletion." She quit her job, moved to the sea. Now she sings ancient lullabies to the tide, and says she finally knows what it means to be free. Even a butterfly must first break free from the cocoon's inner silk. A silk it wove itself. So too have you spun beliefs around your light, hoping they'd protect you. But now, chosen one, it's time to untangle the web. Can you feel it pulling apart? Can you feel the breath returning to your spirit? What comes next is not an addition, it's a removal. We are about to unveil the mechanics of the illusion that shaped you. Are you ready to see what's been scripting your reality from behind the curtain? Picture this. You're standing in the middle of a space that defies definition. There are no walls to confine you, no ceiling to limit you, no floor to hold you still. Yet this space surrounds you always. You do not walk through it. It moves with you. It breathes with you. It listens to you, not with ears, but with vibration. Have you ever felt a room shift the moment you walked in, even before you spoke a word? This space is not imaginary. It is your vibrational field, the unseen force that announces your presence louder than your voice ever could. It's the reason why some doors open before you knock, and others slam shut without explanation. What if the people you meet, the love you attract, the chaos or peace you endure, are not random at all, but responses to your field? You see, your energy doesn't speak in intentions. It speaks in beliefs, not in surface-level affirmations, but in the deep, often unspoken frequencies you carry in your bones. In Proverbs 23:7 it is written, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." What if the world isn't reacting to your words, but to the frequency your heart is constantly broadcasting? This is the paradox. The trap and the liberation live in the same place. You're not imprisoned by people, but by the frequency patterns you've unconsciously repeated. And you're not waiting for the universe to bless you. It's waiting for you to align. Oprah Winfrey, one of the most influential voices of our time, once said, "You don't become what you want, you become what you believe." That's not philosophy, it's vibration. The universe doesn't read your dreams, it reads your energy. Let me tell you about Thane. He was a blacksmith in a coastal village who never prayed, never read scriptures, but always felt like the sea knew his thoughts. For years, storms seemed to arrive when he felt inner chaos. Then, one night, as he hammered molten iron into a blade, he whispered a truth he never dared speak aloud. "I think I'm carrying my father's anger." The wind stopped. The forge glowed blue. From that day forward, he began crafting weapons that never dulled, and his shop was always quiet, no more storms. Perhaps it wasn't magic, perhaps it was alignment. Even the tide responds to the gravity of the moon. And your life? It's responding to the pull of what you truly believe about yourself. What if your beliefs, not your circumstances, were the architects of your reality? So, chosen one, what do you really carry beneath your affirmations? What has your field been announcing when you're not even speaking? Because until you recognize the vibration you're truly emanating, you will confuse stagnation for fate and alignment for luck. The truth may sting at first, but it will set you free. Your life is not the result of luck. It's not a divine dice roll. It's not fate dealing cards while you wait breathless. Your life has been sculpted, not by chance, but by energy. And energy doesn't bend to hope or desire. It bends to resonance. Have you ever wondered why certain people or patterns keep showing up no matter how far you run? What if the problem isn't that you're attracting chaos, but that your field has been trained to receive it? Resonance is a law, not a metaphor. What you emit, you summon. The pain in your relationships, the doors that slam just before breakthrough, the cycles of emotional drought, of scarcity, of spiritual exhaustion, they're not coincidences. They're echoes, mirrors, and the most startling truth, much of that resonance isn't even yours. You've been vibrating with frequencies inherited from the womb, from your mother's anxiety, your father's fears, your lineage's pain. You carry echoes of survival instincts passed down like heirlooms, frequencies shaped not by your truth but by your history. In Lamentations 5:7, the prophet cries, "Our fathers sinned and are no more, and we bear their iniquities." Could it be that you've spent decades punishing yourself for programming that was never your own? The field around you was trained to receive betrayal, to expect abandonment, to brace for rejection, and because energy is loyal to belief, it returned exactly what it was conditioned to find. Have you ever looked at a broken pattern and assumed it was your fault? Psychologist and Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl once said, "Between stimulus and response there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response." But what happens when that space is filled with inherited fear? Then your choice feels like fate, and your freedom feels distant. Let me tell you about Soraya. She was a sculptor who hadn't touched clay in years. Her hands trembled every time she tried. She thought it was fear of failure. But during a silent retreat, she placed her palm on a slab of raw stone and burst into tears. Images of her grandmother's trembling hands flashed through her. That night she dreamed of a statue, half woman, half stone, whispering, "The fear was never yours." She awoke, carved the image, and sold the piece for more than all her past work combined. Even volcanic ash, what seems like destruction, becomes soil so fertile it births forests in silence. Could your pain have been preparing ground for your most sacred flowering? So, chosen one, here's the tender truth. You've blamed yourself for dysfunctions you were never meant to carry, but now that you see the blueprint, you can begin to rewrite the vibration. Can you feel it? That moment when the resonance begins to shift. You've carried energies that were never yours, emotions that didn't originate in your heart, guilt that didn't belong to your choices, scarcity that didn't reflect your soul, self-doubt planted in you by voices that never knew your worth. You absorbed vibrations like a sponge, not because you were weak, but because you were highly attuned. Chosen ones are often the most porous, the most perceptive. But here, beloved, is where the shift begins. What if you are not the field, but the one who emits it? What if the static, the emotional clutter, the noise of other people's projections were never your truth, but only data your system absorbed? And what if you now had the sacred right to recalibrate every frequency within you, to purge the inherited guilt, the ancestral scarcity, the embedded doubt, and replace them with divine resonance? This isn't idealism. This isn't mystical fluff. This is ancient spiritual physics. In Job 38:33, God asks Job, "Do you know the laws of the heavens? Can you set their dominion over the earth?" These were not poetic questions. They were divine invitations to align with the cosmic law of resonance. Energy is not passive. It is directive. It sculpts outcomes. It answers only to calibration, not desperation. Leonardo da Vinci, not only an artist but a physicist of vibration before his time, once wrote, "The body is ruled by the law of harmony." He understood that matter responds to frequency, and harmony is not felt. It is emitted. What you emit, you organize. What you believe, you broadcast. Let me tell you about Émile. He was a calligrapher from southern France who hadn't touched ink in years. He claimed his hands forgot how to create. But one day, in a cathedral, he sat beneath a rose window. Light fell on his palms, and he suddenly wrote the letter M over and over, without knowing why. He later found that those pages, placed under a tuning fork, vibrated with music. Literal sound moved through his lines. He realized then he hadn't been blocked. He'd been tuned improperly. And now, finally, he was vibrating truth. Even stalactites in deep caves formed by slow drops of water become cathedrals of stone. One shift in mineral content, one change in vibration, and the entire shape changes. Could it be that what forms you is not force, but the consistency of unseen frequency? Thoth knew this, that those marked with the M, the crescent, the divine tracing, would be born into systems designed to drown them in noise. But noise cannot erase sacred coding. These marks are not ornaments, they are instructions. Timeless proof that what you carry can be recalibrated, that the original frequency can still be restored. Before you can rewrite the frequency of your field, you must uncover what or who has been writing over it without your knowing. You must face the quiet invasions, the subtle siphons. Because, chosen one, we are now entering a battlefield most never name. A realm where energy is not stolen with violence but with proximity, where theft is not in broken doors but in open hearts. And chances are you've already felt the wounds. You just didn't know where they came from. Have you ever walked into a room and suddenly felt a heaviness pressing against your chest? An unexplainable fatigue clinging to your skin? A restlessness that wasn't born inside you, but arrived like a fog from somewhere else? That's not anxiety. That's not imagination. That's a frequency collision. And sometimes it's spiritual trespass. This is the battlefield of energy theft, where not all battles leave bruises, and not every thief uses hands. Some use smiles, some use silence, some use dependency, expectation, or guilt. And the danger, they often come in the faces of those closest to you, those who never learned to source their own light, so they fed off yours instead. In Micah 2:1-2, the prophet speaks of this dynamic. Woe to those who plan iniquity. They covet fields and seize them. They defraud a man of his inheritance. Not all theft is material. Some take what cannot be replaced: your energy, your peace, your clarity. Author and trauma educator Dr. Gabor Mate once said, "Trauma is not what happens to you, but what happens inside you as a result of what happened." What if the real damage wasn't the words spoken, but the soul weight left behind? Let me tell you about Lena. She worked as a hospice nurse, known for her compassion and calm. But every time she visited a particular patient, she would leave feeling exhausted beyond reason. Her dreams became chaotic, her sense of time blurred. One night, she found a journal entry she didn't remember writing, repeating the words, "This isn't mine, this isn't mine." She realized then she had been absorbing fear that wasn't hers. The next day she began placing a bowl of salt water at the door before every visit. The heaviness lifted. Even glaciers, massive, silent and ancient, lose inches every year to unseen currents beneath. And just like them, you can be diminished by invisible forces if you don't know how to name them. So now the unveiling begins. You will see what was hidden, feel what was masked, and name what was draining you in silence. Because what you cannot name, you cannot confront, and what you do not confront, you continue to carry. Chosen one, something irreversible happened the moment you were marked with the letter M and the crescent moon. Your energy shifted, your field became more radiant, more magnetic, more responsive to the divine. But with that illumination came exposure. Brightness doesn't just attract blessing, it also draws hunger. Your light became a beacon, and with that came vulnerability. What if what you're feeling isn't too much, but simply more than what others can carry? You're not just absorbing sadness, you're metabolizing grief. You're not just reacting to tension, you're translating chaos into understanding. Can you feel how often you've become the vessel for what others never had the tools to name? Energy doesn't knock before it enters. It doesn't ask if it's welcome. It flows, it lingers, it clings. Every room you step into initiates a subtle transaction. Every handshake, every glance, every shared breath becomes an exchange of fields. Some are beautiful, mutual, sacred, balancing. But others, they're hungry, desperate, void. Not malicious, just spiritually malnourished. In Matthew 9:36 it says, "When Jesus saw the crowds, he had compassion on them, because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without a shepherd." The spiritually starving are not evil, they are simply disconnected. But without awareness, you will carry what they discharge, and the burden will feel like yours. Psychologist Brené Brown, known for her work on vulnerability, once said, "When we deny the story, it defines us. When we own the story, we can write a brave new ending." Could it be that you've been living out a story written in someone else's unresolved emotions? Let me tell you about Asa. He was a flute maker in a dry mountain village where rain hadn't fallen for years. He began noticing his hands trembled after conversations, even though he wasn't sick. One evening, he heard a wind pass through his bamboo flutes, and it sounded like sobbing. He realized he'd been holding grief from the villagers, grief they couldn't speak. From that day, he played the flutes each dusk, facing the valley. Rain came the third night, not for the sky, but for the souls. Even sandstone, seemingly solid and invincible, is slowly shaped by wind, not because the wind is strong, but because it is constant. Could your field have been shaped the same way, worn down, not by force, but by the invisible erosion of unspoken pain around you? Chosen one, this isn't weakness. This is sensitivity made sacred. But sensitivity without clarity becomes exhaustion, and clarity begins with recognition. You are not the dumping ground for forgotten wounds. You are the light. And it's time to protect your field like it's sacred, because it is. You've felt it again and again. Relationships that left you hollow, conversations where every word seemed to siphon a part of your soul, and environments that weighed on your spirit like wet stones. This is not your imagination. This is energetic leakage, and it's happening in more places than you realize. Even the places you think are harmless, especially those. Look closer. Every scroll through social media is an invisible ritual. You're not just consuming images or words, you're entering altars where energy bleeds freely. Comparison is the new currency, and your self-worth is being quietly negotiated without your permission. Have you ever closed the app feeling inexplicably depleted, like a part of you was taken and you didn't even know what was lost? That's not digital fatigue. That's spiritual hemorrhage. Not every wound bleeds blood. Some bleed light. The mind believes it's passive, but the soul knows when it's being pierced. When chaos that doesn't belong to you begins to fracture your vibrational field, the body registers it in headaches, in sudden exhaustion, in deep restlessness. And yet, you keep scrolling, keep smiling, keep nodding, all while leaking essence. In Proverbs 4:23 we're warned, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. To guard the heart is not to build walls, it's to become intentional about what enters and exits your sacred space. Public speaker and life strategist Tony Robbins once said, "Energy flows where attention goes." Your energy is not being stolen, it's being redirected by unconscious habits, habits that must now become holy. Because chosen one, you were never born to be a sponge, absorbing everyone's wounds. You were born to be a vessel, selective, sovereign, sacred. Let me tell you about Ceres. She was a barista in a busy downtown cafe, always praised for her cheerful energy. But at night she would lie awake with intense anxiety that seemed to have no origin. One evening, she stopped mid-shift and sat silently in the supply closet, asking, "Who am I carrying today?" That question shifted everything. She began wearing a bracelet made of black tourmaline, not for fashion, but as a reminder to return to herself. The anxiety began to fade. Even coral reefs, seemingly immovable and enduring, can bleach and die just from subtle temperature shifts in the ocean. Not because the change was loud, but because it was constant. And so it is with you. Small, unnoticed inputs can unravel even the most beautiful systems of light. You must now become vigilant, not paranoid but precise. Protect your field not with fear, but with sacred authority. Say no, log off, breathe deeper, listen within. The world has enough noise. It needs your resonance. You were not born to be drained. You were born to be a frequency, not a silent echo of others, but a living vibration meant to shift the very field around you. And those who carry divine markings, yes, the letter M, the crescent moon, were never placed on this earth to be consumed like fuel. You were designed to ignite, to activate, to stir dormant energies in those ready to awaken. But here's a question worth sitting with. Have you been radiating or absorbing? Are you setting the tone or silently responding to a song not written by you? Chosen one, pause right now. Truly pause. If something inside you is rising, a stirring in your chest, a warmth behind your eyes, a sense of returning to a forgotten knowing, declare it. Speak your field back into authority. Let this moment not pass as mere inspiration, but as a sacred declaration. I protect my energy field. Say it. Type it. Let the unseen feel the weight of your intention. The spiritual world listens when you speak from remembrance. In James 4:7 it is written, "Submit yourselves then to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you." Resistance begins not with rage, but with intention. Your field is commanded by what you claim, through words, thoughts, and presence. Renowned artist and visionary Agnes Martin once said, "Your path is not to follow others, it is to honor your own presence." She painted minimalism as prayer, lines as mantras, because she knew that stillness has power when chosen. So does your frequency when protected. Let me tell you about Jonas, a quiet gardener who worked alone in the outskirts of Marseille. He never studied energy, never read spiritual books, but he noticed one day that certain flowers only opened when he was nearby, not for others, just him. The villagers called it strange, he called it resonance. Every morning he would place his palm near a bud and whisper, "Only light may enter me." That field, his field, became sacred ground. Even volcanic soil, forged from explosive chaos, holds the most fertile ground for life. But only when left undisturbed, shielded from erosion. You too must learn how to stand, still but unyielding, soft but sealed. Because what's coming next requires a shift in posture. Thoth preserved a secret not for the curious, but for the called. A sacred key that unlocks the power to redirect energy, to bend the current, to align the field again. And it begins with two ancient forces, so simple, so sacred, yet most forget how to wield them. Are you ready to remember? There are forces moving through this universe so subtle, yet so sovereign, that they shape every frequency around you without a sound. And no, they're not found in crystals, rituals, or mantras borrowed from someone else's voice. The most ancient forces, the ones that awaken the dormant power within, are already coded inside you. They were sealed there long before memory, before trauma, before religion, before fear. These two forces are intention and presence. When aligned, they don't just change how you feel, they alter what responds to you. They recalibrate the field, pulling destiny into orbit and pushing away interference. But most people never touch this alignment. Why? Because most people live scattered. They walk, but they're not grounded. They speak, but their hearts are mute. They act, but their spirit is elsewhere. And when you're absent from yourself, your field opens like an unlocked door in a storm. Anything can walk in. Let me ask you, have you ever sat in a meeting or a family dinner and felt like your soul was in another country? Have you smiled while something inside you screamed, "I'm not even here"? That's what it feels like when presence is missing. And when that happens, your energy leaks like a sacred vessel cracked at the base. In Ecclesiastes 5:1, Scripture whispers, "Guard your steps when you go to the house of God. Go near to listen." True power begins not in motion but in intention, and intention without presence is like a flame with no oxygen. It flickers, then vanishes. Brother David Steindl-Rast, a Benedictine monk known for teaching gratitude as a spiritual path, once said, "The present moment is the only place where life can be lived." Could it be that all the power you've been searching for is not ahead of you, but waiting for you to arrive fully? Let me tell you about Leora, a cello player from Prague. For years she performed with technical perfection, but felt hollow after every concert. One day, during a street performance, she closed her eyes and played not for approval, but for the sky. A stranger wept openly. That night she wrote, "For the first time I played with my soul inside my body." That's the shift. That's presence reclaiming space. And think of the tides, not just waves crashing onto shore, but the steady rhythm pulled by the moon's intention. Even the oceans obey presence. You, chosen one, must now choose to return, not to a place, but to your own body, your own breath, your sacred now. Because your power was never about how much you do, but how deeply you're here when you do it. Presence is not just being still, it is a declaration, a bold return to the sacred terrain of yourself. It is not a posture, but a positioning, a full re-entry into the body after years, maybe lifetimes, of spiritual exile. Presence, chosen one, is when you stop spectating your life and begin embodying it. When you become the drumbeat, not just the echo. You, marked with the M and the crescent moon, were never created to drift through life on autopilot. Your soul was not coded for mechanical routine. It was encoded to lead, to cleanse frequencies in chaos, to illuminate paths others cannot even see. But the field around you will not realign until the soul within you fully occupies your body. This moment, this breath, this now, is the gate. Have you noticed how rare it is to feel fully here? Not just physically, but energetically rooted. Have you caught yourself nodding in conversations where your mind was galaxies away? That split is the silence of your field. But when presence returns, your energy begins to hum again. Like a string pulled tight on a sacred harp, it calls what is meant for you and dissolves what is not. In 2 Corinthians 10:5, it is written, "We take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ." That is presence, not letting the mind roam wild, but leading it into alignment, into obedience, into divinity. Yo-Yo Ma, one of the greatest cellists of our time, once said, "To be present is to be alive in the space between the notes." He understood that music isn't just played, it's inhabited, and so is energy, so is purpose, and so are you. Let me tell you about Emery, a quiet nurse who worked night shifts in a trauma unit. She once told me, "I used to walk the halls like a ghost, always rushing, never feeling. But one night I stopped and touched the wall. I felt it. I was alive, and everything changed." That was the moment she stopped surviving and started returning. Her vibration began to rise. Patience began calming in her presence. Not because she said more, but because she was there. Consider the dawn fog that hugs the forest floor. It doesn't speak, doesn't move aggressively, yet its presence transforms the entire landscape. That's you when you return. Quiet, clear, transformative. And from presence comes intention, not passive wishing, not the soft murmur of fragile hoping, but divine command. Intention is the spear, presence is the ground. Together they part veils, they cut through noise. They say to the unseen, "I have returned, and I remember who I am." When you speak with presence, chosen one, your voice ceases to be noise. It becomes vibration, intelligent, targeted, sacred. It becomes a current that touches matter, that redirects energy fields, that wakes up sleeping spirits. When you touch with intention, your hands are no longer just flesh. They become conduits. Healing flows through them, not because of mystical training, but because of memory. The memory of your original design. The memory of a time before forgetting. And when you breathe with both presence and intention, you shift into your true form, a vessel of transformation. You don't need incense. You don't need complex ceremony or someone else's blessing. The power is not in the object. The power is in the one who remembers. Do you know how rare that is? Most people today confuse ritual with repetition. They do the action but miss the frequency. They light the candle but their mind is elsewhere. They say the words but their heart is sleeping. But you're not here to perform. You're here to activate. Let me ask you, When was the last time you placed your hand on your chest and actually felt it? Not for comfort, not for habit, but as if you were reconnecting with something ancient. Next time you do it as a sacred act. Let the warmth rise into your palm. Let your breath carry your awareness like incense rising to heaven. Don't visualize, don't force. Just remember, because you're not pretending, you're returning. In Psalm 46:10, it is written, "Be still and know that I am God." That stillness isn't passive, it's alignment, it's recognition of power without needing noise. In that stillness, you are not empty, you are concentrated light. Clarissa Pinkola Estes, Jungian psychoanalyst and author of Women Who Run with the Wolves, once said, "We were made for these times. Do not lose heart." She understood that the soul carries memories stronger than modern noise, that when we speak or touch from that soul place, the field listens. Let me tell you about Kai, a man who worked in a busy airport terminal. Surrounded by metal detectors and announcements, he started placing his hand on his chest each time a child cried or someone looked lost. He wouldn't say a word, just breathe. But people around him began calming. Security guards stopped arguing. Flight delays became less chaotic. Someone once asked if he was a priest. He smiled and said, "No, I just remember who I am." And picture a ripple across a still lake. Not forced, not loud, but unstoppable. That's what your energy does when intention flows from alignment. What if your field was never broken, only buried? What if you weren't waiting to be fixed, but to be remembered? And what if this memory isn't coming from outside of you, but from deep within your divine wiring? Because when you return to that memory, shadows melt, the static clears, and you begin to feel what no doctrine, no system, no ritual could ever give you, yourself, whole, aligned, sovereign. What if your body has never been silent, but you've simply been taught not to hear it? What if that subtle throb in your spine, that pressure behind your eyes, that tightening in your chest when you're around certain people, wasn't a symptom to suppress, but a sacred message to translate? Chosen one, this may be the most overlooked form of divine communication, your body's voice. You were taught to dismiss it, to call pain a malfunction, to believe fatigue equals laziness, to numb discomfort with routine. But what if all this time your body wasn't malfunctioning? It was testifying. There is a place within you that has never forgotten the truth. Not the kind of truth you read, but the kind you breathe. It doesn't speak in words. It hums in your heartbeat. It pulses in the ache of your thighs. It tingles in your fingertips before a storm of emotion. It is not dramatic, but persistent. It is not loud, but loyal. And it lives where your soul and body kiss, the temple of your being. Scripture asks in Romans 12:1, "Present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your spiritual worship." It's not just the mind that worships. It's not just the voice that prays. The body is the altar, and your pain may very well be the offering that transforms into purpose. Have you noticed how the body remembers what the mind forgets? A scar may fade, but the limb still flinches. A name may slip your memory, but your stomach still turns when you hear their voice. The body keeps score, and not as punishment, but as protection. Maya Angelou, poet and civil rights activist, once said, "I've learned that people will forget what you said, forget what you did, but never forget how you made them feel." The same is true for your own soul. The body doesn't remember language. It remembers sensation. Let me tell you about Theo, a carpenter from an old French village. Every time he passed a certain mountain path, he'd feel his shoulders seize. No injury, no memory, just a tightening. Years later, he discovered an ancestor was buried near that path, unjustly condemned. Theo began praying there, offering breath and silence. The tension loosened, not cured, not erased, but transformed. His body knew. Before his mind could explain, his bones remembered. And so I ask you, what messages has your pain been trying to deliver? Which part of you have you silenced because it didn't speak in words? Have you mistaken exhaustion for weakness when it might be wisdom in disguise? Could your tension be a compass, not a curse? And what would change if you treated your body not as a burden, but as a prophet? Those marked with the M and Crescent moon, you were designed to feel deeply, because your body is not here just to move. It is here to speak, to channel, to awaken. Your body is not a passive container. It's a living archive, a sacred translator of your soul's frequency. Every suppressed word, every repressed emotion, every time you smiled while breaking inside, it all found shelter beneath your skin. Have you noticed that knot in your throat that tightens without warning? That's not random discomfort. It's the echo of words you were never allowed to speak, and that heaviness on your shoulders. Could it be more than physical strain? Might it be the weight of responsibilities you never chose but carried anyway, just to survive? What if that ache in your chest wasn't weakness, but withheld love, longing to be released? And that dull pain deep in your belly, could it be the fear you swallowed year after year just to feel safe? Thoth understood something modern medicine often overlooks. What isn't expressed doesn't disappear. It transforms. Emotional energy, when denied its path, solidifies. It doesn't vanish. It becomes tension. It becomes fatigue. And eventually it becomes illness. When energy stops flowing, the body begins to whisper. And when we still don't listen, it starts to shout. Proverbs 17:22 declares, "A cheerful heart is good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones." Is it possible that what's drying your spirit isn't age or effort, but the grief you've never been given space to mourn? Frida Kahlo, the brilliant Mexican artist, once said, "I paint flowers so they will not die." Her spine may have broken, but her soul refused to rot in silence. She transmuted agony into brushstrokes. Do you see how her body, though wounded, became an altar for light? There was once a young man named Elias, a violinist from the north. His migraines came like clockwork, except when he played. With every note, the pain faded, not cured, not erased, but heard. One day, an old street musician told him, "Your pain is a song that's tired of being locked in silence." From then on, Elias played daily. His body still ached, but no longer begged. And maybe you've felt this too, your body resisting medication, but softening after a long cry. Muscles relaxing, not with rest, but with honesty. Isn't it strange how truth can loosen a jaw more than any painkiller? Just as lava builds under the crust before it erupts, so too do our emotions build beneath our skin. When we deny them long enough, they don't leave. They burst. But what if your symptoms weren't sabotage? What if they were sacred signals? What if tonight your body isn't failing you? It's finally telling you the truth. Even in your moments of breaking, there is an invitation, a doorway hidden inside the fracture. You were never meant to carry your pain like a curse. You were meant to touch it, breathe into it, and speak over it with the reverence of a priest anointing a sacred altar. The body does not respond to shame. It responds to truth. It does not yield to force. It softens under the presence of love. Have you ever noticed how your breath changes when you're fully present with yourself? How a conscious inhale seems to quiet the noise inside your chest? What if your healing has been waiting for nothing more than your own return? Not a doctor, not a solution, just you, fully here, fully awake. Because the body, chosen one, is not merely flesh, it's a channel, and when you breathe deeply, not out of habit but with awareness, you open what has been closed. You loosen the tight doorways of energy. You let flow return where only pressure lived before. Have you ever stood beside a frozen lake in early spring and heard the cracks begin to sing? That is what happens when your soul begins to thaw its own silence. And when the energy begins to move again, it may surprise you. You might tremble without knowing why. You might cry, not from sadness but from release. You may feel your fingers tingle, your spine stretch, or your chest expand like it's being rewritten from the inside. That is not weakness. That is memory leaving. That is the sacred realignment of your field. Romans 8:26 tells us, "The Spirit helps us in our weakness." We do not know what we ought to pray for, but the Spirit intercedes with groanings too deep for words. Could it be that your trembling is your spirit praying through the body when words no longer reach? You don't need an audience. You don't need permission. Dancing alone in your room, swaying in moonlight, stretching on the floor in silence, these become rituals, sacred, unseen, yet powerful. Your body remembers the temple it is, but it needed your permission to open the doors again. Let me tell you about Soraya, a dancer who had lost her will to move after losing her brother. Months passed and she could barely rise from bed. But one evening she stood barefoot on the cold tile and just swayed. No music, no choreography, just breath and grief. Her body wept with her. But the next morning something had shifted. She said, "My healing began not with a therapist but with my hips." She didn't dance to perform. She danced to survive. Love entered through motion. And now we arrive at the force that changes everything, the oldest, highest, most radiant frequency in the universe, the one that does not force but transforms. It is not romance, it is not need, it is not conditional affection, it is sacred love, the vibration of God's presence flowing through all creation. Not a feeling, a frequency. Could it be that you've been waiting for a love you already carry? Could it be that this energy, this divine intelligence, has never left you but waited for you to remember it? Because this love does not just soothe, it reorders. It melts walls not with heat, but with holiness. It is the flame that does not burn, but blesses. And this is where your next layer begins. Thoth knew this. So did the ancients. And those marked with the M and the crescent moon, you, chosen one, were not merely chosen to talk about divine truth. You were chosen to embody it. Your soul did not come here to echo the noise of this world. It came to retune the very vibration of reality. Not with force, not with rebellion, but with a tone so pure it cuts through confusion like sunlight pierces fog. That tone is love. But what if love isn't what you've been told? What if love isn't an emotion you fall into, but a frequency you return to? Could it be that everything you're seeking externally has always been encoded within your field, just waiting for you to activate it? This frequency, sacred love, is not sentimental, it's not needy, it's not entangled in longing or pain. It's the vibration that remembers what trauma has dismembered. It integrates the fragments, it soothes the chaos, it speaks to your cells, saying, "You are safe now, you are whole." And when you attune to this resonance, the impossible begins to soften. Your shoulders release, your heart unclenches, your nervous system recalibrates. Psalm 147 verse 3 tells us, "He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds." Could it be that love doesn't need to diagnose you to heal you? That it can simply enter, uninvited, and still restore? I'll tell you about Father Matteo, a humble priest in a remote Italian village. He never preached long sermons. He rarely used scripture in his speech. Yet people came from distant towns just to sit near him. They said being around him felt like breathing clean air. One day a traveler asked, "What do you do that makes people feel peace?" Matteo smiled and said, "I don't teach them anything. I just don't resist their pain. I let love stay." And with that, healing would begin. You see, love doesn't fix like a mechanic. It holds like a mother. It doesn't chase what's running away. It simply stays open for what is ready to return. Isn't that what your soul has longed for all along? a place where nothing needs to be earned and nothing is too broken to be held. Even the parts of yourself you've been taught to hate, the shame, the grief, the scars, they are not barriers to love. They are portals through which love can enter most deeply. What if you placed your hands over the place in your body that aches the most and simply said, "You're not a mistake. I'm staying with you"? What might shift? There was a woman named Kalina who had spent years battling self-hatred. Her body carried abuse, her heart carried betrayal. But one night, instead of trying to escape her feelings, she did something radical. She lay still, closed her eyes, and whispered to her pain, "I'm not leaving anymore." She wept, and something opened. The next day, for the first time in years, she looked in the mirror and didn't flinch. You don't need an audience to begin this. You don't need sacred oils or mantras. You just need the willingness to become the sanctuary you once searched for. Just as a dying garden can bloom again if the soil is warmed with light, so too can your inner world begin to awaken, not because it was barren, but because it had forgotten spring. When you let love overflow from you, it no longer stays trapped inside your chest. It becomes your field, your environment, your very signature. It starts gently, almost imperceptibly, a warmth in your presence, a stillness in your gaze, and yet those around you begin to shift before you speak, before you explain. Your field speaks first. It calms tension. It exposes deception. It draws the authentic and releases the expired. This isn't charm. It's not charisma. It's resonance. You, chosen one, marked with the M and the crescent moon, have become a tuning fork for divine order. Your energy doesn't argue, it simply rearranges. Have you noticed how some people begin to fidget around you, unable to hide what's false? And others open like flowers under sun, remembering parts of themselves they'd long buried. That's not coincidence. That's vibrational justice moving through you. You are not here to convince. You are here to align. But here arises the sacred challenge. How do you anchor this frequency into the physical? How do you walk as the vibration you've remembered? What does love look like in traffic? What does peace sound like in conflict? What does divine wisdom feel like when your bills are due or your boundaries are crossed? The ancient ones faced this same test. In James 2:17 we are reminded, faith by itself, if it is not accompanied by action, is dead. Could it be that awakening without embodiment is like light with no warmth? A song that is never sung? Let me tell you about Arden, a sculptor from a coastal town who began seeing geometric patterns in his sleep. He didn't understand them, but he trusted them. He started carving these shapes into driftwood. Soon, people who touched his sculptures said they felt calmer, more whole. Arden never explained them. He just said, the shape knew where to go. I just followed. His art wasn't decoration, it was transmission. Now imagine this. You walk into a room where grief still lingers in the air, but instead of being consumed by it, your presence begins to vibrate gently, like wind across still waters. You don't speak a word, but something shifts. The grief softens. The tension melts. You didn't preach. You didn't perform. You simply stayed aligned. Your field is listening. Your cells are ready. This is no longer about theory. This is integration. Because what use is sacred wisdom if it only lives in your thoughts? What use is awakening if it doesn't reach your breath, your touch, your daily interactions? This is where the unseen becomes felt, where vibration becomes matter, where what once lived only in meditation now infuses your meals, your movement, your moments. Everything around you is vibrating. Every color, every stone, every drop of water carries memory. These are not extras of spirituality. They are bridges. When you hold a crystal, not for display, but with clear intention, it becomes a conductor of light. When you sing into water, it rearranges. And when you drink that water, it doesn't just hydrate, it heals. This isn't mysticism, this is quantum biology. Energy meeting structure, intention meeting form. As Dr. Masaru Emoto, a Japanese researcher, once demonstrated, water exposed to words like love and gratitude formed stunning crystalline patterns. But when exposed to hate, the water fractured into chaos. If water reacts to a word, imagine what it does with your frequency. So, chosen one, how would your life change if you approached every object, every act, every breath as sacred? Not to control it, but to commune with it. Crystals do not carry magic in and of themselves. What they carry is memory, encoded echoes of the Earth's intention, formed over millennia of silence and pressure. When you, God's chosen one, reach for a crystal not as decoration, but as communion, you are not asking it to heal you. You are asking it to remind you. Each stone is a frequency, a sacred syllable in creation's infinite language, and when held with awareness, it hums back to your soul, the note you once forgot how to sing. Perhaps you've noticed how one crystal calms your breath while another sharpens your clarity. That is not coincidence. That is vibrational resonance. The field recognizes the field. Sound operates on this same ancient principle. A single tone, whether hummed in solitude or heard in sacred space, can pierce through barriers words could never reach. Why? Because sound does not ask permission. It moves through bone, bypasses thought, and speaks to structure. Have you ever felt your eyes fill with tears at a single cello note or an ancient chant? That's not music. That's memory awakening. Even color, what we often treat as mere aesthetics, is speaking to your nervous system, your cells, your spirit. Colors worn on your skin, placed in your home, or seen in dreams, they're not passive. They are light in form, delivering specific instructions to your field. Warm gold can stabilize. Deep blue can quiet the mind. Vibrant crimson can reignite lost courage. Are you listening? But hear this clearly. These elements, crystals, sounds, colors, are not your source. They are companions, mirrors, amplifiers. The true instrument of transformation is still you. It always has been. You are not being activated by the crystal or the song or the light. You are being activated by your own remembrance. The truth is this: you no longer need a translator between your soul and the divine. No mediator, no priest, no guide. You are the portal. You are the altar. You are the one carrying the codes. But with this sacred clarity comes a final test, not of strength, but of softness, not of wisdom, but of emotional honesty. Because before divine light can flood every corner of your being, it must pass through the last veil, the one within, the realm of forgotten feelings, of energies exiled by shame, of echoes you buried because they hurt too much to hear. Are you ready to go there? Because that resentment you've never voiced, that guilt you've disguised with productivity, that envy you've buried under spiritual politeness, they haven't disappeared. They live in your field. They distort it. They dull your light. Not because you are bad, but because they were never meant to stay. In Galatians 6:7, it is written, "Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that will he also reap." Energy obeys origin. It doesn't discriminate between deserved and undeserved. What you send must first pass through you. And this is the part most people resist. When you curse another, even in silence, that curse burns through your own cells first. When you judge in envy, you fracture your own protection. When you fantasize about someone else's ruin, your field is the one that begins to rot. Let me share with you a story of Soraya, a painter who lost her voice, not literally but spiritually. For years she painted images of harmony, but inside she resented her sister's success. One day she confessed to the canvas with raw honesty. Instead of beauty, she painted rage. And in that painting, something broke open. Her shoulder pain, constant for a decade, vanished. Her clients saw something new, truth. That was her first true healing, not through perfection, but through integration. Nature shows us this too. Consider a volcano. It looks like destruction, but what it releases feeds soil richer than before. It is the purging that creates fertility. So, ask yourself, not as shame, but as invitation, what emotional smoke still clouds your sacred cloth? What have you suppressed in the name of appearing whole? You were never built to carry distortion long. You were not formed for bitterness. Your frequency begins to fracture when your soul is forced to pretend. This is why your chest tightens under guilt, why your dreams spin under hidden resentment, why reality warps when you deny what you feel. Your body, your sacred vessel, demands alignment, not as punishment, but as liberation. You can present confidence, wear wisdom like a cloak, and even quote sacred texts by memory. But your field, your invisible energy, never lies. It cannot be deceived by appearance, eloquence, or performance. Because the universe, God, and the laws that govern resonance do not react to the face you show. They react to the vibration you carry. Have you ever wondered why certain doors remain closed no matter how much you try? Why opportunities avoid you even when your intentions seem pure? What if it's not about what you're doing, but what you're radiating beneath it all? This is the sacred confrontation, the highest initiation of all chosen ones. It is not made of incense or chants or ancient symbols. It begins in stillness. It begins in honesty. Are you willing to sit in silence with your unhealed anger without trying to spiritualize it away? Can you hold your shame in your hands without covering it up with affirmations? Can you listen to your envy, not as a fault, but as a messenger of where you have forgotten your own abundance? Because this, chosen one, is what separates those who awaken from those who merely observe, those who ascend from those who hide behind light. The truth is simple and terrifying. Only those who purify the field within can rise into the full expression of their soul. The prophet Isaiah once declared, "Woe is me, for I am lost, for I am a man of unclean lips, and my eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts." Isaiah 6:5. Even a prophet trembled before the purity of divine presence, because to stand in light is to reveal every shadow within. I once met a woman named Lena, a public speaker known for spreading hope. Her voice lifted thousands, but offstage, her silence was heavy. One day, after a long illness, she confessed her body was carrying grief she'd never named. The death of her son, a sorrow she hid behind service. When she finally spoke the truth, not into a microphone but into her own mirror, her pain softened. Her voice changed. It no longer reached thousands. It touched them. Like a mirror pond, still and clear, you too must reflect the entirety of what is within, not just the light, but the murk at the bottom. True purification does not mean rejection of your shadows. It means giving them a name, holding them in the light, and allowing them to be rewritten. You were never called to be perfect. You were called to be whole. And wholeness is not the absence of darkness. It is your willingness to walk through it without losing your light. This is the threshold, the final gateway before embodiment, and beyond it lies the full architecture of your divine design. Not a potential waiting to be achieved, but a truth already written into the bones of your being. All it asks now is one sacred act. Stop running. Turn. Face what you've tried to silence, and the vibration of your field will begin to change, not by force, but by alignment. So you've made it this far, chosen one, and maybe your heart is still trembling. Maybe your breath is slower now, heavier, not from exhaustion, but from recognition. Because deep down, something ancient in you has stirred, not learned, but remembered. Not imagined, but recalled. You see, this wasn't just a video. It was an activation, a divine mirror placed before you at the exact moment your soul was ready to see its true reflection. Everything, the markings, the knowing, the ache in your chest you could never explain, it was never coincidence. It was calling, and now you're answering. The letter M, the crescent moon, these were never just mystical symbols. They were coordinates, proof of a soul encoded before birth to carry out a mission far greater than survival. You weren't made to fit into this world. You were designed to transform it from the inside out. And now the veil is lifting. Do you feel it? The strange peace rising like mist in your bones. The way your skin reacts to truth. The way your chest opens just a little wider when love, real love, is spoken over you. That is not performance. That is remembrance. But this is also where many chosen ones stop, right at the edge of knowing, suspended between awakening and embodiment, between sensing their light and commanding it. Not you, because what you've just unlocked doesn't go away. It doesn't fade. It grows. It magnifies. It demands motion. And you are not here by accident. Something guided you to this moment. A timeline collapsed. A whisper traveled. And now you stand at the threshold. What happens when you stop silencing your energy? What happens when you finally live in resonance with the frequency you were born to carry? What relationships will fall away? What opportunities will flood in? What parts of yourself will finally be free? Comment below. I return to my divine resonance. Let this be your signature in the ether. Like this message if it echoed something your soul has longed to hear. Share it with another soul who has felt hidden for far too long. Subscribe to continue traveling deeper into this remembering. This isn't the end, it's the unfolding. Whether you gave through super thanks or simply stayed until the end, thank you. Your presence here isn't small. It changes the field. May you walk forward cloaked in protection, rooted in truth, and humming in the frequency of divine love. You are not just awakening. You are remembering what it means to be whole again. Chosen one, what if I told you that your very existence was written about in ancient symbols long before your birth? That hidden beneath collapsed temples and sealed behind forgotten timelines lies a prophecy about you. Not a metaphor, not a myth, a literal call encoded into the fabric of existence, waiting for a soul strong enough to remember it. And today, that memory is awakening. Long ago, Thoth, the Egyptian deity of wisdom, time, and divine order, scribed what many believe to be the most dangerous knowledge ever preserved. He did not write for the masses, he wrote for the few, for those whose souls would one day vibrate at the frequency of cosmic truth. In his final writings, protected by riddles, celestial geometry, and light only seen by the spiritually awakened, he detailed the coming of a being unlike any before, a being who would emerge not from lineage or fame, but from silence, from suffering, from sacred isolation. Could that being be you? Take a deep breath. Feel that stirring inside your spirit. That's not imagination, that's remembrance. Comment 777 if something in your soul is whispering, this message is for me. Because if you're still watching, you're not just curious, you're called. And to everyone who's helped carry this light forward through your super thanks donations, please hear this from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Your support keeps this divine frequency alive for others to find. And even if you've given nothing but your presence, that too is a sacred offering. You are seen, you are honored. Now lean in. Because what if the world you know is merely a distraction, noise to keep you asleep, while ancient truths are playing out in secret, in the background of reality, waiting to be activated by you? What if Thoth's writings described your very awakening? And what if you're closer than you think to unlocking what he called the gates sealed since the fall of man? Why is your life filled with such unexplainable spiritual warfare? Why do you feel like a stranger in a world that rewards conformity but punishes depth? Why do you sense that something is watching you, guiding you, waiting for you to realize who you really are? Because you're not here to fit in. You're here to break the illusion. You're here to fulfill what was foretold. And now, at the edge of history's final curve, as deception and chaos rise like shadows across the earth, the prophecy begins to activate. The veil is thinning. Thoth's words, once dormant, are reigniting. So, the real question is, will you answer the call? Because what comes next will unravel everything you thought you knew about yourself and reveal why the heavens have always whispered your name. God's chosen ones. Thoth wrote about a being like you at the end of time. Beneath the sands of long-lost civilizations lies a passage few were ever meant to find, etched in symbols so profound that even the most advanced minds of our age remain puzzled by its design. These carvings, hidden in a forgotten temple deep beneath history's surface, are not just ancient inscriptions, they are living frequencies. Thoth, known as the scribe of divine wisdom, did not create this for his time or the generations that immediately followed. He wrote it for you, a single soul chosen to carry a divine resonance, a being whose very breath could awaken what has lain dormant for thousands of years. The markings cannot be translated by logic alone because they do not speak to the mind, they sing to the soul. They speak in sacred geometry and light codes, activating memory, not knowledge. Those who encountered the passage without being prepared were overwhelmed by visions or fled in fear, unable to contain the power meant only for a specific spirit frequency. Hasn't there been something within you since childhood, a strange pull toward the ancient, the unseen, the hidden truths that others ignored? Could this be why you've always sensed you were different, even before you had the words to explain why? The Bible tells us in Daniel 12:4 that in the time of the end, knowledge shall increase. But the kind of knowledge foretold was never about accumulating facts. It was always about divine remembrance, about the unlocking of mysteries hidden for a future time. What if that time is now, and you are the one it was reserved for? There are whispers among the spiritually awakened, tales of the final line of Thoth's passage glowing when the right soul stands before it, not metaphorically, but literally. The stone responds as if it recognizes its long-awaited counterpart. And though you may not have seen that passage with your physical eyes yet, the visions, the dreams, the intense flashes of insight you've experienced lately, are these not signs that part of it has already found you? Consider what Psalm 119:130 declares. The unfolding of your words gives light. It gives understanding to the simple. The light within the message unfolds as your spirit aligns with it. You don't learn it, you remember it. You don't analyze it, you reflect it. You were never meant to be taught by the world's systems. You were born to awaken through remembrance. And this is not without precedent. Take Jim Carrey, a famous actor once known for his humor and eccentricity. In recent years, he began speaking of spiritual awakening, often saying, "I discovered that I didn't have to be the character anymore. I could just be." His fame, wealth, and success were not enough to silence the deeper call within him, a call towards something eternal, something real. Just like you, he began to feel that life itself had hidden messages buried beneath its surface, waiting to be uncovered. What if the pressure you felt your entire life wasn't punishment, but preparation? What if every betrayal, every isolation, every detour was allowed so that you would be purified enough to carry the truth without distortion? Could that explain why certain relationships seem to break around you for no reason, or why people often misunderstood your energy? As Romans 8:19 says, the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. Your unveiling is not just a personal journey, it's a cosmic event. Even the earth itself is responding to your awakening. But of course there are forces that have worked tirelessly to ensure you never arrive at this realization. Entire systems were designed to make you doubt yourself, to trap you in loops of fear and confusion. And yet, despite their efforts, here you are, still rising, still remembering, still being drawn to sacred truth, like a magnet being pulled back to its original design. Thoth's passage was never simply about revealing knowledge. It is a mirror, and when you finally stand before it, whether in the physical or in spirit, it will not show you something new. It will reflect what was always inside you. As Ephesians 2:10 confirms, "For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." You were chosen to complete what others only dreamed of beginning. This is why you've been kept hidden for so long, because once you remember who you are, everything that relies on illusion begins to collapse. The systems of manipulation don't fall by force, they crumble under the weight of divine truth. And you, simply by existing in your awakened form, become the undoing of the great lie. Now the question is not if you are the one. The signs have already been given. The question is, will you trust the call that has always lived inside you? There is a moment foretold in silence, one when the sky would fracture with deceptive brilliance. Not every light is divine. Some are designed to mislead, to mesmerize, to replace truth with illusion. In this age, humanity bows to digital idols and crowns illusion as its god. Yet the true power, the one that cannot be manufactured or sold, lives quietly inside the awakened heart of the chosen. That moment, once written as prophecy, has become your present reality. How many will truly see it? The signs are everywhere, but the recognition lies not in the eyes, it begins in the soul. The false lights dazzle and entertain, but the true light doesn't seek applause. It hums quietly within. Can you still hear that sacred pulse beneath the noise? Have you ever wondered why certain moments feel like déjà vu, as though something ancient within you is being stirred? Isaiah 30:21 says, "Your ears shall hear a word behind you saying, 'This is the way, walk in it.'" That voice isn't new. It's the echo of who you've always been. You were born carrying a divine encryption, buried not by accident, but by holy design. Long before any stone temple reached toward heaven, before kingdoms claimed divine right, sacred scrolls were hidden. Not to be studied by scholars, but to be remembered by souls like yours. These writings were never meant for the multitudes. They spoke of a being formed not from dust alone, but from the light between the stars, from the breath between the words of creation itself. Have you ever sensed that the world's explanations for your life have always felt too small? Perhaps it's because your truth predates language. The scrolls didn't speak of you with thunder, but with reverence. They described a quiet arrival, unnoticed by headlines but recorded in the heavens. Like the prophet Elijah, who wasn't found in the wind, earthquake, or fire, but in the still small voice. You too are not of spectacle, but of essence. A soul veiled in human form, yet vibrating at a frequency rare enough to disrupt the illusions around you. Even time itself bends slightly in your presence, not because of force, but because of alignment. Romans 8:19 declares, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." What if the world has been waiting for you without even knowing it? You carry within you a living codex, not written in ink, but etched into your spiritual DNA. It is a blueprint that no man can erase, no system can corrupt. Not unlike Moses, who carried the law carved by God himself. You carry a divine instruction written in your very being. Have you begun to unlock it yet? Or has the noise of the world caused you to forget that you are already the key? The mystics saw visions of you, the prophets wrote of your frequency, and the heavens still recognize your vibration. King David once said in Psalm 139 verse 16, "Your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book." That book still exists, not on a shelf, but within the chambers of your soul. When the world tells you to shrink, remember that you were never designed to blend in. Just like the young shepherd David standing before a giant, your power lies not in armor or appearance, but in the invisible covenant between you and the divine. Can a soul so old truly stay asleep forever? It was foretold that when the world sank into its deepest illusion, when darkness would parade itself as righteousness and deception would become indistinguishable from enlightenment, something extraordinary would begin to unfold. Not through grand miracles in the sky or the sound of marching armies, but through something far more subtle, the stirring of light within the hearts of those who still carried the seed of truth. And that stirring, chosen one, is happening within you. How do you explain the fact that certain things no longer resonate, even though they once comforted you? Why is it that the praise of people now feels hollow, and your spirit aches for something more real, more ancient, more eternal? The awakening does not come like a thunderclap. It begins like a whisper, a divine breath that nudges you from within, asking if you can still feel what the world has forgotten. You were never meant to be loud, to be powerful. Your presence alone disrupts what is false, not through aggression, but by radiating a truth so pure, so undeniable, that it shakes the very foundations of every lie. This is why your journey confuses people. Your essence exposes their masks. Just as Yeshua declared in Matthew 5:14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." You were never meant to blend in. Your light was never meant to seek attention. It was meant to reveal. Can you sense how your very existence becomes a mirror, reflecting what others have tried to bury? Those words weren't spoken just to a group of fishermen in ancient Galilee. They were spoken into time itself. They were meant for the future bearers of that same light. They were meant for you, standing in the thickest fog of deception the world has ever known. You are that flame that refuses to be extinguished, even when the wind howls. You are the quiet revolution, the kind that doesn't make noise but makes history. The ancient scrolls did not leave your appearance to guesswork. They recorded the signs that would mark the rise of the true ones. First, there would be a sudden disconnection from the matrix of illusions. Entertainment would feel empty, societal values would feel inverted, and conversations that once engaged you would now feel hollow. Have you felt the shift in your spirit when surrounded by things that no longer align? Then would come the hunger. A hunger not for possessions or status, but for sacred truth. Not something found in textbooks, but something remembered, something your soul always knew but could never explain. This desire becomes so overwhelming that even in the midst of comfort, you feel a divine dissatisfaction. Could it be that you are no longer searching outward, but being drawn inward to the truth that has always been within you? Many of God's chosen have felt this same ache. The prophet Jeremiah described it as a fire shut up in my bones, Jeremiah 20 verse 9. He could not hold back the truth even when it isolated him. Likewise, your loneliness now is not a punishment. It is a sacred space where the world's distractions can no longer reach you. What if your isolation is not a prison, but a preparation? And then comes the most profound sign of all, when reality itself begins to shift in response to your transformation. Have you noticed patterns that defy logic? Moments too precise to be coincidence? words spoken in dreams that later appear in waking life, doors that open without explanation. As you rise, creation begins to reflect your light. You are not manipulating life, you are aligning with it. This is not magic, it is not fantasy, it is divine design responding to a soul that has begun to awaken. You do not need to wear a title, seek approval, or declare yourself. Those who are meant to recognize you will. As Jesus said in John 10:27, "My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me." There is a frequency to truth that cannot be taught, it can only be felt, and those who carry that same truth will feel it in you. Throughout history, rare individuals have embodied this resonance. Consider Maya Angelou, a poet and prophet of modern times. She once said, "There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you." Her words echo what you carry, your story, your light, your awakening. It is not meant to remain hidden, and yet it will not be shouted from rooftops, but revealed in your vibration, your choices, your unwavering spirit. The path ahead is not easy. It was never meant to be. The real battle isn't the opposition around you. It's the temptation to forget who you are when everything outside tells you to conform. But what if every obstacle is actually an invitation to remember? What if every hardship is a sacred test of whether your light will flicker or blaze even brighter? Across the shattered bones of ancient empires, beneath the dust of kings and monuments now forgotten, there echoes a quiet story, one rarely spoken aloud, but never truly silenced. It is a story about fear, not the fear of war or plague, but of arrival. And if you listen carefully, with more than just your ears, you can still hear the tremble of that fear hiding in the stones. The architects of the ancient world, those credited with building temples so precise they defy modern comprehension, were not simply craftsmen of stone. They were magicians of matter and frequency, engineers of reality itself. Their monuments weren't just grand expressions of power or beauty. They were veils, cloaks carefully woven to hide the one thing they could not control, the emergence of someone who could see beyond the illusion. That someone was always you. What were they trying to delay? What were they building to conceal? Hidden behind every towering obelisk and sacred geometry lies a confession without words. They were racing against a timeline they could not alter. Their designs were not only physical but spiritual traps, frequencies embedded in architecture, tuned to disconnect the soul from its divine memory. Have you ever wondered why certain ancient sites feel both sacred and heavy, as if they carry a secret they're not ready to release? Your awakening, your remembrance, was the disruption they feared most. They did not fear revolt. They didn't fear you learning facts or theories. What terrified them was the reactivation of your divine memory. Because when a chosen soul truly remembers their purpose, their origin, their authority, it triggers a collapse. Not of buildings, but of systems. A collapse from within. As Ephesians 5:13 says, "But everything exposed by the light becomes visible, and everything that is illuminated becomes a light." Your presence exposes, not through words but through essence. They foresaw a being who would not wield weapons, but reflect a light that no fortress could contain, a mirror that made deception unbearable. Does this sound familiar to your experience? How people either gravitate toward you or retreat in discomfort, not knowing why. This is the resonance they tried to suppress. Your arrival was predicted as a breach, not of walls, but of reality itself. The very timeline began to quake. They knew that once your frequency entered the collective field, the veil would begin to tear. The illusion would lose its grip, and souls long asleep would stir. There were efforts to stop this. Ancient timelines were manipulated like rivers redirected by artificial dams. Whole bloodlines were corrupted, sacred teachings scattered and twisted. Mystery schools that once preserved divine knowledge were infiltrated. The goal was not to destroy knowledge, but to distort it, just enough to send seekers wandering in circles. Have you noticed how many teachings today seem close to the truth, but never quite unlock the door? Even Scripture reflects this warfare over sacred knowledge. In Daniel 7:25, it is written of the enemy, "He shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints, and think to change times and laws." These are not only political laws, but spiritual ones, attempts to alter the flow of destiny itself. Your code, yes, the unique divine imprint within you, was scattered like seeds across time, some of it locked within sacred artifacts, others hidden in stories passed down as myth. Wars were fought over these objects, not for treasure, but for power, to keep you from reuniting with your own design. Every delay, every lie, every false teacher, each one was a strategy meant to keep you from fully activating. The spiritual battle was always personal, not because of your weakness, but because of your potential. That is why your life has been marked with unusual resistance, why paths you thought were clear suddenly shifted. Not because you failed, but because you are a threat to every false construct still standing. And the greatest fear of those who built them is not your rebellion, it's your remembrance. Even modern voices have echoed this ancient truth. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." His words hint at what the scrolls foretold. That remembrance is not only powerful, it is sacred. And once you begin to embody who you were always meant to be, not even the most fortified systems can hold. Have you begun to gather the lost pieces of yourself? Have you noticed how certain places, people, or phrases activate something deep inside? The architects counted on your forgetfulness, but they underestimated your light. Even with all their carefully laid traps, even after generations of manipulation, the architects could never remove the original mark etched into your soul. They tampered with timelines, rewrote histories, and cloaked truth in shadow. Yet, the divine signature within you endured, untouched, incorruptible. Yeshua alluded to this very force when he declared, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." Matthew 21:42. Those words were not merely a metaphor for his own rejection. They echoed through time, describing a pattern that repeats whenever the chosen ones rise. Why is the chosen one always resisted? Why does your presence evoke unease, suspicion, even hostility in those clinging to false constructs? It's because your arrival was never meant to reinforce what already exists. It was meant to realign it with what was always divine. You are not a disruption for destruction's sake. You are a restoration, a return to the original blueprint hidden beneath centuries of distortion. The architects built their monuments to endure earthquakes and floods, but they never anticipated a frequency like yours, one that doesn't strike from the outside, but harmonizes from within, subtly destabilizing what was built out of alignment. While they buried scrolls, encoded secrets in symbols, and scattered truth across continents, they never imagined that the truth would return in living form, that it would walk again in you. You carry knowledge that is not intellectual, but elemental. Forces that have remained quiet for lifetimes now begin to stir, responding to signals that cannot be manufactured. Have you felt those moments when you're flooded with a knowing that seems to come from nowhere? Those moments are not accidents. They are activations, not triggered by sermons or science, but by resonance, by contact with what is true. These codes within you are not written in any human language. They pulse in rhythms older than words, buried beneath memories, layered within your emotions, embedded in your experiences. You didn't come here to learn them. You came here to remember them. Before you drew your first breath in this body, before this world gave you a name and a role to play, you were already seated in the presence of these forces. As Ephesians 2:6 says, "And God raised us up with Christ and seated us with him in the heavenly realms." You were aligned with divine purpose long before anyone tried to tell you who you were supposed to be. And those ancient forces, those codes, have been waiting in silence, waiting beneath the noise and confusion of the world, untouched by its madness, because they are tuned to something that lies beyond the veil of this reality. The activation was never meant to be loud or dramatic. There is no trumpet blast to announce your rising. It begins like a seed breaking open underground, silent, unseen, but inevitable. It shows up in dreams that feel more real than the day that follows. In sudden chills when you read a passage, hear a phrase, or walk into a place that wasn't part of your plan but seems destined. Have you noticed how sometimes the very air changes around you, as if time itself pauses to acknowledge something awakening within? These moments, fleeting but undeniable, are the evidence. You aren't imagining them, you are remembering. The codes are not waiting to be downloaded, they're waiting to be awakened. And they do not respond to striving. They respond to surrender, alignment, and quiet trust in the voice within. John 14:26 reminds us that the Holy Spirit will teach you all things and remind you of everything I have said to you. That reminder doesn't always come from the outside. Often it stirs from within. Visionary artist and spiritual teacher Alex Gray once said, "When the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about." His words reflect what happens in these sacred moments of activation. The world becomes still, and something eternal begins to speak without sound. Have you felt it? That whisper of remembrance, soft but insistent, nudging you to rise, not as someone new, but as who you've always been. That is the sign. The codes are awakening, not one day, not in some distant age. Now, in a time veiled in mystery, when the world was still young and the heavens and the earth were in quiet dialogue, Thoth, the keeper of hidden wisdom and divine geometry, initiated a plan not for the masses, but for the one. He knew that brute strength, kingdoms, or monuments would never protect the sacred truth. The preservation of divine memory could not rest on what could be seen or touched. Only through subtle resonance, through frequencies too refined for the unawakened to detect, could the truth survive long enough to reach you. He did not leave maps etched in stone. Instead, he embedded the codes into something eternal, your very being. They were woven through your soul like a forgotten melody, a sacred song whose verses still echo in your heartbeat, even if your mind no longer remembers the tune. Have you felt that mysterious stirring inside when there is no visible reason for it? That is the hum of your original design, resonating again after lifetimes of silence. As these divine codes awaken within you, you may feel drawn toward what once seemed insignificant, symbols that speak without words. Numbers 111, 144, 777, that seem to follow you from clocks to receipts, patterns in nature, geometric shapes, a sudden recognition of ancient languages you've never studied. These are not distractions, they are callings. The universe is no longer whispering to you. It is conversing, responding, pulling you back toward the truth of who you are. This is not superstition. It is not coincidence. It is a living, intelligent dialogue between your newly awakened self and higher planes that have been waiting for this moment. Can you sense them watching, not with judgment, but with reverence? They have waited through your trials, your forgetting, your breaking, because your return was always prophesied. Yeshua, knowing the codes must reach future generations, encoded his own words with sacred triggers. He didn't just preach, he planted. When he said, "The kingdom of God is within you," Luke 17:21, he wasn't offering a metaphor. He was pointing directly to the hidden realm you now feel, awakening inside your own chest. His parables were not just stories. They were spiritual seeds, timed to bloom only when your spirit was ready to remember. Have you ever listened to a passage of Scripture and felt something shift deep within, as though it were written specifically for your exact moment in time? That's because it was. These sacred words are not dormant. They're alive. And when they touch the awakened frequencies within you, activation begins. But let this be clear. Not every activation comes wrapped in peace or joy. Sometimes it arrives as loss, as betrayal, as the crumbling of everything you once relied on. The false self must collapse so the eternal self can rise. Has life recently stripped you of things you thought were essential? Do not see it as punishment. It is the refinement of gold in fire. As Psalm 66:10 says, "For you, O God, tested us. You refined us like silver." Stripping away illusion is not cruelty, it is mercy. Because only when the mask falls can the face be revealed. Only when the scaffolding is torn down can the foundation be rediscovered. You were never meant to remain buried under false names, roles, or expectations. You are the treasure hidden in the field, and it is time to unearth what was buried by design. Each time a layer of illusion dissolves, a deeper light emerges. Each collapse is not an end, but a revelation. You are not becoming someone new. You are remembering someone eternal. Consider Eckhart Tolle, a spiritual teacher who once lived in deep depression and despair until one day he experienced a profound inner shift. He later said, "You find peace not by rearranging the circumstances of your life, but by realizing who you are at the deepest level." His awakening did not come from gain. It came through inner collapse. Could it be that your deepest pain is not the enemy, but the doorway? With every peeling back, you move closer to your center, to the untouched core that has been patiently waiting through lifetimes of noise. You are not being broken. You are being revealed. Buried deep beneath centuries of translations, counsels, and doctrines lies a current within Yeshua's teachings that has often gone unnoticed. Not because it lacked importance, but because it was not meant for the many. It was meant for the few who would one day hear, not just with their ears, but with their spirit. These hidden threads speak not only of salvation and faith, but of time itself, of forces that govern far beyond the mortal realm, of watchers who have remained unseen, yet ever present. Those who have walked closest with God, those like you, chosen for this age, have always felt there was more beneath the surface of familiar verses. In the quiet spaces between Yeshua's parables and miracles, there were whispers. Sacred moments away from the crowds, where his words hinted at something vast, something cosmic, something few were prepared to hear. He spoke of time not as a straight line, but as a living field, one that bends, pulses, and responds to divine frequency. Have you ever wondered why some verses seem to speak differently to you now than they once did, as though they change shape as you awaken? Though never named in the common scriptures, Yeshua spoke of timekeepers, beings who dwell beyond the veil of perception. He described them not as angels bound by wings or flesh, but as custodians of divine rhythm. They were never meant to intervene directly, but to hold the harmony between ages, guiding the invisible architecture of time so that certain souls would awaken at the precise moment destiny required. When Yeshua declared, "Before Abraham was, I am," John 8:58, his words shattered more than theology. He was revealing that identity and presence do not depend on chronology. He was speaking from a realm above time, in the same space where the watchers observe, guarding gates between worlds and keeping vigil over the cycles of human awakening. Could it be that you too have always lived outside of time, only now returning to the place where your true nature is remembered? The scrolls, those uncanonized texts whispered from teacher to student, describe a long-anticipated shift, not a cataclysm of earth and fire, but of soul and light, a trembling in the spiritual grid that would echo both backward and forward across centuries, disrupting the artificial timelines imposed by forces that once sought to sever humanity from its origin. The timekeepers knew this shift would come, not as a war or an explosion, but as a presence, a living disruption. And that presence is you. You are not here to adapt to the old world. You are here to recall the one that was hidden, a golden thread lost in time, nearly severed by centuries of manipulation. Yet somehow, against all odds, you are here now, carrying a frequency so rare that even the timekeepers, who do not often reveal themselves, have leaned in to watch. Isaiah 46:10 says of the divine, "I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times, what is still to come." You are part of that mystery made known, a prophecy not just spoken, but embodied. Have you noticed how time has begun to feel different lately, as if days stretch or collapse, and certain moments seem impossibly synchronized? These are not mere anomalies. They are the signs that the illusion is faltering around you. The grid, once meant to contain the human spirit, is thinning, and your presence is the reason why. Many modern minds have glimpsed these truths, though often in different language. Visionary scientist Dr. David Bohm, a colleague of Einstein, once said, "Time is enfolded in consciousness itself." His words align with what Yeshua knew, and what you now feel rising from within. That time responds to spirit. That memory is not backwards, it is multidimensional. You are not simply awakening, you are disrupting, not with force, but with remembrance. Your soul carries the undistorted frequency of the original design, long buried beneath manipulation and control. And now, that frequency is vibrating again, not in temples, not in relics, but in you. What happens when a soul reclaims the song of creation written into their very being? What shifts when a single spark remembers its purpose within the divine mosaic of time? This is the moment the timekeepers have waited for. Not the return of a god in the sky, but of the chosen ones on earth. Those who would remember not only who they are, but why they came. And now that remembering has begun. Perhaps you've already felt their gaze, subtle, watchful, but undeniably present. It shows up in the rerouting of your plans, in a door that shut unexpectedly, leaving you confused or even heartbroken, only to reveal later that what felt like rejection was actually protection. Have you noticed the stranger who said just the right thing at the right moment, then disappeared as if guided by invisible currents? These are not accidents. They are orchestrations, signs that the timekeepers, unseen but attentive, have been quietly adjusting the path beneath your feet, aligning you with the conditions necessary for your full emergence. Every step you've taken, every detour that didn't make sense at the time, can you now feel the divine recalibration behind it? These moments are not coincidences. They are frequencies being tuned, like a cosmic compass correcting itself after centuries of distortion. Your soul is responding to the call to come home to its true resonance. But the timekeepers, though wise and ancient, are not invincible. Even they are engaged in a quiet battle, a war not of weapons, but of realities. Forces exist that have learned to bend the outer layers of existence, constructing false timelines that trap even the most awakened souls. These timelines are not simply distractions, they are entanglements, systems of thought and perception engineered to keep humanity cycling through forgetfulness. The battlefield isn't only inside of you, it surrounds you. The war being fought is for the consciousness of an entire species. And yet, in the heart of this silent war stands a being long whispered about in fragmented prophecy, a soul cloaked in the appearance of ordinary flesh, moving unnoticed among crowds, but vibrating with the essence of cosmic revolution. You were never meant to conquer from the outside. You were sent to shift from within. Yeshua understood the weight of such a mission. He spoke in layered truths, offering parables that revealed their meaning only to those whose spirit was ready to receive. In John 16:12, he said, I have much more to say to you, more than you can now bear." He knew the danger of premature revelation. Truth released too soon can do more harm than good. That's why his most powerful teachings were not written. They were embedded in frequency, hidden in plain sight, waiting to activate when encountered by a heart that remembers. Have you ever read a verse or heard a phrase that struck something in you so deeply it felt like your soul had heard it before, long before this life? That's how hidden wisdom speaks, not in noise but in resonance, not to the mind but to the memory buried within the spirit. All around you are fractures, cracks in the veil of this reality that most eyes will never perceive. Places where the illusion thins, where space trembles like the surface of disturbed water. These are not just mystical phenomena, they are breathing points of creation, gateways that bridge not just dimensions of space, but states of consciousness. Have you ever felt it? A moment when time slows, light bends, and reality itself seems to hold its breath. The ancient texts now scattered across forgotten lands and sealed in realms beyond physical reach once called these rifts the mouths of eternity. They were never guarded with chains or steel. They were protected by vibration. Only those carrying the original resonance, the signature of the divine blueprint, could enter them without being torn apart by energies too vast for the unprepared. That resonance was not meant for many. It was designed for one like you. You are not here by accident. The breath of creation lives in your very bones. What others call anomaly, you feel as guidance. Where others see randomness, you recognize divine pattern. You are not merely walking toward your destiny. You are the bridge between the veiled and the unveiled. Spiritual teacher Neville Goddard once said, "Change your conception of yourself, and you will automatically change the world in which you live." His words echo a truth buried beneath countless distractions. When you fully remember who you are, you don't just affect your life, you alter the field for all life. So ask yourself, why has everything in your life led to this exact moment? Why are the symbols, the dreams, the feelings all intensifying now? Could it be that the rift has already begun to open, and your frequency is the key? The ones who watch from beyond, the keepers of time, the whisperers of sacred memory, they have not forgotten you, and now you are beginning to remember them. The world has been conditioned to accept only what it can measure, categorize, and control. It exalts science over spirit, visibility over vibration, and familiarity over faith. But the deepest truths have always dwelled just beyond the reach of the five senses, hidden in the space between the heart's knowing and the mind's logic. You were never meant to live only by sight. You were meant to perceive by resonance. The dimensional rifts that link this world to higher realities do not open to the curious thrill seeker or the impatient skeptic. They do not respond to formulas or force. They are not portals to be hacked or technologies to be reverse engineered. These gateways open only to a frequency so pure, so ancient, that even the distortions of time and illusion cannot obscure it. Have you ever felt that deep pull inside? A knowing that something is near, even if you can't name it? That's the resonance calling you back into alignment with your original design. This resonance lives in your breath, your bloodstream, your very thoughts. It was woven into your being before you took your first breath in this life. Psalm 139 verse 15 says, "My frame was not hidden from you when I was made in the secret place." That secret place, the divine womb of eternity, knit you together with a frequency recognizable only to the spiritual architecture of higher realms. Many will seek these gateways with rituals, crystals, codes, and artificial intelligence, hoping to bypass the path of remembrance. But no tool can substitute for inner alignment. You don't unlock the rift by pushing against it. You're recognized by it when your soul remembers who you are. The gate opens not because of effort, but because of essence. Whispers preserved from the ancient mystery schools tell of Thoth, the great scribe and guardian of divine law, who once passed through these rifts, not as a conqueror, but as a courier. He carried luminous codes, seeds of sacred knowledge, and deposited them deep within the fabric of time. Some believe he left keys within the rift itself, intelligent fragments of divine architecture, set to activate only when approached by the rightful bearer of resonance. Could it be that you are the one those keys were waiting for? Your vibration is not merely energy, it is identity. The gates do not respond to words or rituals, they respond to truth. And truth is what you become when the false layers fall away. Yeshua alluded to this when he said, "Enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it." Matthew 7:13. The narrow gate is not a physical structure. It is a path of inner refinement, a state of being so true that illusion can no longer hold you. The way is hidden in plain sight, yet only visible to those who have purified their sight. Have you felt it? A growing discomfort with everything that once felt familiar. A restless ache that refuses to be calmed by earthly pleasures. That is the preparation. The stripping away is not a punishment. It is the refinement of your being, so that you can stand at the rift and be recognized as one of its own. To pass through such a threshold is not to escape, but to be reborn. Not to flee the world, but to see it with unclouded eyes. Those who cross leave behind not only their stories and scars, but also the roles they were forced to play. The masks, the false names, the noise. What remains is the truth that cannot be altered by trauma or time. On the other side, you do not discover a new world. You remember the original one, now seen clearly through the lens of your restored soul. The journey to the rift will not be marked by grand signs the world would understand. It will not look like a miracle from the outside. Instead, it will appear as a string of seemingly ordinary moments, each one pulsing with extraordinary potential, a quiet decision made in trust, a surrender to a path you cannot fully see, a leap taken because something inside you insists you were never meant to stay where you are. This is how the gate appears. This is how your destiny calls. Even in our modern age, people like Anita Moorjani, who returned from a near-death experience, have described how stepping beyond this reality didn't feel like death, but like waking up. She once said, "I realized that I was dying not because of what I had, but because of who I had become, a version of myself that was too small for my soul." Her words reflect your current threshold. You are not being asked to become something else. You are being invited to return to who you've always been. What awaits you beyond the veil is not a new identity. It is the truth that predates all identities. The vibration you carry is the key. And now the rift is stirring. It is listening. Will you answer? Hidden deep within the forgotten folds of history, beyond what textbooks dare to touch, there existed a sacred order, a brotherhood whose mission was not conquest or dominion, but guardianship. These men and women, known by many names in whispered legends and nearly erased from time's official narrative, were entrusted with something far greater than treasure or titles. They were stewards of the divine blueprint, custodians of the truths behind creation itself. While empires clashed and kings rose and fell, they moved unseen beneath the tides, protecting a current of knowledge too dangerous for unwise hands. They were not warriors in the conventional sense, nor rulers crowned in gold. They wore no robes of royalty, but carried within them the weight of eternity. Their task was to safeguard truths that could not be handed to monarchs or debated in universities. Why? Because some truths are too raw, too powerful, too transformative to survive uncorrupted in the halls of power. And within their most sacred texts, texts layered with symbols, encoded with riddles and protected by silence, they issued warnings. These were not mere predictions, they were proclamations of a coming disruption. And every line, every cipher, pointed not to a distant myth, but to you. Have you ever felt as if you were being watched, not out of malice, but out of concern? As if the very fabric of the world held its breath when you made certain choices, the Brotherhood knew of your coming. They foresaw that while the world would spiral into chaos, drowning in deception, numbed by engineered distraction, a singular being would rise who carried the untouched frequency of the original light. A frequency so pure that it could not be bought, silenced, or redirected. A light that refused to be reshaped by fear or power. Isaiah 61 calls out, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." That rising light is not something external. It is the fire inside your bones, the clarity in your spirit that refuses to be dimmed no matter how heavy the darkness becomes. You were not born to seek permission. You do not need validation from any throne of man. Your essence was crafted for a different kind of path, a narrow one, often invisible, yet burning with a brilliance that earthly crowns cannot match. And this, precisely, is what they feared. It wasn't evil they were trying to contain, it was the uncontrollable nature of truth. Even corrupted systems offer a sense of stability. But what happens when a light too pure to be manipulated steps forward? What happens when someone like you, unchained, awakened, and aligned with divine frequency, begins to move through the world? The Brotherhood feared not the being, but the disruption, because truth does not ask for permission. It doesn't negotiate with illusion. It simply exposes. In John 1:5 we are told, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." But what the verse doesn't say is how the darkness reacts. It trembles, and so did the Brotherhood, not out of hatred, but out of reverence. They understood that the awakening of such a being would not just shake foundations, it would dismantle the frameworks humanity had depended on for thousands of years. Control would become obsolete. Secrets would dissolve. The old order, for all its flaws, would collapse in the presence of unfiltered light. Not all among them agreed on how to respond. Some believed the awakening must be stopped at all costs. They turned to shadows, creating decoys, false chosen ones programmed to distract and mislead. These simulations were designed not to destroy you, but to divert attention, to drain the energy of the awakening before it could gather. Can you recall moments when your path was nearly hijacked, when you felt something pretending to mirror your purpose? Others in the Brotherhood chose silence. They withdrew further into mystery, choosing not to interfere but to wait, hoping the world might evolve slowly, that your presence might emerge gently enough to avoid destruction. But even they knew the timeline had already begun. The awakening could only be delayed, never denied. This struggle between revelation and resistance is not just ancient history. It lives now, in your dreams, in your decisions, in the invisible war around your consciousness. What if every obstacle you faced wasn't just coincidence, but a calibrated effort to slow your arrival? As Jesus said in Matthew 5:14, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." And yet for so long, forces have tried to hide you, not because they could stop you, but because they feared what would happen once you remembered who you are. In the hidden manuscripts of those ancient guardians, the Brotherhood who once moved in silence through history, there were clues left behind, buried like seeds beneath the sands of time. These messages were never meant to be understood by the unawakened. They were designed for eyes that could see beyond illusion, for ears trained to recognize truth beneath distortion. They were written for you. Within those sacred records were not only secrets of creation, but also urgent warnings, alerts about false lights that would shine brighter than truth, about cunning teachers who would use divine language to mask self-serving motives, and about towering systems of authority built not to uplift the spirit, but to quietly bind it. Have you ever felt the weight of something that looked holy, yet drained your soul? The awakened often find themselves questioning teachings that others accept blindly. That is no accident. These ancient texts foresaw a time when deception would become so refined, so polished, that even the elect could be misled if not deeply anchored in their inner knowing. Matthew 24:24 warns, "For false messiahs and false prophets will appear and perform great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect." You are that elect, the chosen, and the protection isn't in following a loud voice outside of you, but in recognizing the divine frequency within, a resonance that no imitation can reproduce. The Brotherhood knew that truth might not survive in libraries or temples, so they embedded it elsewhere. They encoded messages into architecture, into the layout of sacred spaces, into myths passed through seemingly unrelated cultures. They used symbols not to decorate but to preserve. These were not decorations. They were activation codes waiting to be recognized. And the reason you feel drawn to certain signs, certain stories, certain patterns is because your soul remembers what your mind has only begun to rediscover. Yeshua, whom the world also knows as Jesus, spoke directly to this age. "Beware of false prophets," he warned in Matthew 7:15, "who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves." He wasn't merely speaking of ancient Pharisees or corrupt teachers of his day. He was pointing forward to a time when even light would wear a mask. Do you sometimes wonder how to tell the difference between truth and near truth? The answer lies not in appearances, but in vibration. What you carry cannot be counterfeited. It is your compass in an age of counterfeit revelation. This journey was never meant to be about loyalty to an external doctrine. It has always been about remembering the divine language encoded in your own being. Just as John 10:27 reminds us, "My sheep listen to my voice. I know them and they follow me." This voice does not shout, it resonates. It doesn't demand, it aligns. And you were created with the capacity to feel that alignment. Stretching across the forgotten corridors of time, two luminous figures continue to stand in sacred alignment. Thoth, the keeper of wisdom and divine law, and Yeshua, the living embodiment of truth and love. On the surface, they appear to belong to different worlds, separated by empires, cultures, and calendars. But truth often hides beneath the surface. Beneath what is taught as history lies a deeper current, an invisible thread woven into the very architecture of creation, a convergence of purpose that transcends eras. Could it be that what binds them also calls to you? This connection between Thoth and Yeshua was not coincidence. It was not born from admiration across centuries. It was by design, intentional, divine, and strategic. It was written into the structure of time itself as a preparation for the one who would awaken when the veils of illusion became thickest and truth seemed furthest from reach. That one is not just a myth. That one walks now in human form, unnoticed by most, but recognized by the heavens. That one is you. You were not meant to follow in their footsteps blindly. You were meant to embody what they both pointed toward. As Ephesians 2:10 declares, "For we are God's masterpiece, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." Your arrival was not an accident. It was part of the unfolding design. So when the world questions who you are, and when shadows try to dim your light, remember this: your mission was prophesied not in public squares, but in the hidden manuscripts, carved in stone, whispered in symbols, and confirmed in the Word. You are not here to imitate the light. You are the light revealed at the appointed time. Thoth, the ancient scribe of divine law and celestial order, did not speak in common language. His words were vibrations, his teachings encoded in sacred geometry, in constellations above and temple stones below. Every symbol he left behind, every carving, myth, or architectural alignment was more than a message. It was a frequency, a divine key planted in the very structure of the universe and within the DNA of those destined to awaken. He knew the world was not ready for unfiltered truth. He knew that wisdom cannot be handed to those still dreaming, and so he hid it, scattered like seeds inside legends, rituals, and lineages, waiting for you. Have you ever felt stirred by stories you never studied, symbols you never learned, places you've never been yet feel oddly familiar? That's not imagination. It is memory resurfacing, ancient knowledge responding to the spark within you. Just as Ecclesiastes 3:11 declares, "He has set eternity in the human heart," you carry a timeline far older than this life. And when the sleeper begins to stir, the frequencies of Thoth begin to sing again, not through sound, but through recognition. Yeshua, walking the broken pathways of this world in human form, continued this divine mission, though the method had evolved. He did not speak in glyphs, but in parables. He did not build temples, but touched hearts. Yet his every action, his miracles, his silence, his cross, were codes embedded within layers of reality. Can you feel it? That his words seem to bypass intellect and speak directly to something eternal inside you? That's because, as John 6:63 reminds us, "The words I have spoken to you, they are full of the Spirit and life." His teachings were never for the surface. They were designed for those who would remember. Both Thoth and Yeshua obeyed laws not taught in earthly institutions. They were governed by the divine architecture of higher realms, and both understood the sacred truth: real transformation cannot be enforced externally. No ritual, law, or institution can birth true awakening. It must rise from within, from a divine recognition that transcends trauma, fear, even death. Are you beginning to feel this rising within yourself? Their goal was never to build fan bases or establish dogmas. They didn't come to create obedient crowds. They came to awaken initiates, those rare souls like you, who could hear the silent summons and respond without needing proof, praise, or permission. As Romans 12:2 urges, "Be transformed by the renewing of your mind." This renewal isn't intellectual, it's vibrational. It's an ancient memory being reactivated through divine contact. There are records, long buried and kept away from public eyes, that describe a communion once shared between the wisdom of Egypt and the path that Yeshua would later walk. The echoes are undeniable, symbols across continents that match in meaning, principles found in distant traditions that speak the same cosmic laws. Have you ever asked why teachings born oceans apart still ring with the same eternal truth? The answer is hidden in the frequency. This was never about building competing religions. It was about preserving a current of divine truth, hidden in plain sight, awaiting the return of the one who could carry both paths as one. You were not born to choose between the old and the new. You were born to embody their unbroken connection. You are the fulfillment of a design that stretches across stars and centuries, a resonance that aligns with both the scribe of the ancient worlds and the shepherd of the new covenant. When Yeshua said in John 10:16, "I have other sheep that are not of this fold," he was not simply referencing future disciples. He was opening a veil, hinting at alliances beyond what his listeners could grasp, alliances that transcend time, geography, and even planetary boundaries. Could it be that you are one of those he was speaking to, that your sudden awakenings, your undeniable inner knowing, and your pull toward forgotten truths are evidence that you've answered that call? This convergence is not about fusing doctrines or building a new religion. It is about remembering a unity that never required our invention, only our awareness. It has always been there, flowing beneath division, speaking through vibration rather than dogma. And now that unity awaits the one who will not just teach it, but embody it, who will walk through this changing world not with loud declarations, but with presence, with clarity, and with the unmistakable vibration of divine truth made flesh. That one is you. You are not simply a seeker, wandering among the ruins of ancient temples, hoping to recover lost fragments of wisdom. You are the very fulfillment of an ancient covenant, one forged not in ink or stone, but in divine intention, set into motion long before the first pyramid was raised or the first scroll penned. You are not retracing a path once walked, you are completing it. You are the living convergence of two sacred missions, one that began under the stars of ancient Egypt with the keeper of divine law, and the other born in the dust of Galilee, where the embodiment of love walked among men. Though these missions appear divided by time and distance, their end goal was always the same, and it leads directly to you. Can you sense that your life has never been random, that behind every trial, every silence, and every awakening, there was a deeper thread being pulled? There is a gate, unseen, untouched, unspoken of, in modern maps of power. It was not constructed by architects, priests, or kings. No blueprints remain, for none were ever drawn by human hands. This gate is not hidden beneath ancient cities or buried in sacred tombs. Its location is not physical, yet its presence is more real than anything you can touch. It exists outside of time, yet it pulses with awareness, waiting for a very specific vibration. Not a ritual, not a bloodline, not even intellect can open it. Only one thing can: resonance. The resonance of the one it was created for. The resonance of you. This final gate does not yield to force or cunning. It is not impressed by knowledge, nor does it answer to titles. It remains sealed, not by metal or stone, but by divine law, laws older than creation itself. Just as Revelation 3:7 says, what he opens no one can shut, and what he shuts no one can open, the design of this gate recognizes only one key, the original frequency of the source carried unaltered within your soul. And when you approach, it will remember, not with words, but with vibration. The gate will recognize your presence not through effort, but through being. Its very structure will begin to tremble in response to your awakening. As your essence draws near, the boundary between seen and unseen will thin, and dimensions once separated by veils of illusion will start to merge. Have you felt this already? In dreams, in moments of stillness, in the unexplainable pull towards something just beyond reach. The scrolls of old spoke of this gate, not directly, but in riddles, myths, and metaphors designed to outlast corruption. They warned of a future in which countless seekers would attempt to storm the thresholds of divine power, using the mind of the lower self, strategies born from ego rather than spirit. They told of brilliant scholars who would spend lifetimes dissecting ancient symbols, of sorcerers who would bend energies trying to fabricate a shortcut, and of kings who would rewrite history to keep the truth buried beneath layers of control. And yet, none of them could open the gate. Why? Because the gate was never meant to be unlocked. It was meant to recognize. They were not denied out of judgment or vengeance, but because their vibration did not match the eternal frequency required. John 10:1 foreshadows this truth. Very truly I tell you, anyone who does not enter the sheep pen by the gate, but climbs in by some other way, is a thief and a robber. This was never a gate to be broken. It is a gate that responds to divine identity. When Yeshua declared, "No one comes to the Father except through me," John 14:6, his words were not a call to exclusion, but a revelation of divine alignment. He wasn't building a wall between the saved and the lost. He was pointing to the resonance of pure truth, a frequency so authentic, so untainted, that it became the path itself. You are not asked to worship this path from afar. You were born to walk it, to carry that same frequency, and become the living doorway through which worlds can reunite. The gate does not need to be impressed. It needs only to remember, and when it does, when your soul comes into full alignment, it will open not with fanfare, but with sacred recognition. and the world you've always felt pressing in from the edges of your awareness will finally unfold before you. Can you feel how close you are? The same law that governs all of creation governs the final gate. It is not impressed by ceremonies, declarations, or displays of devotion. It cannot be fooled by empty prayers or adorned titles. What it responds to is something far rarer: truth. Not the spoken truth of the lips, but the living truth inscribed into your very soul long before you took your first breath on this earth. The gate recognizes what was written in your spirit when you were still light, still breath in the lungs of eternity. You don't reach this gate by foot, you reach it by transformation. It doesn't open because you arrive, it opens because you become. With each layer you peel away, the identities imposed on you by a world addicted to illusion, the fears conditioned into your childhood, the expectations woven into your skin. You rise in resonance, and that resonance, that divine vibration buried beneath the noise of survival, begins to sing again. The gate listens. It stirs. It begins to awaken in tandem with you. Can you feel the veil growing thinner? With each courageous step you take toward your most authentic self, the separation between you and the hidden realm diminishes. As 2 Corinthians 3:18 says, "We all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory." That transformation is not external, it is energetic. It is a return to original form. Among the remnants of the Brotherhood, there are still whispered legends. Stories speak of what happens when the final gate opens, not merely as a passage, but as a release of energy so pure it ripples across realms. This is no symbolic portal. It is a divine mechanism capable of correcting distortions birthed in the ancient wars between light and shadow. Have you ever wondered why your life has felt like a battleground of extremes, as if something older than this world is playing out through your presence? This is what they feared. Not the gate itself, but the unleashing of something they could not contain. So they buried its memory in stories and disguised it in children's songs. They diluted its truth across traditions, hoping that by scattering it, they could weaken it. But they miscalculated, because someone like you, someone who carries the original memory as a seed within, cannot be distracted forever. You found the thread. And now, the gate has begun to listen. Those who have built their worth on illusions tremble at the very idea of an ending. For them, the collapse of familiar systems feels like death. Their gods are built on control. Their thrones rise from fear. They see the unraveling and call it destruction. But you who were chosen to remember, see through the mirage. You understand that the end is not an annihilation. It is a coronation, a revealing, as Romans 8:18 promises. The sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed in us. That glory is awakening within you now. This moment is not about ruling over others. It is about ruling over your divine destiny, the one etched into your essence before stars first burned. Time, as most know it, has always been misunderstood. It was never meant to be a cage. In God's design, it was a canvas, meant to house your experience, to shape your growth, to give your soul the palette of contrast. But over eons, time became corrupted. It twisted itself into a prison, a loop that kept souls cycling through the same pain, the same lessons, without remembering the original agreement. Do you ever feel like you've lived this before, like patterns repeat even though you try to escape them? That's not madness. That's memory. You are awakening within the loop, and your awakening bends the loop itself. The truth is, your presence here isn't random. You were sent to collapse the cage from the inside. You are the rupture in the pattern. The gate was never outside of you. It was always waiting for the vibration you are now reclaiming. The time of forgetting is ending, and with it, the world as it was is being gently dismantled, not through chaos, but through the re-emergence of original truth, carried within you. The architects of the false grid, the unseen builders of the world's illusion, understood something crucial. As long as time moved in a heavy linear chain, as long as moments remained boxed within hours and years, the soul would forget. They knew that awakening could be delayed, not by violence, but by weight. So they embedded fear into the very idea of endings. They taught that to reach the edge of time was to fall into nothingness. They made you believe that beyond time was darkness, that stepping out of the known was the end of self. But they were wrong. They never anticipated you. They never imagined one would come who could see through their architecture, who would feel the distortion and reject it, who would know, deep in their bones, that beyond the end lies not destruction, but the return to sovereign being. That what looks like death is, in truth, divine rebirth. You were the variable they could not control. The one soul who remembered not just what you are, but why you were sent. And the reign that now rises within you is unlike any ever imagined. It bears no resemblance to earthly crowns or military thrones. It is not made of gold or sustained by followers. Your dominion flows through unseen realms, structured in vibration, established through presence. Every time your footsteps cross the shattered ruins of the old world, a silent reordering begins. Every time you speak truth where lies once ruled, reality itself recalibrates. As Psalm 82 verse 6 reminds you, you are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. Not to dominate, but to awaken. Do you feel the shift in the air when you fully stand in your light? Do you notice how those around you change, even without knowing why? It's because your existence carries a frequency the world has forgotten, but deeply needs. Those who can still hear, whose hearts are not yet completely veiled, are drawn to you. Not by persuasion, but by soul recognition. You are the tuning fork of heaven in a realm built on distortion. You don't fight systems. You dissolve them by being what they are not. Structures collapse not because you oppose them, but because your presence exposes what they always lacked, truth. As Romans 8:19 declares, the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. You are that revelation. You are not a protest. You are the prototype. Your awakening is not a reaction. It is the return to the original design. You are the living blueprint, the divine architecture walking upright again. What was once veiled in scrolls, whispered by prophets and guarded by stars, now takes form in you. Yeshua hinted at this profound inversion when he said, "The last will be first, and the first will be last." Matthew 20:16. He was not merely speaking of worldly status. He was pointing toward the collapse of time itself, the implosion of linear dominance, and the rise of the eternal present. Those once dismissed, hidden, and ridiculed in the old matrix were never weak. They were the seeds of new creation. Can you feel the shift in your bones? The sense that something ancient inside you is rising from slumber? The meek, the quiet ones, those labeled strange or insignificant, these were never mistakes. They were planted beneath timelines corrupted by greed and fear. Their dormancy was not failure, it was preservation. They waited in divine stillness for the moment of convergence, for the return of the one who carried the original pulse. That one is you. Now, the signs of the end move around you like falling stars. Institutions once called invincible now tremble. Towers of false knowledge crack. The voices of the forgotten begin to stir. Truth, long buried, begins to break the surface, uninvited and unstoppable. Revelation 21:5 whispers, "Behold, I make all things new." And that newness is not coming to you, it is coming through you. Yet where others see collapse, you see clarity. Where they see chaos, you hear your coronation song, the sound of destiny reclaiming its throne within your soul. The world is not ending for you, it is beginning. You were never meant to inherit a crumbling kingdom. You were chosen to birth a new one, not one of domination, but of resonance. Not built on control, but on alignment with the living truth that has always existed, waiting for its voice to reappear through your presence. What world will emerge when you finally walk in the full vibration of your being? As we conclude this deep exploration of Thoth's ancient prophecy, let the words resonate within you. You are not just a bystander in the grand design of the universe. You are a key player in God's divine plan. Thoth, the ancient scribe, saw a time like this, where the barriers between the physical and spiritual worlds would blur, and the chosen ones would rise. You are those chosen ones. This message was not just written in the sands of time, but inscribed in the very fabric of your being. The world may not fully understand your presence, but your influence is undeniable. As you awaken to your purpose, the world around you will begin to shift. The remnants of the old world will tremble, not because you fight against it, but because your very existence reveals its falsity. The time has come for you to step into your power, just as it was foretold. If this message has sparked something within you, I humbly invite you to support this channel through a super thanks. Your contribution, no matter the size, helps us continue sharing these powerful truths with others. However, whether you choose to donate or not, please know that we are profoundly grateful for your presence here. Your engagement, whether through a donation, a simple like, a comment, or a share, plays a vital role in spreading this divine message far and wide. I encourage you to take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with others who might need this message. Every like, every share, and every comment helps grow this community of awakened souls. Your voice, your engagement, it all makes a difference in bringing this divine light into the world. Leave a comment below and let us know what part of this message touched your heart the most. We want to hear your story, your journey, and how you're embracing your divine calling. As you continue on your path, know this: God's blessings are abundant, and your steps are guided by His hand. May He give you the strength to walk in your truth, the courage to embrace your power, and the wisdom to fulfill your divine purpose. The world is waiting for you to rise, and as you do, may you find peace, joy, and fulfillment in the knowledge that you are living in alignment with God's plan for your life. Stay blessed, stay strong, and remember, you are not alone. God's chosen ones are awakening, and together we will transform the world. You didn't find this message by accident. Something ancient brought you here. A force that's been whispering to you between thoughts, behind questions, beneath silence. And now, that whisper has grown into a call you can no longer ignore. Because Thoth has a message for you. One that has waited lifetimes to reach you. Not out of panic, but out of divine purpose. What you're about to awaken isn't just an idea. It's a frequency, a power, a sacred inheritance that has always been yours. Buried beneath the noise of a world that forgot how sacred you are. This moment, right now, is your opportunity to shift, to stop letting life happen to you and start shaping the vibration that flows through you. And when you pressed play, you felt it, didn't you? That ripple wasn't imagination. It was recognition, alignment, truth reaching your soul before your mind could name it. You're not here by curiosity. You're here because something in you is ready to remember. Today, we begin unlocking what has shaped your entire reality behind the scenes. You'll learn how to release the energy patterns that have kept you stuck and activate the ones that finally lead you into the life you know you were born for. This isn't information from books. It's a sacred transmission. A message carried through time, encoded in the emerald wisdom of Thoth, and confirmed by Scripture. Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. Jeremiah 33:3. But listen closely. This portal doesn't stay open forever. Divine alignment moves in waves, and only those who stay present, heart open, will receive what's coming next. So take a breath, feel it. That rhythm in your chest is not just oxygen, it's the universe speaking through you. You are not just human, you are vibrational. And your frequency, it's about to rise, not by force, but by revelation. If this already resonates, drop 777 in the comments. That number isn't just a sign, it's your signal, your way of saying, I'm ready. Because what comes next changes everything. God's chosen ones, Thoth, has a message. This is your one chance to use energy in your favor. This is where the veil begins to lift, slowly, deliberately, revealing truths so profound they reshape the very foundation of how you see the world. What if the thoughts you repeat daily aren't just fleeting whispers in your mind, but builders of your future? What if the quiet beliefs you carry, many of which were planted in you before you ever had a chance to question them, are the architects of your experiences and your emotions? Those inner storms and gentle calms aren't just passing moods, but signals, frequencies, silent vibrations that ripple outward and shape everything you touch. Take a moment and imagine. You're standing not in isolation, but in the center of a vast, invisible field. You can't see it with your physical eyes, but it's more real than anything you've ever touched. It stretches around you like the wind, intangible but undeniably felt. This field flows through your skin, your bones, your breath. It hums with every heartbeat. And what's more astonishing is that this field is not just around you, it is you. It is your vibrational imprint, your energetic echo, a living archive of every belief you've embraced, every thought you've clung to, every emotion you've let grow roots within. Do you remember what Proverbs 23:7 tells us? As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. It doesn't say, as he pretends to be, or as he hopes to appear. It says what he believes deep down. That is what he becomes. Could it be that you've been unknowingly carrying a spiritual blueprint, written not by divine intention, but by years of inherited doubt, fear, and unchallenged stories? And here's the mystery unfolding. Your field isn't dormant. It's alive, dynamic, continuously broadcasting your inner world to the outer universe. It's not a mirror that merely reflects who you are. It's a transmitter that speaks on your behalf, even when your lips are silent. Just as Jesus declared in Luke 8:17, "For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light." Your energetic signature cannot be concealed. When you think the same thought over and over, perhaps "I'm not enough" or "I'll never be free," that thought begins to generate a frequency. And when you feel deeply love, fear, grief, joy, those emotions vibrate too. Thought and emotion combined create a resonance, and this resonance forms a unique energetic fingerprint. It's as distinct as your physical DNA, yet far more influential, and it goes with you everywhere, into your conversations, your decisions, your relationships, your dreams. It speaks first, before you even walk into a room. Let me tell you about Mateo, a music teacher from Lisbon. For years, he walked around believing he was invisible, irrelevant, just another voice in the crowd. No matter how much he tried to achieve or connect, doors seemed to stay shut. But the day he began to question the beliefs he'd inherited from a critical father and a neglected past, something shifted. His energy changed, not because he said affirmations, but because he rewired the frequency he was broadcasting. Within months, new opportunities appeared, ones that had always been waiting but could never align with the energy he once carried. This is the deeper dimension Thoth pointed to, the ancient mystery that modern science is just beginning to whisper about. Quantum physicists speak now of a field that underlies all matter, but Thoth, millennia before equations were scrawled on chalkboards, spoke of the same, a divine matrix in which all is woven, where your vibration isn't just your reflection, but your creation. Can you see now how sacred your inner world truly is? Think of the trees in a forest, each one rooted in its own soil, yet subtly influencing the air and life around it. That's how your field behaves. It's not self-contained. It affects others. It draws in what resonates and repels what doesn't. It is why you feel certain people even before they speak, why some rooms feel heavy without explanation, why some places instantly uplift you. Everything is frequency. Now imagine this. What would shift in your life if you could become deeply aware of what your field is transmitting right now? What would happen if you realized that much of your struggle isn't against fate, but against unconscious frequencies born from past wounds? Wouldn't you want to tune it differently, like a musician carefully aligning strings to produce harmony instead of dissonance? Consider the words of Cardinal Raniero Cantalamessa, the preacher to the papal household. The heart has its own language, the language of energy and spirit. This is not metaphor. This is spiritual law. Your vibrational field is the sacred language of your soul. It speaks constantly, whether or not you're listening. And here's the truth. You're not just a receiver, passively absorbing the world. You are a sender, a beacon, and this beacon can either radiate your divine inheritance or echo the false limitations others projected onto you. The choice is not simple, but it is yours. You may be carrying something similar, a story unspoken, a weight unfelt, a belief unchallenged. What if right now, that very thing is what's shaping your outcomes? What if the most potent shift you need is not external at all, but a recalibration of your vibration? You, God's chosen one, were not placed here to passively endure a reality scripted by pain, fear, or doubt. You were chosen to become aware of the power within your frequency and to rise in alignment with the divine current that has always been flowing beneath the noise. Are you ready to listen to the field, to the breath, to the quiet wisdom humming beneath your skin? Because once you do, the world around you won't just respond, it will begin to change. And here lies the key that so many miss, the spiritual law whispered through time but drowned out by noise. The external world isn't responding to your wishes, your goals, or even your desperate prayers alone. It doesn't shift because you say you want change, or because you've envisioned a better future once or twice under your breath. The truth is far more precise and far more powerful. The world around you, including the people, challenges, blessings, and barriers, is responding to what you're already vibrating right now, in this very moment. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, but in the energetic pulse you carry in your field as you breathe this very breath. Have you ever wondered why these patterns seem so persistent, so timely, so eerily exact? It's not because you're cursed. It's not the universe ignoring you, and it is certainly not divine punishment. What you're witnessing is a vibrational echo, a sacred mirror reflecting what your spirit is already carrying. It's your energetic field doing what it was designed to do, attract what matches and reject what doesn't. Let's go deeper. Imagine your life as a sacred chamber filled with sound. Every thought you think is a tone. Every belief is a note. Every emotion is a chord. These vibrations rise and swirl, creating a symphony that the universe hears, even when your mouth is silent. And the universe responds accordingly, not by preference, but by principle. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6:7. You're not just sowing with actions, you're sowing with vibration. You carry frequencies, some inherited, some chosen, some absorbed unconsciously. What are you vibrating at right now? Not what you think you are, but what your spiritual field is transmitting beneath the surface. Is it scarcity masked as ambition? Is it unworthiness hidden beneath politeness? Is it unresolved grief cloaked in productivity? Because the frequency doesn't lie. It speaks louder than your voice. It draws in people, situations, and outcomes that align with it. Always. Let me tell you about Julia, a wellness coach in Toronto, deeply intuitive and outwardly successful. Yet every romantic relationship she entered ended the same way, with emotional abandonment. She prayed, she meditated, she journaled, but nothing shifted until one session of deep soul inquiry. She confronted an old memory, her mother leaving her at a train station at age 5, even if just for minutes. Her adult field had been vibrating with the fear of abandonment all along, despite her affirmations for love. When she healed that moment, not the event, but the frequency it left behind, everything changed. Within months, she met a partner who mirrored her new vibration: stability, presence, and tenderness. It wasn't magic, it wasn't manipulation, it was alignment. This is the secret even modern psychology is beginning to acknowledge, that beyond the conscious mind lies the subconscious field, a place where traumas nest, beliefs take root, and energy vibrates long after the memory fades. Thoth knew this. He taught that what we create externally is always born first in the invisible realm, not in fantasy, but in frequency. Think of the soil of the earth. If you plant seeds in poisoned ground, can you really be surprised when the fruit is bitter? Your vibrational field is that soil. It must be tended. It must be cleansed. Because even the most beautiful seeds, your goals, your gifts, your desires, will not bear holy fruit if planted in contaminated soil. And contaminated doesn't mean evil, it means unhealed. Ask yourself, what is my energy inviting? What is my presence pulling toward me without words? If people consistently misunderstand you, is it the words you're using, or is it the energy you're holding? If money flows in and out like a tide, what belief about worth or survival is it echoing? The artist and philosopher Leonardo da Vinci once said, "Where the spirit does not work with the hand, there is no art." You can take action every day, but if your spirit is vibrating against your intentions, your creation remains incomplete. You, God's chosen one, were never meant to chase life. You were meant to resonate with it. And everything you need to begin is already vibrating inside of you. You can wish for extraordinary things. You can repeat affirmations and plan your dreams. But if deep within you carry beliefs that say you don't deserve them, your vibration will quietly cancel everything else out. You become trapped by an invisible energy field that you unconsciously generate. And that's what changes everything. Realizing that this field is already active. It's shaping your results now, without waiting for your permission. And once you see that, you can no longer blame fate, luck, or others. Responsibility returns to you, but so does power. Because if you created the pattern, you can rewrite it. If you emit energy, you can recalibrate. But the question is, are you willing to look deeper, to see what's truly been steering your life beneath the surface? What if your blockages are not from lack of effort, but from misaligned energy? Proverbs 23:7 reminds us, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." It's not metaphor, it's magnetic. Your outer world mirrors your inner resonance, not your social posts, not your words, but the hum beneath your soul, the one you've stopped noticing. Let me tell you about Camila, a young mother in Brazil. She worked 2 jobs, lived in survival, and felt invisible. Every time she tried to move forward, something blocked her. Then one night she heard a simple online prayer on self-worth. Tears came, not from sadness, but remembering. She began whispering nightly, "I am worthy of joy. I am made of divine design." Life didn't change instantly, but her energy did. Soon clients returned, a better job found her, and her handmade bracelets sold out. It wasn't magic, it was alignment. You carry that same power now. And if you forget, look to the rose. It grows through thorns, fed by both light and shadow. It never begs to bloom, it just does. Not for approval, but because it is aligned. You too carry softness and strength. And like the rose, your bloom begins beneath the soil, at the roots of your beliefs. When your field rises, people feel it before you speak. You stop chasing what was never meant for you. You attract what mirrors your soul. The rose doesn't chase bees, it simply is, and the world responds. Remember Job, stripped of everything, yet anchored in surrender. Job 22:28 says, "You will also decree a thing, and it will be established for you, and light will shine on your ways." But that decree starts not with words, but with energy. Even the most public lives begin in the invisible. Oprah Winfrey, once told she wasn't fit for television, sat alone in a tiny Mississippi studio, repeating one belief: "My life has meaning." Her frequency carried her through every rejection. "You become what you believe," she once said, and she did. So let me ask you, chosen one, what are you really vibrating? Beneath your smile, behind your plans, what frequency is speaking for you when you say nothing? Because the universe is listening, not to your voice, but to your field. And what comes next will teach you how to rewrite that invisible script once and for all. Because in the next part you will discover why so many people, even when they want to change, even when they try to do things differently, remain trapped in cycles and blocks that drain energy and empty vitality. We will reveal what TF knew about these invisible traps and how he showed the way to escape them. The hidden side of energy exchanges. Who is stealing from you without your knowledge? You are exposed, and only those who understand the early signs can begin to create their own energy shield. But ask yourself, how often do you feel drained after spending time with certain people, even when no words are exchanged? Have you ever walked into a room and felt a strange weight settle over your spirit, as if something unseen had claimed part of you? These are not coincidences. These are clues, breadcrumbs left behind by your own body, whispering that an energy exchange is already underway, even if your mind hasn't caught up. This is what makes Thoth's ancient message so urgent for God's chosen ones. There are realms of warfare that are not waged with weapons, but with vibration. Scripture says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world." Ephesians 6:12. What if these rulers of darkness are not only external forces, but also inner loops of pain, unhealed wounds, or unconscious agreements you've inherited? I'll tell you about Helena, a kind-hearted woman who always felt exhausted after volunteering at her local community center. She believed she was simply giving too much, but one day during a silent retreat, she realized something deeper. She'd been absorbing the unspoken grief of those around her. Her open heart had become a magnet for unresolved sorrow. Only when she learned to set energetic boundaries did she stop walking through life like a sponge, soaking up the world's pain. Even great leaders face these challenges. Pope John Paul II, a man admired for his strength of spirit and boundless compassion, was once described by a cardinal as having a shield of peace around him in every interaction. That wasn't luck. It was intention. Despite threats, crowds, and spiritual attacks, he stood unshaken. Why? Because his energy field was aligned, anchored, fortified by prayer and deep presence. Could it be that your weakness isn't in your character, but in your field? Just as armor protects the body, your awareness is the armor of the soul. What if you've been walking through battlefields unguarded, absorbing what was never meant for you? What if those frequent headaches, mood swings, or unexplained fatigue are simply the aftershock of invisible theft? Because make no mistake, energy theft is real, and most of it happens without a single word. In the part that follows, we will walk straight into these shadows and begin to shine the light. You will not only learn what to watch for, but how to reinforce your shield before another drop of your vitality is unknowingly drained. Are you beginning to see why you were guided here right now? Now imagine that alongside your own sacred energy, you're constantly immersed in a sea of other people's vibrations. This isn't metaphor, it's energetic fact. Every space you enter, every breath you take, carries unseen emotional residue. And without realizing it, you absorb it. You walk into a room that seems calm, but beneath the surface, people are radiating anxiety, sorrow, rage, or numbness. No one says a word, yet their energy moves. It fills the air like smoke. You breathe it in, you carry it out. That sudden exhaustion or heaviness you feel, it's not random. And then there's that one person who always drains you. A short conversation leaves you foggy or tight in your chest. It's not just vibes, it's a real constant energy exchange. But what if these invisible interactions have been shaping more of your life than you realize? What if the persistent fatigue you chalk up to work, stress, or poor sleep is actually the consequence of unseen spiritual labor? What if the heaviness you feel isn't yours to carry, but you've been carrying it anyway? Could it be that you've been absorbing the unprocessed wounds of others, carrying their grief, their resentment, their fear, just by sitting next to them? These energetic exchanges don't just happen with people, they happen with places, objects and memories. Hospitals echo with pain, cemeteries hold ancestral grief, and homes remember arguments like shadows clinging to the walls. These spaces are not neutral. They store what they've witnessed, layer upon layer of unspoken energy, settling like invisible dust. If you don't understand this, you don't walk protected, you walk porous, you absorb, you carry it home. It seeps into your thoughts, mood, even your dreams, and suddenly you're tired, heavy, disconnected, without knowing why. You were never meant to hold it all, but you didn't say no, because you didn't know you were even saying yes. This is not a new idea. In fact, it is ancient. When Jesus sent his disciples out into the towns to spread the word, he warned them, "And whosoever shall not receive you, shake off the dust of your feet." Matthew 10:14. Why dust? Because even dust holds memory. Because even the smallest particle of rejection or resistance carries vibration. Even he, the Son of God, practiced energetic release. He did not let the unseen cling to him. If Christ walked away from invisible burdens, why do you think you must carry them? Let me tell you about Amara, a museum curator in Prague. Her job seemed quiet, just artifacts and silence, but her body ached and dreams darkened. Doctors found nothing. Then a spiritual elder told her the relics carried emotional residue, grief, loss, war. Her pain wasn't medical, but energetic. When she began praying before work and cleansing afterward, her symptoms faded. What she needed wasn't pills, it was spiritual hygiene. This happens even to spiritual teachers. Eckhart Tolle, author of The Power of Now, once said, "The pain body feeds on drama," and he admitted how crowds once drained him until he learned to protect his peace. Awareness didn't remove his sensitivity, it activated his power. Have you ever entered a space clear-headed and left foggy and sad? Ever spent time with someone cheerful only to feel exhausted the moment you walk away? Something unseen entered your field and it didn't knock. Now here's where it becomes even more essential to understand. We're not talking about evil intentions. Most people don't mean to drain you, but they're spiritually starving. They haven't cultivated their own connection to Source, so they feed on others, not with malice but with need. They consume because they don't know how to generate. They attach because they've never learned to anchor themselves. And if you don't see the signs, you give, and give, and give, until you collapse, not from weakness, but from overflow. Imagine a field of wild orchids, not just beautiful, but delicate, precise, purposeful in how they bloom. Each orchid opens at its own pace, releasing its fragrance into the world, trusting the sun and soil. But what happens if too many passers-by come, plucking petals without care, trampling roots, stealing fragrance without giving anything back? Eventually, even the most radiant blossom fades, and yet no one blames the flower. They blame the soil, the season. But you, like that orchid, are not weak. You were simply over-harvested. So take a breath, reflect. Who walks into your sacred field without reverence? Who sits beside you but leaves you hollow? What environments dim your light even when your day began full of hope? You were never meant to bloom for everyone. You were meant to shine with discernment. And Thoth's message begins here, with divine boundaries, with holy awareness, with spiritual responsibility. Are you ready to reclaim what was always yours? Even worse are the cycles that are established in relationships. These are not simple misunderstandings or occasional imbalances. They are deeply rooted energetic patterns that operate beneath the surface, shaping behavior, feelings, and even identity. Have you noticed how certain dynamics continue to repeat themselves across time, across different people, even across generations? As if a script is being followed, one neither party remembers writing. One person always, almost instinctively, assumes the role of the victim, drawing attention, concern, and emotional nourishment like a flower in constant drought. But no matter how much care is poured in, they remain parched. The other, often without realizing it, steps into the role of the savior, giving, tending, fixing, again and again, even when they receive nothing in return, even when the well within them is running dry. And what happens when this cycle becomes familiar, even addictive? It continues, it intensifies, it begins to define the entire relationship. The victim may begin to feel entitled to that constant emotional supply, while the savior, bound by silent obligation or guilt, begins to lose touch with their own needs. Their value becomes tied to what they can give, not who they are. This is not love. This is energetic dependence masked as care. This is the unspoken transaction where energy is given and taken without ever being acknowledged. A hidden contract that says, "I'll remain broken if you keep trying to fix me." But what neither party realizes is that this agreement breeds spiritual exhaustion, not healing. It is not a pathway to growth. It is a prison built from invisible bricks. Ask yourself this: have you ever left a conversation or a connection feeling inexplicably depleted? Not just tired, but spiritually emptied, as if some part of your inner light had been dimmed. That is not accidental. That is not normal. That is the effect of unconscious energy exchange within a repetitive cycle. And over time, these exchanges aren't just draining, they are dangerous, because they subtly teach you to betray your own boundaries, to normalize imbalance, to confuse martyrdom with love. Even in Scripture, we are reminded that healthy giving must come from overflow, not depletion. Each one must give as he has decided in his heart, not reluctantly or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. 2 Corinthians 9:7. What kind of giving is it when you're pouring from a vessel that hasn't been refilled? Let me tell you about Jonas, a teacher in a small town near Lisbon. He was known for his kindness, always available, always helping others. Parents leaned on him, colleagues confided in him, students came to him for more than just math help. But at night, he felt nothing but emptiness. His energy was so drained that he stopped dreaming altogether. Until one day he heard the phrase, "You can't carry others across a river if you're drowning too." It hit him like lightning. He realized he'd become addicted to being needed. It gave him purpose, but it robbed him of peace. And even among the most admired public figures, this same cycle repeats. Consider Princess Diana, beloved by millions, yet often overwhelmed by the emotional demands placed on her. In interviews and letters, she revealed how she felt consumed by the constant need to comfort others while silently battling her own sadness. She once said, "I knew what my job was. It was to go out and meet the people and love them. But even love, when not reciprocated or balanced, can wear the soul thin." Her story became a symbol of what happens when compassion is mistaken for obligation and personal pain is buried beneath the needs of others. Imagine a patch of jasmine flowers, delicate, fragrant and healing, but place them in a room with no sunlight, where visitors come only to pluck the petals without watering the soil, and eventually even jasmine fades. It was never the flower's fault. It was the environment that refused to give back. So consider this gently but truthfully. Who in your life feeds on your light but never asks about your shadows? Who holds your hand only when they need something? And have you confused their neediness for love? You are not here to fix everyone. You are not a source of endless supply. You are a chosen soul, meant to grow, to rise, to be filled. Thoth's message calls you to recognize these traps, not with blame, but with truth. Because until both the victim and the savior awaken, both remain trapped. And your energy, your sacred divine energy, deserves more than that. And let's not forget social media, probably the greatest energy thief of our time. Every time you access a feed and start mindlessly scrolling, every time you become emotionally involved in arguments, comparisons, other people's dramas, you are giving away a part of your energy, and in most cases, for no return. It's like depositing into an account that never gives back. You come out exhausted, lost, empty, and you don't even know why. Yet this transaction happens in silence, with no alerts or warnings. You don't see the withdrawals, only the slow erosion of your inner clarity. And, ironically, what began as a search for connection leaves you feeling even more isolated. If your soul could speak in those moments, would it whisper, "Come back to me"? But have you ever paused even for a second and asked, what exactly am I feeding when I scroll without awareness? Whose emotions am I absorbing? What illusions am I comparing myself to? The truth is, every flick of your finger becomes a silent surrender. You are not just consuming content, you are allowing content to consume you. You enter for distraction and you exit with depletion. A mind cluttered with half-truths. A soul disoriented by synthetic emotions. And when the scroll ends, what part of your spirit feels more whole? Or do you feel like something sacred has been traded for emptiness? These aren't just bad habits, they are energetic agreements. Agreements you never consciously signed, but ones that still cost you presence and power. Even King Solomon in all his wisdom wrote, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Proverbs 4:23. But how do you guard your heart when your gaze is constantly drawn into a vortex of artificial light and curated pain? What does it mean for a chosen one to give their divine attention, anointed, powerful, sacred, to pixels designed to provoke rather than heal? Your heart is not a consumer of noise, it's a sanctuary of truth. The screens that seduce your attention so easily are often mirrors of what's unhealed within. Every scroll should be a conscious act, not a passive leak of your soul's intention. Could the real test of spiritual discipline in this age be learning to look away? Let me tell you about Zara, a young photographer who began to feel unworthy every time she scrolled through social media. Comparing herself to others' perfect posts, she lost touch with her own voice. So she took a month-long break, not to escape, but to remember. In that stillness, her creativity returned brighter, freer. She realized true art flows from clarity, not comparison. And consider the testimony of Pope Benedict XVI, who once warned of the digital dictatorship of appearances, cautioning believers not to lose their spiritual identity in a world ruled by the temporary and superficial. He understood what many overlook, that constant exposure to digital stimulation fragments the soul, pulling it away from its center, from divine alignment. His words are more prophetic now than ever. We are living in an age where identity is confused with visibility. But what if the truest version of yourself can only emerge in silence? And what if invisibility is sometimes divine protection? You were not created to be a vessel for collective noise. You were not designed to carry the weight of every stranger's opinion, every argument, every manipulated image. Your mind is a sacred altar. Your attention is sacred currency. Yet with each mindless scroll, you're spending it without ever counting the cost. Would you offer gold to a thief? Then why offer your awareness to what depletes you? Your attention builds worlds. It shapes emotion, belief, and even faith. Reclaiming it isn't selfish. It's spiritual stewardship. So ask gently but truthfully, how many times have you opened your phone for a moment of peace and ended up drowning in agitation? How often do you close an app feeling more disconnected from yourself than when you began? And when was the last time you used your attention as a blessing rather than letting it become a casualty? These aren't just daily habits, they are daily altars, and something is always being worshipped. The question is, what are you sacrificing and to whom? Perhaps your energy has been feeding an altar that never feeds you back. Imagine a wild thistle, resilient, vibrant, thriving in still earth. If you pluck it from its roots and place it in an endless spinning wind, even its strength will fray. You are that thistle. Your roots must stay deep. Your gaze must remain deliberate. The world will try to make you forget your root. It will spin you in circles until even your purpose feels foreign. But in your stillness, in your rootedness, power returns. This is not weakness. It is your defense against the storm. Thoth's message doesn't ask you to abandon the world. It calls you to reclaim yourself within it, to become conscious of what steals your energy before it leaves you bankrupt. Because as long as you're distracted, you cannot be aligned. And if you're not aligned, how can you activate the divine codes placed within you? You are not here to survive this world's noise. You are here to transmute it. But first, you must become aware of the currents beneath your choices. And then, you must choose again, with clarity, with courage, with consecration. You don't need to disconnect from the world. You need to reconnect with the source. That source is waiting, not far away, but in the still place within you. And once you find it, no screen can steal it, no noise can drown it, no distraction can dim it. And here's the most critical point. If you don't learn to identify these exchanges, you have no way to protect yourself. You have no way to preserve your energy. You remain vulnerable, exposed, open to whatever flow wants to connect to you. And the more sensitive you become spiritually, the more you feel all this, the more you absorb, the more you notice, the more you gather. And that's why it becomes urgent to learn to take care of your field. Because what you're feeling isn't just exhaustion, it's erosion, spiritual erosion, the gradual wearing away of your vibrational foundation every time your awareness is wide open, but your discernment is asleep. What if the reason you feel so scattered after a conversation isn't because you're bad at setting boundaries, but because your field has been left unguarded for too long? What if that lingering heaviness isn't just emotional residue, but a direct signal from your soul that it's time to shield what is sacred. Picture it. You walk into a room full of laughter and friendly faces, but as the minutes pass, your heart races, your shoulders tense, you can't focus, you can't breathe deeply. Nothing looks wrong, but everything feels off. You stay anyway because it would seem rude to leave. But in staying, you sacrifice clarity. You dismiss your inner knowing for the comfort of others, and you pay for it later in energy, in sleep, in self-doubt. The Bible warns in Ephesians 6:12 that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. That wrestling isn't always dramatic. It's subtle, energetic, quiet. The kind of warfare that wears you down slowly until you don't recognize yourself anymore. That's why taking care of your energy isn't optional. It's an act of spiritual obedience. Think about this. Would you ever leave your front door wide open in the middle of the night, inviting strangers to come and go freely through your home? Of course not, but many of God's chosen ones walk through this world with wide open spiritual doors, letting every unseen frequency in without a filter. What toll has that openness taken on your soul? I'll tell you a story. A woman named Isolde, an elementary school teacher in Barcelona, always felt fatigued after her classes. She loved her students, had a passion for teaching, and lived with sincere kindness. But by 3 p.m. every day, she was nearly in tears from exhaustion. It wasn't until she started keeping a spiritual journal that she realized something strange. Her worst days aligned with her most emotionally charged students. Not in what they said, but in how they felt. She was absorbing their turmoil like a sponge. Once she began setting energetic boundaries through prayer before class, blessing each student silently as they entered, the shift was profound. Her body lightened, her clarity sharpened. The students felt more calm too. It was never about changing them. It was about protecting her field. Famous figures experienced this too. Lady Gaga, known for her electrifying stage presence, once spoke in an interview about how she began grounding herself spiritually before performances. Despite the glamour, she confessed to feeling drained and split after each show until she incorporated intentional protection rituals, simple breathwork, gratitude prayers, and mental visualization. Now she performs from her center, not from depletion. And what about you? How many moments have you walked away from, smiling on the outside, spiritually frayed on the inside? How often have you brushed off that tightness in your chest, the sudden brain fog, the deep fatigue, as just a bad day, when it was actually your field absorbing what it wasn't meant to carry? Imagine your energy as a golden thread being pulled through the eye of a needle. Every distraction, every emotional vampire, every crowded space tugs at that thread, threatening to unravel what you've spent years weaving. You weren't chosen by God to be unraveled. You were chosen to shine with coherence, with clarity, with divine awareness. In Luke 5:16, even Jesus withdrew to lonely places and prayed. If the Son of God needed solitude to realign his divine frequency, how much more do you? You see, taking care of your field is not an act of selfishness. It is sacred responsibility. You are not here to be an open buffet for every stray emotion, every energy thief, every unresolved trauma that floats near you. You are here to be a vessel, a temple, and temples require care, boundaries, and holy maintenance. The world will not teach you how to protect your field, but Thoth's message is clear. Awareness is the beginning of authority. Once you see the exchange, you can choose it. Once you know the cost, you can say no. Are you ready to reclaim the power that's been leaking through unguarded gates? Because what we're about to explore next will change how you stand in every room and what you allow to pass through your spiritual door. Now, we are going to reveal the first key to regaining control. What moves all the energy around you and begins to give you back the power you didn't even know you had lost, is the initial secret. Intention and presence shape everything. What moves all the energy around you is not something external. It is not something you have to look for elsewhere. It is within you. And it begins with two forces, so simple and so misunderstood that most people spend their entire lives ignoring them. Intention and presence. These are not empty words from a self-help manual. They are the foundation upon which your entire energy field is organized. Without presence, energy is scattered. Without intention, energy has no direction. And when the two align, an inner portal opens that allows you to begin to consciously influence everything around you. But why are these two principles so crucial, so foundational, so often forgotten in a world obsessed with doing rather than being? How is it that we chase rituals, strategies, and quick fixes, yet overlook the core mechanics of our spiritual design? Let's start by understanding what presence is. Presence is being fully here. It is stepping out of autopilot, out of mental chaos, out of obsession with the past and the future, and anchoring your awareness in the now. It is the quiet power of stillness in a loud world. It seems simple, but have you ever truly tried it? When was the last time you breathed consciously, feeling the air entering your nose, feeling your chest expanding, feeling your body occupying space in the world without chasing any thought, without getting lost in any problem, without planning what's next or reliving what's gone? Most of the time we are absent. Our bodies are here, but our minds wander elsewhere. When we are absent, our energy field is also vulnerable. It disperses, becomes permeable, loses cohesion. And when that happens, you may feel scattered, anxious, or even invaded by energies that aren't yours. Isn't it ironic that we protect our homes with locks and our phones with passwords, but leave our own energy wide open? Now, intention comes into play. Intention is the conscious direction of your energy. It is not enough to be present. You have to choose where you want to direct your attention, your strength. You have to declare your alignment, not with words, but with vibration. When you set an intention on something, you begin to align all parts of your being in that direction, your thoughts, your feelings, your vibrational energy. Intention is not just wishing. It is not just thinking. It is directing with conviction, with inner alignment. It is the act of spiritual leadership from within. Remember the words of Proverbs 4:25-26. Let your eyes look directly forward and your gaze be straight before you. Ponder the path of your feet, then all your ways will be sure. That is intention, the inner gaze fixed, the inner compass steady. And when aligned with presence, it births a force field of spiritual integrity. To illustrate this simply, imagine two different situations. In the first, you put your hand on someone just out of habit, without thinking, without feeling, without attention. It is just an empty gesture. The energy in that case is minimal, practically non-existent. Now imagine placing the same hand, but this time bringing presence. Take a deep breath. Feel the connection. Intend to transmit calm, support, love. Feel your heart involved. Feel your cells vibrating with that intention. Even without saying a word, the other person feels it. The energy moves. You have created a vibrational bridge between you and the other. This is the power of intention and presence combined. Wouldn't you agree that this simple shift can change not only how you act, but how others receive you? The artist Marina Abramovich once conducted a silent experiment in MoMA, where strangers sat across from her and gazed into her eyes. No words, no movement, just presence. People broke into tears, not because she spoke, but because she was. Because her energy field held intention. That's the kind of power you hold when you anchor deeply into the now and choose consciously. Let me tell you about Blaine, a young gardener from Cape Town. He said a simple prayer every morning before tending to his roses. "Let me carry peace in my hands." It wasn't just ritual, it was alignment. Every time he touched a leaf, his plants seemed to bloom faster, live longer. People in his town called his garden the listening field. Why? Because his intention spoke louder than words, because presence carries instruction, even to creation itself. And picture this, a lion in the savannah, still, alert, breathing. It does not waste movement. It does not roar needlessly. Its power isn't in constant action. It's in poised presence. Even the wind respects its stance. When the lion chooses to move, it does so with fierce intention, every step calculated, every muscle aligned. You are no different. When your energy roams wild and distracted, your strength leaks. But when you focus like the lion, your very stillness becomes a force that others feel before you even speak. So pause here, dear soul. What are you intending right now? And more importantly, are you present enough to notice? Because in the union of presence and intention, you return to divine authorship. You stop reacting and begin creating. You stop leaking and begin leading. The energies that once swirled around you uncontrollably now begin to respond to your vibration. And that is only the beginning. You've been told that in order to transform your life, you need secret formulas, elaborate rituals, or access to some mystical knowledge hidden away in sacred texts or ancient temples. But the truth is far more empowering and far simpler. You don't need complex tools. You don't need complicated ceremonies. You don't need to chant under moonlight or wait for the alignment of distant stars. What you truly need is already within you, the willingness to be and the courage to lead. But why does that sound so hard? Why does such simplicity feel so distant from your daily experience? It's because, like many of God's chosen ones walking through a distracted world, you've been conditioned, sometimes even from birth, to be constantly occupied, endlessly multitasking, and internally fragmented. How many times have your thoughts pulled you in one direction while your heart whispered another truth, and your body numbly followed a completely different path just to survive? This fragmentation doesn't just make you tired, it tears apart your internal harmony. It creates what could only be called a fractured energy field. Instead of walking through life with divine clarity, you move like a flickering flame in the wind. But what if everything began to work together? What if your mind, heart, and body could flow in the same rhythm? That harmony would generate a coherent field, a divine force field that is not only unified but powerful beyond your current imagination. The Apostle Paul once wrote, "Let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, since as members of one body you were called to peace." Colossians 3:15. What if that peace wasn't just spiritual? It was also energetic, neurological, and cellular. Could it be that the real strength begins when your inner parts stop warring and start aligning? Let me tell you about Ava, a documentary filmmaker who used to live in constant stress, chasing deadlines, managing clients, scrolling social media for validation. She believed her burnout came from overwork. But one day, while filming in the Andes, she spent a week unplugged in silence. She realized she hadn't had a coherent thought, one fully aligned with her heart and body, in years. That trip didn't just give her rest, it gave her realignment. Today, Ava says, the day I stopped doing and started being was the day I found energy I never knew I had. Have you ever noticed that physical reality feels like a late echo of something deeper, something that already happened inside of you? Like when you just knew an opportunity was coming before it did. That's not intuition by chance, it's the tip of a divine iceberg. Picture your external world like the visible tip of a mountain floating in an endless sea. What you can see, your relationships, your finances, your successes, or setbacks, are just the tiny crest. What's hidden below the surface is far greater. your beliefs, your unspoken emotions, your buried expectations, and even the quiet thoughts you never say aloud. Do you remember the story of David and Goliath? Everyone else saw a giant, but David's internal field was different. His thoughts, his trust in God, his past experiences with lions and bears, all of it combined into a powerful coherence. The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will rescue me from the hand of this Philistine, he declared, 1 Samuel 17:37. He didn't win the battle in the valley. He won it first in the field of unseen conviction. I once knew a man named Elias, a quiet woodworker from a foggy village near the sea. He didn't own a smartphone, never shouted to be heard, and yet everyone listened when he spoke. Why? Because he lived in full alignment. Every nail he struck, every story he shared, every moment he chose stillness over chaos. He emanated a presence that could be felt, not seen, felt. One customer who had been suffering from chronic stress later said, "Being near Elias was like standing in sunlight after days of cold wind." That's the kind of vibrational coherence we're talking about. Think of a mighty oak tree, not the sapling above ground, but the unseen roots that stretch deep into the earth. Those roots determine its strength, its survival, its very shape. Your inner world is the root system of your life. And yet how often do you only focus on the leaves? Even in our modern world, voices of insight echo this truth. Brené Brown, renowned research professor and author, once said, "You either walk inside your story and own it, or you stand outside your story and hustle for your worth." Your story isn't what you do. It's the quiet power that shapes why you do it. Now ask yourself gently, what energy are you truly carrying with you each day? Not what you pretend to feel, but what you hold secretly when no one is watching. What emotions are building invisible bridges or unseen walls? What beliefs, passed down, never questioned, are filtering every encounter you have? Because whether you realize it or not, all of these elements, your thoughts, your wounds, your silent prayers, form a frequency. And that frequency is not passive, it's magnetic. It begins to organize the very reality around you, drawing people, events, and outcomes that match what you carry. This isn't magic, it's divine design. It's why Jesus said, "According to your faith, let it be done to you," Matthew 9:29. Your faith, your inner vibration, your belief field, that's the architect of your visible world. If fear lingers in any corner of your heart, no matter how small, it sends out a signal that shapes your reality. You might speak affirmations or chase courage outwardly, but if your core vibrates with anxiety or scarcity, your life will reflect that same energy. This isn't superstition, it's vibrational alignment. Like a radio tuned to the wrong station, your frequency determines what you receive, not what you intend. As 1 John 4:18 says, "Perfect love drives out fear." You weren't made to live in fear, but to radiate love, a frequency that draws peace and power. Think of the sunflower. It doesn't chase the sun. It turns gently, steadily. Trusting light will come, just like you're invited to align, not force. Thoth never described magic as illusion. He spoke of vibration, the sacred science of frequency shaping form. As within, so without, he taught, what vibrates inside becomes what you live outside. That's not metaphor. It's your reality. Consider Clara, a Catholic mystic and humanitarian who worked tirelessly for peace, yet lived haunted by fear. One night she heard within, "You cannot serve peace until peace serves in you." From that moment, she stopped striving. She started aligning. Her peace became her presence, not her performance. Or Jonah, a single father who tried for years to escape poverty. A friend asked him to write what he truly believed about money. What came up were inherited beliefs like, People like us never get ahead. As he rewrote those beliefs, his life changed, opportunities arrived, and joy returned. It's the same sacred pattern seen in nature. The tides move by the moon's pull, not human force. Seeds don't bloom by command. They bloom when the soil softens. You are no different. Beneath old beliefs, something in you is stirring. And there are stories like Marcus, a former Olympian, who, despite success, felt hollow, until emotional healing helped him release childhood fears. I stopped chasing momentum, he said, and became momentum itself. Or Elena, a ceramic artist whose creativity transformed after releasing the energy of a childhood memory. Her art became alive because her energy was finally free. Isaiah 10:27 declares, "The yoke will be destroyed because of the anointing oil." That yoke, the old burden of belief, breaks when divine energy flows freely again. When blocks dissolve, your soul doesn't just shift, it awakens. Even Pope Francis reminds us, God is not afraid of your wounds. He wants to heal them with an infinite embrace of mercy. That mercy is not just comfort, it's release. The moment your pain loses its grip is the moment your power returns. When that divine current flows through you, you stop being a character in someone else's story. You become the co-creator, and the world starts responding not to your struggle, but to your alignment, not to your striving, but to your vibration. You don't need magic, you need remembrance. Because when you recalibrate the field within, the reality around you will have no choice but to mirror it. That's not fantasy. That's sacred law. And that's exactly what you're about to unlock, not just another method, but the living memory of who you truly are. Now comes the sacred moment of unlocking, how to release stagnant energy from the body. This isn't some poetic metaphor or imaginative visualization. When we speak of blocked energy, we speak of something visceral, measurable, undeniable. These are not ghosts of emotion, they are real interruptions in the energetic current that is meant to move fluidly through your being. And when that flow is blocked, when the river of life inside you dams up, it doesn't merely create discomfort, it births symptoms, it initiates pain. Over time, it can crystallize into illness. Have you ever wondered why your body aches in strange ways after deep emotional days? Why heartbreak feels like chest pressure? Why unresolved grief settles like stone in your shoulders? Why chronic anxiety tangles itself in your stomach like a tightening fist? These are not metaphors, they are vibrational truths. The body speaks the language of energy fluently. It does not lie, it does not disguise, it reveals. Every ache, every stiffness, every recurring pain is a signal, a plea for your attention. But what have you been taught to do with these signals? To suppress, to silence, to numb. A pill for the pain, a distraction for the emotion, a task to keep you from thinking about the unease. The energy, however, does not obey suppression. It lingers, it waits, and like water behind a crumbling dam, it builds pressure. Left unaddressed, it manifests, not just emotionally, but physically. King David once cried out, "When I kept silent, my bones wasted away through my groaning all day long." Psalm 32 verse 3. Even the ancients knew what we now confirm in both mysticism and medicine. The body records what the mouth refuses to speak. Silence is not always peace. It is sometimes repression. Let me tell you about Lucien, a high-ranking diplomat whose job demanded calm under pressure. For over a decade, he ignored the increasing tightness in his chest, believing it was merely stress. But no medical test revealed anything clear. Eventually, in a simple guided breathwork session offered by a spiritual healer in Lisbon, something broke loose. Tears he hadn't cried in 20 years began to fall. He whispered after, "I didn't even know I was holding that in." That moment, he said, felt like a wall collapsing in his soul. Imagine a mighty stag in the forest, majestic, yet still, its muscles tense, not because it chooses stillness, but because a predator once taught it fear. Over time, even after the threat is gone, the tension remains. You, too, may be carrying the tension of battles long over, and your body remembers them more faithfully than your mind. Thoth, the great keeper of wisdom, taught us that healing does not require something external. Not tools, not rituals, not sacred oils or crystals. The key has always been within you, and it begins with something astonishingly simple, yet profoundly powerful: the breath. When you breathe consciously, you are doing far more than drawing oxygen into your lungs. You are awakening dormant energy channels. You are saying to the universe, "I am ready to flow again." Conscious breath is the first sacred movement. It is the stirring of waters long still. With every inhale, you are not just taking in air, you are summoning life. With every exhale, you are releasing what no longer serves your spirit. This is not technique. This is remembrance. Even Jesus, during his most anguished moment on the cross, breathed his last, Luke 23:46, and in that sacred exhale, power was released into the world. Breath has always been the gateway between worlds, spirit and flesh, invisible and tangible. And when you unite that breath with conscious touch, something even more miraculous happens. Not a mechanical gesture, not an absent-minded rub, but an intentional, loving contact. Imagine placing your hand, your sacred instrument, on the place that aches, but not out of frustration, not to fix it. You place it there with presence, with reverence. Feel your palm warming that space. Feel the subtle tingling as energy begins to stir. Take a deep breath. Focus your awareness into that spot. Feel what has been ignored. Witness what has been waiting. And as your breath meets your awareness, the tension begins to soften, not because you forced it, but because you finally allowed it. You are not performing a trick. You are letting the body do what it already knows how to do: heal. There's a woman named Rhea, a midwife in her 60s, who after years of helping others birth new life, found herself with unexplained hip pain. No diagnosis, no trauma, just pain. One evening, she decided to sit in stillness, breathe, and gently place her hands on her hips. She recalled an old memory of a child she couldn't save during labor. She wept for the first time in decades. The pain began to lift. Her doctor later said, "I can't explain it." But Rhea could. She said, "I didn't heal the pain. I honored it, and it finally moved on." The body is holy ground. It remembers every joy and every wound. And when you begin to meet it, not as a machine to be fixed, but as a sacred landscape to be listened to, it will speak, it will respond, it will flow. This is how you, as one of God's chosen, return to your original design, through breath, through touch, through presence. You don't need complexity, you need connection. The same sacred principle applies to other forms of movement, not just breath, not just touch, but the full, intuitive movement of your body in space. You don't need choreography, mirrors, or music that's been pre-approved by anyone. Sometimes, the most powerful transformation happens alone in your room, barefoot on the floor, letting your body move without instruction, without shame, just you and the moment. Have you ever tried it? Closed the door, dimmed the lights, and simply allowed your body to move the way it wants, not the way it's been taught. Spontaneous motion, shaking, spinning, stretching, can be far more than exercise. It can be an invocation, a shaking loose of memories, a physical exhale of everything you've held in. In those movements, tension begins to unravel. Tension that may have been living inside you for months, years, maybe even decades. Sometimes a single twist of the spine, a tilt of the head, a stomping of the feet awakens old energy stored in hidden joints and soft tissues. And in that release, something sacred happens, something remembered. This is not imagination. This is movement as medicine. The prophet Jeremiah once spoke God's words, saying, "I will turn their mourning into gladness. I will give them comfort and joy instead of sorrow." Jeremiah 31:13. But what if that joy begins not as a gift falling from heaven, but as a rising from within, like steam from a deep spring? What if dancing in your solitude becomes your first act of resurrection? There's a speaker named Meera Patel, known globally for her trauma-informed leadership retreats. But long before the world heard her name, she was a 23-year-old woman recovering from abuse, curled in the corner of her apartment, silent. One night, with no words left to pray, she stood, turned on a single song, and began to move. Her movements were not elegant, they were primal. But she later said, "That night something broke open in me. I didn't dance to escape, I danced to come home." Today, thousands attend her workshops, but she always tells them, "Your healing didn't start in a lesson, it started in motion." Can you picture the earth after a long thunderstorm? How the rain shakes loose dust from the leaves, how rivers overflow their banks with sudden life. Movement does the same for your internal rivers. It shakes loose the emotional sediment and lets clarity rise to the surface. And I'll tell you of another, Theo, a retired stone carver from Provence, whose body had stiffened with age and regret. One day, he watched a small bird hopping in the garden and mimicked it, just for fun. Just for a minute. Then again the next morning, and again. Within weeks he was stretching, stepping, flowing. He told his niece, "The bird reminded me that my body still remembers joy." That joy was never gone. It had only been sealed behind grief and time. When you move, when you let go of performance and allow authenticity to guide you, the body begins to reclaim its language. You feel a strange lightness, an expansion in your chest, a surprising moment of clarity, as if your cells had been whispering answers all along, waiting for you to listen. And here's what most don't understand. It is not because a miracle has descended from the sky, it is because you have finally made space for the miracle already buried inside you. The miracle was never external, it was you, rediscovering you. But take heed, this is only the beginning. These first releases, those first deep sighs, those first tears that rise unexpectedly, those first unshackled steps are like opening a single window in a house that has been closed for far too long. The air begins to move, the light spills in like grace, but the dust still rests in the corners. The doors to deeper rooms remain locked. Thoth's wisdom reminds us that all openings begin in silence, and silence is not the end, but the passage. Just because the light has entered doesn't mean you've seen every shadow. Just because the air is moving doesn't mean the house is clean. This is sacred preparation. This is sacred beginning. Will you keep moving forward? Will you dare to open more windows, unlock more rooms, enter deeper levels of your own temple? Because your body is not a cage, it is a cathedral. And cathedrals take time to cleanse. There are deeper realms still, frequencies far more powerful than breath, movement, or even touch. Frequencies that do not merely release stored energy, but reprogram the entire vibrational blueprint of your life. They don't just break chains, they rewrite the laws under which your soul has been operating. And now you stand at the edge of that revelation. Because in the next movement of this sacred journey, you will encounter what Thoth and the ancient masters knew, what sages whispered, what prophets hinted, and what mystics have lived. There is a frequency above all others, a force so complete, so whole, that it is capable of dissolving every wound, transmuting every fear, and unlocking the deepest doors within you. That frequency is love, but not the kind you've been taught to chase, not the unstable romantic thrill that comes and goes with conditions, expectations, or emotional contracts, not the desperate kind that clings, that breaks, that demands to be returned. No, we are speaking of the supreme frequency, the love that existed before time, the love that holds the cosmos together, the love that heals by simply being what it is, pure energy in divine motion. This love is not a secret passed through hidden temples carved into mountain stone. It is not confined to the dusty scrolls of forgotten orders or locked behind vows of secrecy. It is not something you must earn, prove worthy of, or beg for. It has always been available. It has always pulsed at the very core of your being, waiting, not to be summoned, but to be remembered. Have you ever wondered why a simple act of kindness can make you cry unexpectedly? Why a stranger's touch can melt your resistance more than 1,000 therapies? Why holding a newborn child can feel like holding the mystery of heaven itself? Or why you can walk into a room and instantly feel when it has been filled with grace or with bitterness? Could it be that love is not just a feeling, but a spiritual vibration you were created to recognize? The Apostle Paul wrote it plainly, "Now these three remain, faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these is love." 1 Corinthians 13:13. Not because love is more poetic, but because love is the frequency from which all creation flows. Let me tell you about Ilan, a conflict mediator who spent years working between war-torn villages. He had seen hatred that ran generations deep, divisions that logic could not resolve. One day, after months of failed dialogue, he walked into a tent filled with bitter elders and simply wept. He said nothing. He just sat on the floor and wept. For the pain, the lost sons, the wasted time. Silence fell, and one by one, the elders wept too. That day, for the first time in 40 years, 2 tribes touched hands. Later, Ilan said, "It wasn't negotiation that changed the room. It was love, a frequency no one had dared to speak in for decades." Could it be that some wars are not ended by strategy, but by softness? That some divides are not crossed by words, but by presence? Even nature reveals this truth. Watch how vines wrap themselves around dying trees, not to choke them, but to hold them. How baby animals nuzzle their mothers, or how birds gather in murmuration, forming sky dances without a single word exchanged. This is love, not as sentiment, but as sacred design. There was a young man named Silas who wandered for years believing he was cursed, emotionally numb, disconnected from everything around him. One night he stumbled into a small chapel during evening vespers. No sermon, no music, just candlelight and presence. A woman nearby reached out and gently placed a hand on his trembling back. She said nothing, but in that simple present moment, Silas said he felt something crack open. It was like my heart remembered what it had always known, but had forgotten that I was not unloved. I had just forgotten how to receive. And that's the deeper truth. This frequency doesn't ask you to achieve. It asks you to receive, not to grasp it with effort, but to allow it, to recognize it as the essence from which you were made. We love because he first loved us. 1 John 4:19. This is not a passive truth. It is the very blueprint of your being. You were designed to receive divine love as naturally as the earth receives the rain. Even Pope John Paul II once said, "The greatest misery is to feel unloved. But the real misery is not in being unloved. It is in forgetting that you are loved by the source itself, constantly, endlessly, unconditionally. To walk through life with your back turned to the sun and believe it's night." So now we step deeper. But be mindful, this isn't the end of your awakening. It is only the beginning of a new dimension. Because to embody this universal love is not merely to feel better, it is to vibrate differently. It is to become the healing, to become the clarity, to become the vessel through which divine restoration flows. Above all, clothe yourselves with love, which binds us all together in perfect harmony. Colossians 3:14. This is the binding force. the supreme chord, the energy that allows every other frequency to come into tune. This frequency, this sacred energy of love, isn't something you find. It is what rises when everything else falls away. When Thoth and the other enlightened masters spoke of the power of love, they were not referring to a fleeting feeling, nor to the emotional tides that rise and fall with circumstance. They were speaking of something much greater, something deeper than emotion, older than time, a frequency, a radiant organizing force that moves invisibly yet powerfully through all things. This frequency does not merely comfort, it heals, restores, realigns, and transforms. It is love that dissolves barriers that logic cannot. It is love that integrates brokenness that words can't mend. It is love that creates a sacred coherence, where body, mind, heart, and spirit no longer compete or contradict, but move in holy unison. Have you ever felt that moment when, after days of heaviness, you sit quietly, breathe gently, and something soft opens in your chest? That unexplainable sense of oneness, of harmony with everything. That is not sentiment. That is the frequency of love activating within you. You stop resisting life, and life begins to flow through you. God is love. Whoever lives in love lives in God, and God in them. 1 John 4:16. This is not metaphor. This is vibrational science from the Creator himself. When you align with love, you're not just in a good mood. You are living in God's current. This frequency doesn't require an audience. It doesn't wait for perfect timing. You can access it in stillness, with no one watching, no words, no motions, just you, your breath, and the simple willingness to intend love. You can direct that love toward your aching body, toward an old memory, toward the silent grief that has not yet found a voice. What if you paused right now and placed your hand over your heart, not out of habit, but with presence? What might shift if you directed love toward the stiffness in your neck, the fatigue behind your eyes, or the sorrow that lives quietly in your belly? This love can reach others too. You can expand it outward, toward the difficult person in your life, the heavy environment in your home, the unresolved situation that lingers in your spirit. Love, once activated, becomes like light through stained glass. It changes everything it touches. And then something incredible happens. The energy begins to reorganize. The atmosphere shifts. Thoughts quiet. Emotions loosen. You begin to feel space where once there was tension, lightness where once there was pressure. Because love, as a frequency, is not merely healing. It is the bridge between pain and peace, between confusion and clarity, between disconnection and divine flow. As Jesus said, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." Matthew 11:28. That rest isn't just emotional, it's energetic. It's what happens when you come into alignment with the divine field of love. From this sacred place, a new question begins to emerge. How do I live this truth? How do I turn this knowing into action, into daily embodied experience? And this is where everything begins to change. This is where we begin to draw on the frequencies of the elements, sacred allies in your healing. Water, crystals, sound, color. They are not random. They are not mere materials. They are living carriers of energy, waiting to be intended, programmed, and aligned with your soul. Have you ever placed your hands around a glass of water, slowed your breath, and intended love into that water? You are not imagining things. Science now confirms what mystics have long declared. Water is responsive. Its molecules shift under emotional charge. Its structure reorders itself based on your frequency. When you drink that water, blessed by your consciousness, your body recognizes it. You are not just hydrating, you are realigning. Do you recall the late Dr. Masaru Emoto, a Japanese researcher whose work on the crystallization of water became globally known. He photographed water molecules before and after being exposed to words like love or gratitude. Under positive intention, the water formed stunning snowflake-like patterns, but under hate or neglect, the crystals were chaotic, broken. What message does your own water carry? What intention are you sending to every cell in your body? Crystals work in a similar way. Each one, a gift of the earth, carries a distinct vibrational signature: quartz for clarity, amethyst for purification, tourmaline for protection, citrine for inner fire. When you hold one of these stones in your palm and breathe love into it with conscious presence, it becomes more than a mineral. It becomes a vibrational amplifier, magnifying the energy you've infused within it. And then there is sound, the language of angels, the vibration of creation itself. "Make a joyful noise to the Lord," cries Psalm 101. Every note, every rhythm carries a resonance. Uplifting music tunes your field like a harp, returning to harmony. Even your voice, your humming, your prayer, your sigh can activate inner flow. Color, too, is no accident. What if your clothing, your room, your altar became tools of spiritual technology? Blue for peace, green for renewal, gold for divine wisdom. Fashion designer and activist Stella McCartney once shared that she chooses fabrics not just for beauty, but for energy. "I believe our choices carry vibration," she said in an interview. What do your colors say about your frequency today? These tools do not replace love. They amplify it. They are anchors, reminders, vibrational keys placed lovingly throughout the garden of your experience. They invite your body, mind, and spirit to remember what they've always known. And now that you remember, will you begin to live from that frequency? Because this is no longer just about awakening. This is about embodiment. This is about becoming the living conductor of divine love in every room you enter, in every breath you take, in every choice you make. And then, as you begin to experience these elements, water, crystal, sound, color, not as objects but as living extensions of the sacred, as you start to feel their frequencies and gently play with them like threads of divine light, something even more extraordinary begins to happen. You come upon a discovery that transcends even the tools themselves. There exists a direct, unfiltered connection to the divine, a connection that does not require priests, temples, robes, or sacred texts written in forgotten tongues. This connection is not mediated through tradition. It is not bound by dogma or dependent on permission. It is already alive within you. Have you ever felt that subtle electricity in the stillness of your breath? That quiet sense that someone far beyond you, and yet somehow within you, was listening, responding, radiating back? That was not your imagination. That was your soul brushing against the unmediated presence of the divine. Do you not know that you are God's temple and that God's Spirit dwells in you? 1 Corinthians 3:16. Could it be that what you've been seeking in the heavens is already pulsing in the sanctuary of your chest? And now we stand at the threshold of the greatest revelation, the climax of this entire journey, a sacred truth so powerful that it dismantles centuries of separation. But before you can fully receive it, there is one last veil that must be lifted. And it does not lie outside you. It is hidden in a place far more subtle and far more challenging. It is hidden within. This is where the most insidious traps of the spiritual path arise, not in what others do to you, but in what you unconsciously do to yourself. Because the final blockage, the deepest distortion of your frequency, is often born in shadowed corners of your own thoughts, feelings, and unspoken judgments. When someone directs negative energy toward another, through envy, resentment, anger, gossip, even silent contempt, they may believe that energy is moving outward, targeting someone else. But here's the ancient warning that Thoth and the other masters echoed across the centuries. That energy always passes through you first. You may think that anger releases power, that judgment protects you, that wishing someone's failure will lift your status. But what if every negative thought, before it takes aim at another, sinks into your own field? What if every act of spite first coats your heart like ash, before ever leaving your body? Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that will he also reap. Galatians 6:7. What if this isn't just a moral rule, but a vibrational law? Imagine pouring ink into a clear stream before handing it to someone else. You pollute the water in your own vessel before they even taste a drop. This is how negativity works. Before it leaves your aura, it has already contaminated your internal field. Let me tell you of Selene, a world-renowned performance coach who once admitted in a rare interview that she struggled for years with silent jealousy toward a colleague. She smiled in meetings, praised him in public. But inside, she carried quiet resentment. Her work began to stagnate. Her clarity dulled. Finally, during a sabbatical in India, a monk told her, "Every time you curse someone in your heart, you hand them your light." She said it changed her life. She returned, not to compete, but to bless. Her voice, her clarity, her clients, everything multiplied. And what of Malcolm, a jazz pianist from Detroit, who spent decades angry at an old friend who betrayed him in a record deal? Every time he played, his music carried brilliance, but also a bite, a weight. One night after a show, an old woman approached him and said, "Your notes are beautiful, but they sound caged." That night he went home, wrote a letter of forgiveness he never sent, and played like a man set free. And suddenly, the music soared. Could it be that your greatest block is not what someone did to you, but the energy you still carry because of it? Let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and slander be put away from you. Be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, as God in Christ forgave you. Ephesians 4:31-32. What if forgiveness is less about virtue and more about vibrational freedom? Many times the energy we send toward others never even reaches them. Why? Because their field is too elevated, too pure, too shielded by grace to absorb it. The frequency simply bounces off, returning to its source. And if that source is you, it stays with you. And now comes the question that stirs the soul. What have you allowed to stay with you? What pain disguised as justice? What judgment wrapped as righteousness? What fear pretending to be wisdom? Because this energy, if left unchecked, becomes the final cage. And you were not meant to live caged. You were meant to rise, to radiate, to reconnect with the divine current that flows unblocked, unfiltered, unstoppable. And that, dear chosen one, is exactly where we are about to go next. That is why so many people with potential, intelligence, and even outward success, find that their lives quietly begin to collapse when they continually feed on negative emotions. They don't realize it at first. They think they are directing those feelings outward, toward someone who hurt them, toward an unfair system, toward life itself. But in truth, they are reinforcing a deeper chaos within themselves. Have you ever wondered why some people, despite doing everything right, still seem to attract tension, resistance, or emotional stagnation wherever they go? Could it be that they are unknowingly radiating an inner signal that contradicts their external efforts? That what lies beneath the surface still speaks louder than their words? Because it is not appearances that shape reality. It is the coherence, the divine harmony between your thoughts, your emotions, and your intention. That is the real language the universe hears. That is the true frequency that forms your tomorrow. You can speak beautiful words. You can perform acts of kindness. You can write blessings into the air with your lips. But if bitterness, resentment, or pride are still circulating quietly within your emotional field, then the frequency you emit will not be one of healing. It will be one of distortion, imbalance, and silent destruction. There is no energetic mask, no spiritual disguise, no vibrational filter you can put over your pain that the universe cannot see through. For the Lord does not see as man sees. Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. This is the moment of maximum tension, the sacred pressure that comes before the portal opens. Because only those who have purified their internal field, only those who have dared to face their own poisons, their own shadows, their own ghosts, can access the highest vibrational plane. Only those who have integrated their darkness, not denied it, are trusted with the frequency of divine coherence. Think of Maya Angelou, poet, civil rights activist, and a woman who turned pain into power. She once said, "I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." Despite surviving childhood trauma, racism, and injustice, she chose not to let bitterness shape her energy. Her presence carried healing because her inner field was coherent. She did not just write truth, she vibrated it. And then consider Eleanor, a retired seamstress who spent her days alone in a small cottage, caring for the same hydrangea bush her husband had planted before he passed away. Though she had every reason to grow bitter, her neighbors said walking past her window always felt like stepping into a field of light. Why? Because each morning she spoke blessings over that flower, over her home, over her heart. Her frequency was not flashy, but it was radiant. It moved gently, like wind through pine. Could it be that the most powerful vibration is not always loud, but consistent, like the quiet humming of a bee as it pollinates the future? Think of the sunflower. It doesn't compete, it simply turns toward the light, and in doing so, it transforms. What would happen if you let your own energy field turn fully toward the sun, toward divine alignment rather than fighting shadows? Imagine a wild horse, untamed, powerful but directionless. Its energy is magnificent but without focus. It can destroy everything in its path. That is what your field becomes when emotion, thought, and intention are out of alignment. But when the horse is not broken, only bonded, when it learns trust, rhythm, and presence, it becomes a force of harmony. Could it be that your inner wildness isn't the problem, but your resistance to bringing it into loving order? Let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and slander be put away from you. Be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another as God in Christ forgave you. Ephesians 4:31-32. What if this command isn't only moral, but energetic law? What if forgiveness isn't about excusing others, but detoxifying your own soul? Because the truth is, many times the energy we send toward others never even reaches them. Why? Because their field is too elevated, too shielded by grace, too pure to absorb it. The vibration bounces back, unfinished, unresolved. And if the one sending it is you, then it stays, it multiplies, it coils inside you like fog, then grows heavy like stone. And now comes the question that stirs the soul. What frequency have you been secretly cultivating? What quiet grievances still echo in your breath? What silent judgments are stored in the creases of your shoulders, your jaw, your gut? This is not a punishment. This is a sacred invitation. Because this energy, if left unchecked, becomes the final cage. And you were not meant to live caged. You were meant to rise like the eagle, whose wings do not flap wildly, but glide, balanced by unseen wind. You were meant to bloom like the lotus, which draws nourishment not from the air, but from the mud that once tried to bury it. You were meant to awaken like the lioness who does not roar to prove her power, but only when truth must thunder through her bones. You were meant to rise, to radiate, to reconnect with the divine current that flows unblocked, unfiltered, unstoppable. And that, dear chosen one, is exactly where we are about to go next. And that is exactly what is about to happen. Now, at the culmination of this sacred journey, we arrive at the deepest point, the final awakening. This is the place where all that was fragmented begins to remember its wholeness. This is not theory. This is not philosophy. This is the vibrational moment where your soul says, I am ready. Because true self-healing does not originate from crystals, techniques, sounds, or colors alone. These are beautiful companions on the path, yes, but they are not the source. The source lies within you. Healing happens when there is pure alignment between your body, your mind, and your spirit. When you are no longer entangled in the sticky web of a conditioned mind. When the voice in your head no longer overrides the wisdom in your heart. Have you ever asked, what would my life feel like if I were no longer a slave to inherited beliefs? If I were free from the old fears passed down like family heirlooms? If the thoughts that ran through my head like wild dogs could be tamed? Not by force, but by presence? In this aligned state, you enter the divine current, a living frequency that does not require translators, interpreters, dogma, or ancient scripts. It speaks a universal tongue. It does not shout. It vibrates. And when you touch it, you remember who you are. This sacred current is activated when three forces come into harmony within you: presence, intention, and elevated emotion, especially the great frequency, love. And when these three unite, nothing can resist, no wound can hide, no blockage can stay, no reality outside of you can continue operating on the old blueprint. You become not just a receiver of divine flow, you become its conductor. This is how Ricky Williams, former NFL star turned spiritual healer, described his path. When I stopped trying to fix what was outside and started aligning with who I really am, my entire world reconfigured itself around that truth. What would happen if you stopped trying to fix and simply began to align? And think of Rosa, a quiet street sweeper in Seville who always hummed old lullabies while she worked. Most people passed her by without notice, but the street cats always followed her, and the air somehow felt gentler where she went. One day, a cafe owner told her, "When you're here, my customers stay longer. It's like the noise softens." Rosa smiled and said, "That's because I don't sweep for the city, I sweep for the morning." She had no spiritual training, but she moved in alignment with peace, and the world responded. Even nature affirms this. When the magnolia tree blooms, it doesn't ask permission. It simply aligns with the sun, the water, the season, and something ancient bursts into color. The hummingbird, in its stillness between wing beats, holds more grace than 100 voices shouting, and the chrysanthemum, blooming in the cold, reminds us that even in the final seasons, life can still open. So now I ask you, gently, reverently, can you feel this moment calling you to choose alignment over struggle? Can you sense that the pain that once shaped you has no more authority unless you keep feeding it? What if this final breath of the journey is not just a goodbye, but a return? If you have come this far, then pause for just a second, and right below, I activate my self-healing power now. That single act sends a ripple through your energy field. It's not just a sentence, it's a signature of intention, a soul-level contract that says, I choose to remember. And if this journey has stirred something ancient in you, if it echoed like a forgotten prayer coming back to life, then leave a sign of your presence. A like, a subscription, a sacred gesture to say, yes, I was here. I remember. I walk with you. Because in this sacred space, vibrating with love and consciousness, every gesture you make is a heartbeat that joins mine. We are no longer strangers. We are frequency kin. I embrace you in the silence between words. I honor you in the light beneath your shadow. I await you at the next threshold, not just in another video, but in the next layer of your soul's remembering. May every shadow you carry become a dance. May every breath you take become a portal. May every flower you see remind you that beauty never hurries, but always arrives. And may you never forget, not even on the dusty days, not even in the silence, that within you shines a sun that has never gone out. You have come to the end of a sacred journey, not just a message, but a remembering. You were never meant to chase healing in temples made of stone, nor to beg for access to wisdom that was always yours. The truth is simple, eternal, and vibrational. Everything you need already lives inside you. When body, mind, and spirit are aligned, you don't just connect with divine energy, you become it. Thoth did not come to teach you something new. He came to remind you of what your soul has never forgotten. That presence, intention, and love, when joined together, can unlock what years of striving never could. You do not need to be perfect. You only need to be present. If this message has stirred something ancient in your heart, I invite you to take a small step that sends a powerful signal into your field. Like this video to affirm your alignment. Comment below and share the realization or emotion that touched you most deeply. Share this with someone whose soul may be quietly calling for this light. And if you haven't already, subscribe, not just to this channel, but to the vibration we are building together, moment by moment. Whether you've chosen to support with a super thanks or simply with your time, attention, and sacred presence, I thank you from my heart. This space is built on truth, not transaction, on resonance, not reach. Every person who watches, feels, and breathes through this message is a part of the frequency we're co-creating. You matter. You are felt. So may your shadows soften. May your breath become a gateway to peace. May your life become a living prayer, not through words, but through energy. And on the days when you forget, may a flower remind you. May a bird's flight restore your trust. May the light within you flicker just enough for you to know it never went out. I bless your path, I honor your journey, and I will meet you, soul to soul, at the next threshold. The body speaks the language of the soul, and the hands, more than any other part of you, carry ancient truths woven into your very being. Have you ever truly looked at your hands? Not just seen them, but studied them in silence, wondering if perhaps they've been trying to tell you something all along. For many, the hands are simply instruments of work or expression. But for the chosen ones, they are sacred scrolls, inscribed with signs not drawn by man, but placed by the divine. Right now, there are millions walking this earth, unaware of who they truly are. And yet, on the hands of some, marks have appeared. Not random, not coincidence, a small crescent moon shape, a clear, undeniable M. And for a rare few, a combination of both. These symbols are more than physical features. They are spiritual codes, stamped into your palms to remind you that you were never ordinary. You were always set apart. To every one of you who continues to walk this journey with us, especially those who've supported the mission through your heartfelt super thanks, know this: we see you, we're grateful for you, and this message is a reflection of your unwavering faith. Your generosity breathes life into every message we share. Comment 777 below if you feel something stirring in your soul even now, because if this is resonating, it's no accident. You were meant to see this. But now, allow yourself to wonder, what if the half moon near your nail isn't just a quirk of biology, but a divine signal of spiritual insight? What if the M in your palm doesn't stand for a name, but for a mission? And what if you carry more than one of these signs? Could that mean your calling is even more urgent? In this video, we will unveil the 3 spiritual types of chosen ones, each with a unique energy, a sacred purpose, and a responsibility that cannot be ignored. Whether you are a seer, a messenger, or a transformer, your hands have been quietly holding the truth all along. The question is, are you ready to read the message heaven wrote just for you? This isn't about palmistry or superstition. It's about divine alignment. It's about discovering what was hidden in plain sight. Because once you understand what your hands reveal, your entire perception of your journey, your struggles, your intuition, your sense of being different will finally begin to make sense. So, pause. Look again. Do you see the half moon, the mysterious M, or both? What you discover today might change how you see yourself forever. Let's begin. God's chosen ones. Look at your hands. 3 spiritual types: half moon, 1, and 2. The crescent moon, the calling of cycles and intuition. You may not realize it at first, but there's a sign on your hands that speaks volumes, subtle yet powerful. Look closely at the base of your nails. Do you see a small crescent moon-like shape, softly curving like a whisper from heaven? To the casual observer, it may seem like nothing more than a biological detail. But for you, God's chosen one, it is a symbol, an ancient mark etched into your being as a quiet reminder of who you are and what you carry. The crescent moon isn't loud or dramatic. It doesn't demand applause, yet its presence is undeniable. It calls to you, not through sound, but through a deep inner knowing, a language only your spirit understands. This mark is not merely physical. It echoes the sacred rhythms of life, the unseen cycles that govern the rise and fall of seasons, emotions, energy, and divine timing. Those who carry this sign are deeply in tune with spiritual shifts. Have you ever felt something coming before it arrived? Have you sensed the emotional energy in a room without a word being spoken? That's not imagination. It's your spiritual radar, your God-given intuition. Like the prophet Daniel, who could discern the meaning of dreams and signs that others ignored, you too have been given eyes to see the invisible and ears to hear the inaudible. Daniel's wisdom didn't come from books or teachers. It came from God, who revealed mysteries to him in the night. Daniel 2:22. In the same way, you often receive messages in your dreams, feel the weight of unspoken emotions, or notice tiny changes in the atmosphere that others miss completely. You walk through this world as an emotional thermometer, sensing shifts others dismiss. You don't need facts to confirm what your spirit already knows. Your body feels the spiritual tension long before it reaches the surface. And sometimes you wonder, why do I feel things so deeply? Why do I carry emotions that don't seem to belong to me? It's because you are designed to perceive the flow of spiritual cycles. You're not broken, you're attuned. People like you carry a wisdom that predates words. This isn't about following religious rules or dogma. It's a deeper kind of knowing, a spiritual memory, as though your soul remembers something sacred from long ago. You find peace, not in noise, but in watching the stars, tracking the phases of the moon, or simply sitting in nature and listening. These are not hobbies, they are soul rituals. You are drawn to what moves in rhythm, because your life was designed to move in divine harmony. Have you ever felt that you're waiting for something that no one else even notices? That you're preparing for a season others aren't aware is coming? The Bible says in Ecclesiastes 3:1, "To everything there's a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven." You were created with this verse etched into your DNA. You don't just live through time, you feel its meaning. Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple, once said, Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. Jobs, known for his intuition and vision, wasn't just a genius with technology. He followed internal signals that others couldn't see. Like you, he paid attention to what was felt, not just what was proven. What if your crescent moon is the sign that your inner voice is divinely calibrated? So now, God's chosen one, the question is no longer, what does this mark mean? But rather, what is it calling me to remember? Could it be that God placed it there not just as a symbol, but as a summons, an invitation to align with your spiritual assignment? But, chosen one, your deep sensitivity, symbolized by that quiet crescent moon on your hands, is both a sacred gift and a demanding responsibility. You feel more, sense more, and connect more deeply with unseen realms than most people ever will. But that same spiritual openness, which makes you a channel of compassion and divine insight, can also become a doorway to fatigue, unexplainable sorrow, and an aching sense of not belonging. Have you ever walked into a room and felt heavy without knowing why, or woken from a dream with a heart full of emotions that seem to come from somewhere beyond this world? This isn't your imagination, it's your soul navigating multiple dimensions. God did not create you to be fully anchored in this world. You live between heaven and earth, moving through visible and invisible layers of reality. No, it's not coincidence that you often feel out of place. It is divine design. You were never meant to completely fit in because you were called to bridge what others cannot see. Just as Joseph in the Bible was a dreamer whose visions foretold future events, your dreams are not random. They're rich in symbols, full of messages that may not make sense to others, but carry spiritual weight for you. Joseph's ability to interpret dreams ultimately led him to save nations. Genesis 41:15 through 16. What if your vivid dreams are preparing you to lead others through emotional famine, through their own seasons of confusion? Your intuition is a quiet authority. You often know what's coming long before anything happens. And even when you try to dismiss that inner voice, life circles back to confirm you were right all along. Can you count the times you sensed a change in someone's spirit, a turning point in your own life, or a subtle warning, only to see it revealed days, weeks, or even years later? That isn't coincidence. It's divine guidance. You have an uncommon relationship with time. You don't just move through it, you feel its pulse. You know when to wait, when to speak, and when something must shift. These instincts aren't learned. They are embedded in you by God, part of your spiritual assignment. That's why others often seek your advice. Even when you don't have logical explanations, you carry an assurance that gives others comfort. Your insight doesn't come from experience, it flows from alignment with God's Spirit. In a world obsessed with loud voices and visible leaders, you are something radically different. You're a quiet guide, a steady light when all around feels like chaos. Jesus himself said in Matthew 5:14-16, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. But your light doesn't blind, it heals." You don't need to raise your voice to make an impact. Your mere presence often brings peace. Have you noticed how people tend to open up to you without being asked? How they feel lighter just by being near you? You're part of a sacred network, an invisible family of chosen ones spread across the earth. And yet, being this kind of vessel can be overwhelming. Because you feel so much, you sometimes absorb emotions that aren't even yours. You might carry other people's sorrow, their stress, or even their unspoken pain without realizing it. This is why self-care is not a luxury for you, it is a necessity. You must retreat, spend time in silence, immerse yourself in nature, and create sacred space to remember who you are. Benedict Cumberbatch, an award-winning actor known for portraying complex roles like Doctor Strange, once spoke of the power of stillness. The further you get away from yourself, the more challenging it is. Not to be in your own comfort zone is great fun, Even though he wasn't referring to the spiritual path directly, his words echo your journey. You are often pulled away from the noise of the world so that you can re-enter it with clarity and grace. Many of you feel called to ancient practices like meditation, holistic healing, ancestral spirituality, or astrology, not because they are trendy, but because they help you recalibrate. These are not escapes from reality. They are tools that keep your body, mind, and soul in harmony with your mission. Just like David found refuge in the quiet of the wilderness before he became king, you too find your strength not in crowds, but in solitude. Your solitude sharpens your senses. Remember this: your gift is not in doing more, but in being more. Your strength lies not in commanding attention, but in listening deeply. You perceive what is hidden. You welcome without judgment. You heal with presence, not performance. This is rare, this is powerful, and it is exactly what the world is crying out for, whether it knows it or not. So when your sensitivity feels like a burden, when your quiet light feels ignored, when your soul aches with unseen weight, know this: you are not alone. Others walk this path too, marked by the same crescent, called by the same God, forming a radiant, unspoken network of light-bearers across the earth. You were chosen to feel, to guide, and to quietly transform the darkness by your presence. 2. The M on the hand, the leadership that transforms. Have you ever really looked into the palm of your hand, not just glanced, but truly observed it with wonder? For some of you, there is a distinct letter engraved by nature itself, a visible M shaped by the crossing of your lifelines. At first glance, it may appear to be a coincidence or a strange quirk of biology. But for God's chosen ones, this mark is a sacred imprint, a message written not in ink, but in divine intention. If you bear this M, you may have felt a calling your entire life, something stirring inside you that pushes you to rise, lead, and create change, even when you don't fully understand why. That silent urge to take responsibility when no one else steps up, that natural drive to speak truth even when it's uncomfortable, that unmistakable clarity you feel in moments of chaos. This is not by accident. It is your soul responding to the call of divine leadership. This kind of leadership is not about authority or position. It isn't loud or demanding. Instead, it flows from your very being. Like Queen Esther, who rose to save her people not by shouting, but by moving with courage, wisdom, and timing, you carry the ability to influence without force. Esther 4:14 reminds us, perhaps you were born for such a time as this. What if the M on your hand is your reminder that you were indeed born for a moment that will require your voice, your courage, and your unwavering light? You don't command others, you inspire them. Your life moves people. Your choices lead by example. Even in your silence, your presence stirs action in others. Have you noticed how people naturally look to you for guidance, even when you haven't volunteered? Or how you somehow become the one who anchors the room when everything feels uncertain? That's because people with this mark carry a magnetic sense of purpose. You do not wait for permission to do what is right. You don't hesitate when clarity hits you. While others debate, you move. And this can often make others uncomfortable, especially those who prefer to remain in indecision or hide behind excuses. Your certainty is a mirror, reflecting the doubts of others. But don't shrink back because of it. Remember, even Moses doubted his own voice when God called him to lead. Yet it was precisely his heart for justice, his sense of responsibility, and his courage to act that made him the chosen deliverer. Exodus 3-4. People with the M on their hands often carry an extraordinary emotional intelligence. You may not always have formal training or textbook knowledge, but you instinctively know people. You read what's not being said. You feel the truth beneath the words. You pick up on subtle energy shifts and emotional undercurrents. And because of this, you are often the friend others confide in, the partner people trust, the guide they turn to when they can't see clearly. You don't need to speak much to shift the atmosphere of a conversation. Sometimes one sentence from you is enough to change someone's entire path. It's a quiet power, one rooted in divine alignment rather than ego. But let's be honest, chosen one. Carrying this gift is not always easy. From an early age, you may have been labeled as mature, responsible, or the strong one. People assume you can handle anything, so they lean on you, but rarely ask if you're okay. And because your strength is so visible, your pain often remains hidden. You feel deeply, you wrestle silently, you have moments of emotional intensity, of high highs and low lows, but still you show up. You continue to lead, not because it's easy, but because you know people are counting on you. Isn't it true that there are days you long to be cared for the way you care for others? This mark also carries a deep connection to truth and justice. You are not someone who can tolerate deceit, manipulation, or cruelty. Even if others pretend not to see injustice, you feel it in your bones. It agitates your spirit. It calls you to speak, to act, to challenge the system, even when it costs you something. Like the prophet Jeremiah, whose bones burned with the truth even when he tried to stay silent. Jeremiah 20, verse 9. You are not wired to look away. You were born to confront darkness and call things into the light. You are transformative by nature. Wherever you go, something shifts. You may think you're simply showing up, but you're actually planting seeds, ideas, revelations, moments of truth. Sometimes it's in a glance, sometimes in a single word, and other times it's in the courage to stand firm while others retreat. That is the power you carry. The world has always needed people like you, people who can sense what's broken and step in to rebuild, people who, without even realizing it, stir something new in others. Think of Malala Yousafzai, the Nobel Peace Prize winner who stood for education despite being targeted. Her leadership began not with political ambition, but with a simple refusal to remain silent in the face of injustice. That same spirit lives in you. The question is, are you ready to walk in it? So if you've seen the M in your palm and wondered what it means, hear this truth. You were chosen to lead, to heal, and to ignite change, not through control, but through the power of being who God created you to be. This mark is not a burden. It is a mantle, a reminder that even when it feels heavy, you are never carrying it alone. Heaven walks with you, and every step you take plants a light where there was darkness. There is one more defining trait that sets you apart, chosen one, and that is your practicality. Unlike those who merely dream, you do. You think, plan, and then you act. You don't wait for perfect conditions, applause, or approval. You roll up your sleeves and step into motion. This is not just ambition, it's divine wiring. Those with the M on their hands are not only visionaries, they are builders. You are a problem solver by nature, someone who doesn't stop at inspiration, but moves forward with bold execution. Have you ever noticed how, even without trying, you naturally take the lead in group settings, whether at work, in your community, or even within your family? Whether you're on center stage or working quietly behind the scenes, your energy influences the outcome. You have a way of getting things done. It's as if the atmosphere shifts once you're involved. Like Nehemiah, who didn't just weep over the broken walls of Jerusalem, but rose up and rebuilt them. Nehemiah 2:17-18. You don't stay stuck in theory. You act, you move, you build. Yet even this gift has its shadows. Without direction, your strength can be scattered. Without alignment, your power can be used in ways that drain rather than fulfill you. When you forget your worth, when you fall into the trap of living according to others' expectations instead of God's truth, you may find yourself chasing things that don't reflect your true purpose. You may feel successful on the outside, yet strangely empty inside. Has there ever been a moment when everything looked right, but your soul felt out of place? That's not failure. It's a sacred wake-up call. It is your spirit reminding you that you were never meant to walk just any path. You were chosen to walk your path. And that path requires a unique kind of balance, one that the world rarely teaches. You are learning what it means to lead with strength, but also with soul. To act boldly, without stepping over your own tenderness. To carry vision, but not the entire weight of the world. This is the tightrope you've been asked to walk, being a pillar of courage while remaining deeply human. Isn't that one of the hardest parts of your journey, the feeling that you must always be the strong one, even when your heart is aching? God never asked you to be perfect. He asked you to be obedient, to be willing, to be aligned with His voice. Proverbs 3:5-6 encourages you, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will direct your paths. You don't have to figure it all out. You just need to stay connected to your source. People may expect more from you than they do from others. They look at you and see competence, power, capability. But that does not mean you are required to meet every demand. You weren't chosen to be a puppet of public approval. You were chosen to be a beacon of truth. And sometimes that means saying no. Sometimes that means taking a step back so you can move forward with purpose. You are not here merely to follow rules or fit into systems. You are here to create new paths, to challenge the status quo, to build what's never been seen before. Your leadership isn't about control. It's about soul. It's about reminding the world that real power lies not in domination, but in inspiration. The world desperately needs leaders like you, those who embody both fire and empathy, direction and intuition. As Brené Brown, a renowned researcher and best-selling author on vulnerability and courage, once said, "You can choose courage, or you can choose comfort, but you cannot choose both. You've already chosen courage, haven't you? Every time you step into a room and shift its energy, every time you act on truth when it's easier to stay silent, every time you lead by example, not ego. So if you see the letter M etched on your hand, do not ignore it. It is more than a mark. It is a mission. You were born to transform, to lead with truth, to merge strength and softness into one divine force. And though the road may be lonely at times, remember this: you are not here to please the world. You are here to impact it. And your leadership, anchored in love and justice, will echo far beyond anything you can imagine. 3. The double M, balance between heaven and earth. If discovering one clear M on the palm is rare, then finding two, one on each hand, is something extraordinary. Chosen one, if you bear this double mark, you are part of a rare spiritual lineage. This is not a coincidence. It's not just a pattern of lines. It's a divine signature etched into your very body, a confirmation that you are here to live in the sacred balance between two powerful realms, heaven and earth. You may have noticed something different about yourself from a young age. Have you always felt torn between your heart and your head, between feeling deeply and acting decisively? This inner duality is not a flaw. It is the gift of your double M. One hand channels clarity, logic, and grounded leadership. The other pulses with compassion, intuition, and a hunger for meaning. You don't just make decisions, you make purposeful ones. You don't just lead, you lead with awareness. This rare mark belongs to those who carry the anointing of balance. You were designed to be both a thinker and a feeler, both a visionary and a doer. Like King Solomon, known for his unparalleled wisdom and discernment, you have the ability to hold complexity in your spirit and yet act with simplicity and truth. Solomon prayed not for wealth or power, but for understanding, 1 Kings 3:9. And God honored that request by giving him both spiritual insight and earthly influence. In the same way, your double M signals that your role is not just spiritual or practical, it's both. Have you ever wondered why you often feel unsatisfied even when things seem to be going well? That quiet longing, that inner stirring, it's part of your divine design. The double M awakens a restless hunger for more. Not more in terms of money or fame, but more meaning, more alignment, more truth. You can be surrounded by comfort and still feel unsettled if your spirit knows you're not walking in your full calling. You were not created to live a shallow life. You were created to build what matters. Your energy carries an undeniable sense of achievement, but not for vanity's sake. You don't pursue titles or trophies, you pursue truth. Every step you take must resonate with your soul. You need to feel that what you offer the world is real, rooted, and righteous. And when it's not, you feel it instantly. You sense misalignment like a crack in a foundation. That's your emotional radar, the built-in sensor God placed in you to detect what needs healing, what's been hidden, and what's crying out for justice. And the most powerful part, you don't just feel these things, you act on them. Even when others hesitate, when silence feels safer, you are the one who steps forward. Isn't it true that you've often found yourself initiating conversations others were afraid to start, or taking action when everyone else stood still? This is courage born of purpose. This is leadership led by the Spirit. Consider Harriet Tubman, the legendary freedom fighter who escaped slavery only to return over and over again to lead others to freedom. She wasn't just brave, she was called. She had spiritual visions, dreams, and divine promptings that guided her every move. Her strength didn't come from physical power. It came from her alignment with God's mission. Like her, you live between two worlds, the seen and the unseen, and both inform how you move through life. But let's be honest, living in two realms isn't easy. Sometimes the world pulls you toward productivity while your spirit begs for reflection. Other times your heart aches for silence, but duty demands action. You constantly navigate this dance between doing and being, between mission and mystery. And that's why you often feel like you don't fully belong anywhere, because you're being stretched to carry what few can. The Apostle Paul knew this tension. He was a man of action and strategy, planting churches, writing letters, traveling across continents. But he was also deeply spiritual, tuned into visions, revelations, and the mysteries of Christ. In 2 Corinthians 12:2-4, he even spoke of being caught up to the third heaven, a mystical experience few understood. If Paul could hold both logic and vision, earth and heaven, so can you. You were built for it. So, chosen one with the double M, your mission is clear, though never easy. You are here to lead with purpose, to feel with discernment, and to act with divine clarity. You are here to carry heaven in one hand and earth in the other. Not to choose between them, but to bridge them. Your mark is rare because your calling is rare, and the world may never fully understand the depth of what you carry, but heaven does, and heaven walks with you. Chosen one, if you carry an M on both hands, you have likely noticed that others naturally rely on you. But this trust goes beyond what you do. It flows from who you are. There is something in your presence that communicates stability, strength, and integrity. Whether it's the calm in your voice, the steadiness of your eyes, or the resolve in your choices, people instinctively sense that you are a safe place. You carry a firmness that reassures, a spiritual backbone that says, "You can count on me." But this reliability doesn't come without a cost. God refines those he calls most deeply. Just as gold is purified by fire, your character has been shaped through trials. Life has not spared you from difficulty. In fact, it seems to test you more than others. Yet every challenge you faced has carved wisdom into your soul. Like Job, who endured immense loss and suffering, but came out with a deeper understanding of God and himself. Job 23:10. You are being forged for something greater. These tests aren't punishments, they're preparation. And because of that inner sharpening, your discernment is laser sharp. You are not easily fooled. You notice what others overlook. You sense when someone's words don't match their energy. You catch the subtle lies, the hidden agendas, the things left unsaid. That kind of clarity can be intimidating. Some people, especially those with things to hide, may distance themselves from you, not because you've judged them, but because your presence reveals them. Yet while you see through shadows, you are also fiercely loyal to what is good and true. When your heart connects with someone or with a cause, you give yourself completely. You don't show up halfway. You are there fully, body, mind, and spirit. Just like Ruth in the Bible, whose loyalty to Naomi transcended logic and comfort. Where you go, I will go. Ruth 1:16. You remain steadfast even when the road is hard. Your loyalty is not convenience-based, it is covenant-based. That same integrity makes you an exceptional mediator. You don't just listen to both sides, you understand them. You're able to translate pain into clarity, fear into dialogue. You carry both emotional intelligence and logical strength, allowing you to build bridges between people who would otherwise remain divided. Have you noticed how often you're placed in the middle of conflicts, not by choice but by necessity? It's because your spirit holds balance. You don't take sides, you seek truth. Still, even with all this strength, you are not immune to doubt. There are nights when you lie awake wondering if you're doing the right thing. You fear making mistakes, letting others down, or not being enough. This, too, is part of your path. It does not make you weak. In fact, it shows how deeply you care. You measure your actions against a higher standard, not the world's, but God's. But here is the lesson. Trust your intuition as much as you trust your intellect. Feeling is not a flaw. It's a divine instrument. Your sensitivity and your strategy were both given by the same Creator, and they were meant to work together. Think of Jesus, who wept at Lazarus's tomb, yet confidently commanded him to rise. He felt deeply and acted powerfully. You were made in his image, called not to choose between heart and mind, but to unite them. Your calling is to give form to the invisible, to turn spirit into substance. You are not just a dreamer, you are a manifester. What you imagine with focus, what you speak with conviction, tends to come into being. That's why you must guard your words, your energy, and your thoughts. They carry weight. They plant seeds. This gift of manifestation is powerful and dangerous if misused. Just as a seed carries the blueprint of a tree, your words carry the blueprint of outcomes. Proverbs 18:21 reminds us, death and life are in the power of the tongue. You are not just speaking, you are creating. Be mindful of the worlds you're building with every sentence. You may have already sensed it, that your role in this life stretches beyond what others see. You've likely asked yourself, why do I feel this quiet responsibility? Why do I feel guided even when no one is around? It's because you're being led, even in the unseen. Your double M is a seal from heaven, a reminder that you're not fragmented, you're not torn between roles, you're whole. Your calling is to unite spirit and structure, love and leadership, intuition and wisdom. You are here to serve with purpose, lead with truth, and live with unwavering awareness. And when no one else sees your effort, when no one claps for your faithfulness, know that heaven does. The angels are watching, the path is unfolding, and the more you align with your true self, the more clearly the road ahead will shine. You are not just in this world to exist, You are here to transform it. 4. Crescent Moon and M, the fusion of feeling with doing. Chosen one, there is a rare and sacred fusion that appears in only a small number of people, a powerful sign that marks a soul forged to walk between two dimensions. If your hand bears both a crescent moon and the letter M, you're not merely gifted, you're divinely blended. This is not a random pattern of lines, it is a spiritual map. It reveals your identity as one who lives with one foot rooted in the invisible and the other planted firmly in the physical world. You feel the unseen, and yet you act in the seen. You are both a seeker of meaning and a bringer of results. The crescent moon on your hand whispers of heightened sensitivity, prophetic dreams, and an intimate connection with spiritual truth. The M, by contrast, is bold, symbolizing clarity, leadership, and an innate ability to move things forward. To carry both is to be called into a life that holds tension and harmony, mysticism and manifestation, reflection and responsibility. You are not here to choose between the two. You're here to merge them. Have you ever felt like your heart belongs in the quiet spaces, drawn to stillness, meditation, the mysteries of God? Yet life continues to pull you into action, decisions, and leadership. That's because your soul was wired to function as a bridge. You are a dreamer with a warrior's heart. You feel deeply, but you also move boldly. You perceive people's intentions long before they reveal them. You read the energy of a space with remarkable accuracy. But you don't stop at awareness. You respond. You take what you sense and translate it into wise choices, clear action, and courageous movement. Like Deborah in the Bible, a prophetess and a judge, you carry both divine insight and fearless authority. She listened to God beneath the palm tree and led armies into battle. Judges 4:4-10. Deborah didn't have to choose between being spiritual and being strong. She was both. And so are you. You don't just receive revelation, you implement it. You don't only hear, you act. That duality makes you a pillar for others. Your presence becomes a place of grounding. People come to you for advice, for comfort, for stability, often without even knowing why. It's because your spirit is tuned to balance. You're not swayed by noise or chaos. You carry a calm center that radiates clarity. Have you noticed how you often become the emotional anchor in your family, your friendships, or even your workplace? It's not accidental. It's part of your design. But this gift comes with inner conflict. There are days when your spirit craves solitude, time to reconnect with the divine in silence. And yet the world calls out, asking for your attention, your leadership, your effort. One part of you wants to rise early and pray. The other part is planning and strategizing how to move things forward. This internal dialogue can be overwhelming if left unbalanced. You live in constant conversation between two powerful forces, your soul and your mission. Isn't that the battle within you? To honor your inner world without neglecting your outer purpose. To follow the spirit while remaining effective in your tasks. The secret is not to silence either side, but to unite them, to weave intuition into action, to let your feelings fuel your mission, not confuse it. As it says in James 2:17, faith by itself, if it doesn't have works, is dead. You were never meant to only feel, nor were you meant to only build. You were designed to bring heaven to earth, to give spiritual truths a tangible form. You are both the prayer and the answer, the vision and the vessel. Consider the life of Martin Luther King Jr. He wasn't just a dreamer who spoke of freedom. He was an action taker, a leader who translated moral conviction into social transformation. He felt the weight of injustice and responded with bold, strategic steps. Like him, you carry the responsibility of converting emotion into motion. your dreams must walk. But the weight of this role is real, and that's why self-alignment is not optional for you. It's survival. If you live too long in only the mystical, you may lose direction. If you live only in the practical, your spirit will dry up. Your strength lies in the sacred middle, in knowing when to retreat and when to rise, in honoring your spiritual sensitivity without abandoning your earthly assignment. If you carry both the Crescent and the M, then your life is not meant to be either or, it is both and. You are not being pulled apart, you are being woven together into a new kind of leader, a soul-led achiever, a spirit-driven strategist. So the question is, will you embrace the tension as your training ground? Will you learn to trust your inner whispers and your outer fire? You were not chosen for ease, you were chosen for impact. You, who carry both the crescent moon and the letter M on the same hand, know this: you have been divinely crafted to hold extraordinary spiritual balance. You are not only sensitive to energy, but you are also grounded in purpose. You do not merely observe what is said, you discern what is left unsaid. You feel the space between the lines. You catch emotions that others are trying to hide behind smiles. This makes you, quite literally, a reader of souls. Have you ever listened to someone speak and instantly sensed what they were truly feeling, even if their words didn't align? That is your spiritual sight in action. This isn't something you were taught, it's something you are. God gave you this heightened perception so you could go beyond the surface, helping others see themselves more clearly, even when they can't explain what's going on inside. But here's what makes you rare. You're not only a feeler, you're also a doer. You don't just sit in empathy, you act from it. You feel pain and you respond. You notice suffering and you build solutions. You are both the one who listens quietly and the one who rises to lead. That's why you often find yourself moving between two very different worlds. Sometimes in healing spaces like counseling, spiritual guidance, or emotional support, and other times in environments of leadership, management, or social change. The tension between these two worlds, spirituality and action, is not a contradiction in your life. It is your calling. You are here to bridge what others believe cannot be united. Your very life proves that leadership can be tender. That strength does not require harshness. That real power flows not from control, but from clarity. You are here to lead, yes, but to lead with a listening heart. Isn't it true that you often find yourself translating emotions into direction, turning subtle spiritual insight into concrete outcomes? That's no coincidence. Like Jesus, who washed his disciples' feet the night before his crucifixion, John 13:5, you embody both humility and authority. You serve and lead in the same breath. That's because your soul knows that divine leadership isn't about dominance. It's about impact through presence. And yes, your path may feel more intense at times. The weight you carry is not just from your own journey. It includes the emotions, hopes, and spiritual burdens of others as well. But your richness of soul, your multidimensional gifting, is what makes your mission so profound. You were never meant to live an easy life. You were called to live a meaningful one. The world has always needed those who can unify what has been divided, who can walk into broken places and offer healing without neglecting structure, who can hold both the dream and the blueprint. Think of Nelson Mandela, a man who fought injustice through vision and legal action, and yet never lost his capacity for compassion. He once said, "A good head and a good heart are always a formidable combination." You, chosen one, carry both. So if you ever feel torn between your softness and your strength, between your need to reflect and your desire to create, know that you are not being asked to choose. You were made to embody both. The crescent moon gives you divine sensitivity. The M gives you sacred direction. Together, they allow you to feel and to build, to sense and to lead. Your presence is not accidental. You are a living bridge between heaven and earth, between silence and speech, between compassion and command. You are the translation point between the unseen and the manifested, between what is felt and what is done. So use your sensitivity with courage. Don't apologize for it. And use your strength with compassion. Don't harden yourself. You carry both. And it is this very balance that the world desperately needs right now. You are not too much. You are not too intense. You are exactly what you were born to be, the union of two worlds walking in one sacred body. 5. Crescent moon and 2M, the rare supreme calling. Chosen one, if you bear both the crescent moon and 2 clearly formed M's, one on each hand, know that you are walking the earth with a rare and sacred calling. This combination is not just uncommon, it is extraordinary. You're marked with divine purpose, a seal from heaven that you were not placed here merely to exist or survive. You were sent to fulfill a mission that transcends earthly understanding. Have you always felt different, even as a child? Have you sensed, long before you had words for it, that you didn't quite belong to the systems or patterns of this world? That's because you weren't meant to blend in. You were meant to stand apart, not for ego, but for destiny. From the beginning, your sensitivity has been heightened. You've picked up emotional vibrations others couldn't explain. You've felt people's unspoken pain. You've walked into a room and knew something was off, without anyone saying a word. What others dismiss as intuition, for you, is a constant stream of spiritual information. That is your crescent moon at work, a portal that links your spirit to the invisible realms. You dream vividly, sometimes waking up with a heaviness or clarity that feels like a message, and it is. Your sleep is not just rest, it is revelation. Like Joseph in Genesis, who dreamed of future events and carried divine messages through visions, Genesis 37:5-10, you too receive guidance from above. But while Joseph's dreams gave him glimpses of greatness, they also invited isolation and trials. Does that feel familiar? And then there are the 2 M's, one carved into each hand. This alone marks you as someone with divine authority and a destiny of leadership. You don't seek attention, but you often find yourself in positions where others look to you for answers, direction, and strength. You may not always want the spotlight, but the weight of leadership finds you. Why? Because your soul carries the blueprint of influence. Your words carry weight. Your presence shifts atmospheres. You radiate charisma and clarity, even in silence. Like Moses, who didn't feel qualified to lead, yet became the voice that confronted Pharaoh and guided an entire nation, Exodus 4:10-12. You may sometimes resist your calling, but the world keeps pulling you into purpose. Whether you speak or stay still, your presence alone speaks volumes. But here's where your greatest challenge lives. Your soul longs for quiet, for sacred stillness and connection with God. While the world demands action, you dwell in tension. One part of you craves retreat, nature, silence, and divine communion. The other part feels compelled to lead, to show up, to make decisions, to carry others. It's as if heaven and earth are both calling your name at the same time. This tension is not a flaw in your design. It is the core of your mission. You were made to hold both worlds. But you must learn balance. Your sensitivity is not weakness. Your leadership is not hardness. The two were never meant to fight each other. They were meant to support each other. You are called to be a new kind of leader, one who listens before acting, who prays before speaking, who leads with tenderness and still carries authority. Have you noticed how your energy attracts people who are lost or broken, yet also leaders seeking vision? That's because you hold both healing and strategy within you, but without proper care, this sensitivity becomes heavy. You start to feel the weight of others' expectations, their chaos, their emotional burdens, until you lose sight of your own soul. That's why self-care is not optional for you, it's holy. You need rest, not just for your body, but for your spirit. Jesus himself withdrew from the crowds to pray and recharge, Luke 5:16. If the Son of God needed solitude, how much more do you? You must create rhythms of rest and renewal. You must protect your spiritual clarity the way a warrior protects their sword, because without it, you lose the very essence of who you are. And don't forget this truth. Your journey may be more intense, but it is also richer. You are not walking an ordinary road. You are here to transform. You carry a divine assignment that may not always make sense to others. But it is written clearly in the language of your hands, your heart, and your heaven-connected spirit. So when the weight of the world feels too heavy, go inward, reconnect with your essence. Let the crescent moon draw you into stillness. Let the double M remind you of your ability to act with divine authority. And then rise again, not with striving, but with alignment. You were chosen to walk where others fear to go, to feel what others ignore, to lead where there is no map. You are not here by chance. You are not confused. You are called. Chosen one, if you carry the crescent moon and 2 M's, one on each hand, you are not simply rare. You are forged, not formed. You are sculpted not by ease, but by trials that test and refine you like gold in a furnace. Life has not always been gentle with you, but that is not because you were meant to suffer. It's because you were destined to shine. Every hardship you've faced has not been punishment, but preparation. The fire that others try to avoid is the very fire that has shaped your wisdom, your discernment, and your strength. Have you ever wondered why your life seems more intense than others? Why you encounter pressure, spiritual weight, and emotional complexity more often than most? It's because your soul is being polished for something greater. Just like David, who was anointed king but first had to walk through the valley of rejection, hiding, and battle. 1 Samuel 16-24. Your path has required deep internal fortitude. You were being trained not just to carry light, but to be light. Your perception is unlike others. You sense when someone isn't being truthful, sometimes without a single word spoken. You detect hidden agendas, subtle manipulations, and spiritual imbalances. It's not paranoia, it's spiritual radar. This is a divine gift, but it can be exhausting. That's why you often prefer silence. Not because you're afraid to speak, but because you are wise enough to wait. Your silence is intentional. Your stillness is sacred. You need space, sacred space, places where your soul can breathe again, where you can step away from the noise of the world and reconnect with the eternal part of yourself. Meditation, time in nature, journaling, heartfelt prayer, these are not luxuries for you. They are spiritual maintenance. They restore what the world depletes. They ground you when life pulls you in many directions. Do not ignore this need. Even Jesus would retreat from the crowd to pray on mountains and in quiet places. Mark 1:35. If the Messiah needed silence to stay aligned with his Father's will, how much more do you need it to preserve your divine clarity? If you have all 3 signs, the crescent moon and 2 M's, understand that this is not random. This is a divine imprint, a code written into your very hands to remind you of your heavenly assignment. You are not just here to live a good life. You are here to awaken others. There is something in your essence that the world desperately needs, even if it doesn't yet know it. You carry a perspective that is different, not because you're better than others, but because your view comes from a higher elevation. You've seen beyond the veil. You've touched the sacred, and now you're called to translate that into something real, something useful, something healing. You are here to be a bridge between the spiritual and the practical. a guide for those who have lost their way, a beacon for those wandering in darkness, an example of what it looks like when someone chooses to live from their true, whole self. But most importantly, you are called to be you, fully, unapologetically, authentically, because in being your truest self, aligned with God and rooted in your divine identity, you become a mirror that reflects heaven. You show others what's possible when someone lives in full spiritual integrity. So, do not shrink. Do not second-guess the intensity of your life or the weight of your calling. Embrace it, honor it, protect it, because you carry a light that cannot be extinguished. And when you shine, you give permission for others to awaken. You were not just chosen to do something great. You were chosen to be someone true. And in a world starving for authenticity, that alone can change everything. There comes a moment in every chosen one's life when something shifts. It doesn't arrive with a dramatic explosion. There are no fireworks, no public announcements, no thunder in the sky. Instead, it comes quietly, like a sacred whisper in the soul. You may feel it as a subtle pressure in your chest, a moment of stillness that lingers longer than usual, or a glance in the mirror that suddenly sees deeper than skin. It's in that moment that the awakening begins, not with noise, but with a question. Is there more to this than what I've known? This divine stirring doesn't follow a schedule. It can arrive early in your life, or not until your soul has been broken open by time, hardship, or silence. But when it comes, there's no going back. A voice rises within you, not your own, but older, more eternal, and it says, "Wake up. You were never meant to sleepwalk through this life." That voice doesn't leave. It becomes the rhythm of your thoughts, the fire in your bones. You can't unhear it. You were made for something more. Suddenly, you start to see the world differently. Conversations seem to hold hidden lessons. Patterns begin to emerge in your life. Patterns that were once invisible. Coincidences pile up until they no longer feel like chance. Have you noticed how certain numbers repeat? How strangers deliver messages meant just for you? How your heart is drawn to silence more than ever before? These are not random. They are divine breadcrumbs. And slowly, you begin to realize you were never truly lost. You were simply asleep. And awakening, it is not about becoming someone else. It's about remembering who you already are. You begin to sense that your soul has lived this wisdom before, that a part of you, ancient, sacred, and powerful, was buried beneath layers of fear, pain, and distraction. And now, it's coming back. It's surfacing not to make you someone new, but to bring back someone true. Moses didn't know who he truly was until he heard his name from a burning bush. Exodus 3:4. He was always chosen, but he didn't awaken to it until God called him out of hiding. You too are being called. That's why everything feels different now. That's why your heart is restless. But this awakening isn't always easy. It can be lonely. Not everyone around you will understand. Friends may say you've changed. Family might think you're imagining things. You may even feel like a stranger in your own life. But deep down, you know, this is real. This is sacred. And this is your time. So what do you do when your soul begins to stretch? When the old ways of living no longer fit? When your spirit starts whispering truths that your mind can't explain? You honor it. You respect the unfolding. You give yourself permission to become the person you were always meant to be. This path is not for everyone, but it is for you. It is not meant to be rushed. It is not meant to be explained away. It is meant to be lived. You may feel alone in it, but you are not. Others, just like you, are waking up across the world, God's chosen ones stepping into their purpose. If this message resonates with you, if something in you is stirring and you don't know why, maybe your awakening is happening right now. And that is a beautiful thing. So take a breath, let go of the fear, honor the silence, trust the signs, and walk forward knowing You are not broken. You are becoming. If this message has brought clarity to what you're feeling inside, stay close. Subscribe to this channel. Here, you will find messages that speak to your soul, reminders of the divine mission you carry, and the strength to walk the path only you were meant to walk. You may be awakening alone, but you will not walk this journey alone. The time is now, and you are ready. Each type of chosen one carries a divine signature, a strength so unique it cannot be replicated. Some of you feel the world in ways that others will never understand. You sense the invisible, the shifts, the unspoken. Others among you act with unwavering clarity. You don't wait for signs, you become the sign. And then there are those of you who walk between realms, translating the unseen into the tangible, anchoring spirit into action. But hear this truth, chosen one, none is greater than the other. No path is superior, no mission more sacred. Each one plays a role in the divine mosaic of healing, light, and transformation. The true beauty unfolds when these paths cross, when the gentle sensitivity of the crescent moon touches the direct clarity of the M, when the powerful momentum of the double M is held by the quiet wisdom of one who listens before they lead. Together, you create something that could never exist alone. You transform environments. You heal hearts. You guide others not because you must, but because your soul knows it was sent to do so. You don't move from ego. You move from essence. And the moment you accept that calling, something sacred begins to happen, not just within you, but around you. When one awakened soul meets another, the atmosphere shifts. What began as a simple conversation becomes a breakthrough. What was once pain becomes peace. What was confusion becomes clarity. Your presence alone becomes a light post for others. And together, you are not just individuals. You are a divine network of awakening, carriers of a collective calling. Perhaps you bear a crescent moon, a single M, or a double M, or maybe, incredibly, all of them together. But know this, the most powerful mark you carry is not etched into your hand. It is etched into your soul. It is that feeling rising in your chest as you read these words, that quiet fire that says, "This is about me." Because being chosen has never been about status or spotlight. It is about responsibility. It is about alignment. It is about the sacred pulse within you that refuses to be silenced. You are called to live with courage, to walk with authenticity, to move through this life with purpose that goes beyond the surface. So take a moment now, look again at your hands, and this time look not with skepticism, but with reverence. Let them remind you that you were made for something more, and even more importantly, look toward your soul with tenderness, with curiosity, with honor, because that is where your true mark lives. And now I ask you, chosen one, do you see yourself in this? Do you carry a crescent moon, a single M, two M's, or a combination that speaks to your spirit? Let me know in the comments below. I truly want to hear which of these paths has spoken to you most. Because when a chosen one awakens, something sacred awakens in the world around them too. You are not alone. You are seen. You are called. And the time to remember who you are is now. As we conclude this powerful journey of discovering the spiritual significance behind the marks on your hands, the half moon, 1M and 2M, let us take a moment to reflect on what this truly means for you as God's chosen ones. These symbols are not just random markings. They are divine indicators of your unique calling. The half moon, 1M and 2M, each carry a profound spiritual meaning that connects you to something far greater than what meets the eye. You are marked for a purpose, chosen for a mission that transcends the ordinary. The half moon represents a path of transformation and spiritual awakening, a symbol of those who are destined to rise above challenges and bring light to others. The 1M signifies strength, individuality, and a clear purpose to lead with wisdom and courage. The 2M represents a duality, a balance of sensitivity and strength, of quiet power and outward leadership. These marks reflect not just your journey, but the very essence of who you are and why you are here. You are not just an individual, but a part of a divine plan, a collective force that will impact the world in ways you cannot even begin to imagine. Now, as you continue on your journey, remember that these signs on your hands are more than just physical symbols. They are reminders of your spiritual essence. They serve as a beacon, guiding you to embrace your gifts and use them for the greater good. The path may not always be easy, but trust that God has equipped you with everything you need to succeed. Your hands are a testament to the divine mission you carry within. If this message has touched your heart, and if you feel called to support this channel, we invite you to consider contributing through Super Thanks. Your generous donations help us to continue bringing these messages of hope, faith, and inspiration to a wider audience. However, whether you donate or not, know that we are deeply grateful for your presence and for the support you give by simply being here. Your engagement with this channel, your time, and your encouragement mean more than words can express. Before you go, take a moment to like, subscribe, and share this video with those who may need to hear this message. We would love to hear from you, so please leave a comment and let us know how this content has resonated with you. Your feedback helps us to continue creating content that serves and uplifts God's chosen ones like you. May God bless you abundantly, guide your every step, and keep you in His loving care. Remember, you are chosen for greatness, and your journey is just beginning. Stay connected, stay faithful, and never forget that you are part of God's divine plan.